Can you hear me?
Let's go.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Eagle mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PvP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan, MVP. Juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia gitu. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina, dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era sebab diorang Ruthless pun tengoklah nombor berapa Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New era. Terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับ เพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับ พี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah, 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi, 1000 mungkin, karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR, jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah, kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada tu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับ เพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับ แล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับ แล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวเลยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับ เพราะว่าเขาดูตัวล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây, để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay, bắn hay quá, nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Today is when things get serious. By serious, it means the final chance to not only get into the grand finals, but also is the match point plus 10 plus with the chicken dinner today. I'm Tash Pani alongside Lapar and Hazel from RRQ. And today is going to be a good one because today is the day of the Smash Roll. If you guys don't know, it is the first time Smash Roll is here at PMSL SEA. So let's ask our two players what they think. Starting off with Hazel. Hazel, right now, 67 plus 10 is the point to beat alongside a chicken dinner. What do you think are your odds today?
Oke, dengan hari ini poin yang harus didapatkan adalah 77 poin karena 67 semalam dan ditambah dengan 10 poin. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah bisa kamu mendapat threshold poin yaitu 77 poin dan diikuti dengan WWCD?
Bisa mungkin 80% karena kita harus kejar 36 poin dulu baru mendapatkan chicken.
I think the odds that we have right now, I think I would say 80% because we only need to chase 36 points. We are 36 points behind. Then only we can focus on getting winner chicken dinner.
You know, speaking of chasing points right now, I think that you guys are more toward, getting the points rather than chicken dinners. So I'm really interested to see how exactly, you guys are going to try and close the day out early. Now, let's talk a little bit about how you are as a team. Now, in RRQ, as a team, we've seen you guys play, but out of the team, out of the games, I always see Narpeko always yelling, hyping you guys up. So is he always the hype man for RRQ? Or is he also the guy that keeps you guys hyped up in game as well, or is he more serious?
Jadi kalau kita lihat soal RRQ ini, kalau di out game-nya itu kita pasti sering lihat Narpeko kayak lebih ke arah suka teriak-teriak, suka nge-hypein anak-anak. Bisa ceritakan sedikit nggak, apakah Narpeko itu juga orang yang sama persis di in-game? Di in-game dia juga nge-hypein anak-anak, ataupun di in-game dia itu lebih ke arah mode serius gitu?
Dia penyemangat kami sih, jadi kayak nggak ngebuat hype juga di dalam in-game.
Yeah, I think I mean Narpeko is Narpeko from outside the game. Inside the game, he's always been our hype man, and yeah, we feel hyped, and then we feel motivated when he alongside with us.
You know what? Hearing this makes me excited, so I hope I get to see an RRQ mic check very, very soon. Now, let's talk a final question to you, Hazel. With today being the final chance to secure a spot to the final stage, what do you think sets your team apart compared to the other Indonesian squads playing today?
Oke, dengan hari ini hari terakhir buat meloloskan diri ke Grand Final, menurut kamu sendiri seberapa besar perbedaan di antara pasukan RRQ dan juga tim-tim Indonesia yang lain?
Kalau tim Indonesia lainnya kita nggak tahu sih. Soalnya kita hanya fokus ke tim RRQ sendiri.
If you ask me about another Indonesian teams, I don't really focus about it. I just focus on myself. I just focus on RRQ itself, so that we can qualify to the grand final with a huge momentum.
You know what? It's really exciting here, but thank you so much, Hazel, for your insight. Let's talk to you, Lapar. I think you've been part of Team 4 very, very long right now. And yesterday, it was a very interesting moment because yesterday, it's all about placements, it's all about eliminations, and less about chicken dinners. Now, for today, you guys need to get the chicken dinner in order to end the day early. So, will your playstyle change, do you think, today?
Oke, kalau kita lihat permainan RRQ semalam lebih ke arah placement point, lebih ke arah kill points, tetapi kurang buat WWCD. Karena hari ini hari terakhir dan bisa dibilang smash rule juga, apakah permainan daripada RRQ sendiri bakal berubah ke arah mungkin lebih pasif? Gimana tanggapannya?
Kalau dari RRQ sih paling nggak bakal berubah, kita bakal agresif. Ya paling kita bakal perbaiki mistake kita di late game, ya kita improve lah daripada hari kemarin.
Yeah, I think we not gonna change our playstyle. We're just gonna be aggressive from the start, but then we just need to fix our late mistake. I mean, our mistake in the late game, so that we can hope everything went smoothly for us.
You know, I love that idea that you have a late game, early game, and mid game, kind of like thinking and call. So this is exciting. So I'm hoping to see a big change happening toward the late game for RQ. Now let's talk a little bit about Indonesia. So Indonesia has dominated PMSL for the last 4 seasons, but the last time this happened, the streak was actually broken by another country. So with this season's Indonesian teams looking not as dominant as before, do you think you have extra pressure to kind of bring Indonesia's name, back to the top?
Oke, kalau kita seperti seperti yang semua orang tahu lah, region Indonesia itu bisa dibilang udah mendominasi selama 4 season. Dan season kemarin rekor itu terpecahkan oleh pasukan daripada Thailand. Jadi menurut Lapar sendiri, apakah kamu ngerasa sedikit pressure ataupun lebih pressure karena kalau kita lihat di season ini pasukan-pasukan daripada Indonesia itu tidaklah begitu mendominasi, dan sekarang hanya bisa dilihat RRQ yang berada di papan atas. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah kamu ngerasa pressure untuk membalikin lagi nama Indonesia di pentas SEA dan juga bisa dibilang global?
Kalau dari tim RRQ sendiri sih kita nggak ada pressure sama sekali sih. Kita bakal all in buat season ini, buat kasih yang terbaik juga untuk Indonesia.
Ya, for us, I don't think that we felt any pressure, any kind of pressure. We just focus on ourselves. We just gonna give our best for my team, for RRQ, and of course for Indonesia as well.
I love that mindset as well. Don't think about that much too much. Just worry about what you have to go in game today. So that's really exciting to hear. Now, finally, anything you want to say to the other teams playing in Smash Rule today?
Oke, terakhir kata-kata buat semua tim yang bermain di Smash Rule hari ini.
Ya karena ini rules terbaru juga, ya paling good luck aja sih, karena bakalan seru dan ada kejutan.
Yeah, to all the teams that playing for Smash Rule today, I just gonna wish you good luck because this is a new format. But then, yeah, there's gonna be a surprise here and there, so you just have fun.
There we go. Surprises here and there because of the new format is something I'm so excited to see. So ready or not, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the Smash Rule Day today. So to you, casters.
It is Smash Rule Sunday! Ladies and gents, you guys are tuning in to PMSL SEA Spring 2025 with me, Chu, and CELCOMDIGI. Different hat today. It's a man with different hat, of course. But Cloud, today's the day that we all are super excited about.
Yeah, today has to be the chicken dinner hat because it will not end unless the chicken dinner is struck after the match point is passed. But we have a maximum of 8 games, so don't worry, we won't play until 800 games. Just saying, right? But it could go as low as 2 games. This is going to be an insane day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for if it goes to 8 games. I still have the same question here today. What are the other 2 maps? So we're gonna have to wait and see for the format later on because we have no clue about anything today at all. But speaking of which, now this is gonna be a tight run. Don't forget the most minimum points we can the most minimum matches we're gonna play is gonna be 2 matches. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but when it comes to the points and the scores, it's doable.
Oh yeah, I mean we got the best top 3 teams that are very, very close to the match point, and they could potentially bring us to only 2 games today. But to further explain our format for today, we will start it off with first the usual 10-point format for a winner-winner chicken dinner. But what is most important, of course, these teams are eyeing for the moolah of $200,000 US.
Now for this, we're down to our second last week of the entirety of this season. Next week, 14, 15 and 16 March will be the grand finals. So we talked about the venue. We're going to mention again for today later on. But also, we're done with the group stage. It's down to the last Super Weekend.
Yeah, for us to find out who are our top 16 teams from the league ranked points to play in the grand finals that will happen on March 14. That is next Friday until Sunday. 3 days of bout, and we will crown our champion for the PMSL this season. Of course, this is the Smash Rule Day, and to re-explain to you, Choo Choo.
Yep, we will set out a match point, which was yesterday. Pretty much, I think it was 67 points. So it means the benchmark here, it's going to be another plus 10 points, 77 points. Now, whoever reached that match point first, the next match, they have to secure the winner chicken dinner. If they score the chicken dinner, they will win and end the entire day. So 77 is the point that they're all aiming for their first target, and second, they have to score the chicken to end the match.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting, right? For the first time ever, we're going to see such a rule. And of course, the teams that are participating in this rule are the teams that played over this super weekend since yesterday. Vampire Esports, D-Xavier, Team Flash, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, RRQ, eArena, Boom Esports, and you know the names by now because they played yesterday anyway.
When it comes to the league rankings, CELCOMDIGI Alliance did score themselves first in the first week of Super Weekend. BTR got 12. The teams that didn't score themselves before do have extra points or extra privilege for this week. OSJA Thailand, they did pleasantly well for week number 1. These Xavier's always consistently be in the top 3 as well. So OSJA Thailand, with what they're standing here right now, they have a high chance to get that first place.
Yeah, but for some teams at the other end, they have a little bit of risk, but because of how they performed yesterday, it could be okay for them. But the bigger risky ones are those who did not enter into last week's Super Weekend. Teams like Alter Ego, teams like TALON, teams like HOMEBOIS, TODAK even. They need to get as many points as possible to at least avoid the tiebreaker rule.
Yeah, unfortunately for New Era or Strangers also do have a better shot this week. But for New Era and VKE, FaZe Clan, unfortunately, they didn't have a shot at all when it comes to Grand Final slot down there since they're not getting into both Super Weekend. But so far, we talked about the benchmark or the match point. The match point is going to be plus 10. Now, the highest at number 1 is going to be OSJA Thailand. That's going to be 67 points. So, whoever gets 77 points first for the first match, the second match will be all about the chicken dinner. These Xavier's Vampires are closing in, and RQ 79 as well as eArena pretty much have a shot at this too.
Yeah, they're the next batch, right? The teams, other than the top 3 teams, the teams on page number 1, they're the next batch to hit it. But they might need more than one game. But teams on page number 2, they need to crawl a lot of games to end the day. If not, well, if it doesn't end, then we'll go all 8 games and then we'll see where their last placement is at. But speaking about the last placement, Boom Esports, surprise, surprise. After 6 games yesterday, they only managed to collect 9 points.
Barely has any progress when it comes to yesterday's performance. I don't know what happened to Boom. But you guys saw on top of the total points that it's written there match point 77. So if these teams, the bottom ones, start to rise up the occasion and try to gain all the chicken dinner for themselves and no progress for the top 6 teams in the first page, we might actually have to go to 8 games or at 8 maps in total. Now if that's going to be the case, we're going to have the first place with the most amount of points as per usual to be taking the 15-point league points.
But before we get onto our game, we'd just like to recap a little bit of what happened yesterday. So Vampire Esports, D-Xavier, and OSJA Thailand, they were our top teams yesterday. Vampire Esports, they're up there. No chicken dinner, no problem for them, but they are still up there with a very close call. They're only like, 1 point behind OSJA Thailand with 66 points. So at the end of the day, it's all about the points that matter, right? If you get a chicken dinner, it's a good bonus.
But for, I love the fact also these Xaviers yesterday have been very consistent. I mean, these Xaviers, it's so difficult for us to see them dropping at any game. We saw them once, and that's just like one time in the entirety of week number 2, especially in day number 2 of their group stage. But for OSJA Thailand, Red Bull yesterday was a big highlight for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It was the Red Bull show, especially in one of the Miramar matches. And also, in this Erangel match that we can see here on screen, he did put in a very, very good performance to help OSJA Thailand, bringing in 2 chicken dinners. And here's another highlight of him inside of Miramar. This is probably the biggest one when he took out 3 out of 4 players from Vampire Esports.
I mean, not just once, he did it multiple times as well. I mean, before that in Erangel, he did that by himself too. That's going to be the rising star, but I do love the fact that Sharp also stepping up the game here by pushing all cylinders out on the side of OSJA Thailand. That's why they are taking the lead and only 1 point difference between them and the rest of the team. Now we're starting off, I like this. I am starting off only 4 maps for now, but surprise, surprise, no Sunhawk. We're starting off our day with Erangel Mirama, all the way. Sunhawk, non-existence when it comes to the Smash Roll day.
So it looks like we'll go back and forth between 2 maps only until a maximum of 8 games today. But it could go as low as 2 games. So we might even end at Mirama by game number 2 today. So that's why we told you yesterday, you don't want to come in the middle of the show. Potentially, by the time you come in, the show would have ended. But this has not ended. This just started the 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile.
Yep, the Golden Moon event is on 2 days ago. You guys can have a lot of time to download this, and don't forget to collect the Times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free, okay? And the Desert Boat Camel will soon join in the PUBG Mobile Battleground and join you on your Golden Moon journey. On March 7th, we'll already drop this huge update, so you guys should try it out and download it now. And don't forget, if you have content in this event, hashtag PUBGM 370 and hashtag Golden Moon 2025 and also hashtag PUBG Mobile.
And you can use the same hashtags as well if you create any content relevant to Alan Walker, who's our OG musician, together with PUBG Mobile for the longest time, and is here again to celebrate the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. And there will be special 3 songs that will be featured. The first track is going to be Faded. It's already revealed there. Track number 2, track number 3, unknown yet. But again, if you have been with us for a good amount of time, you probably know what track 2 and track 3 is. So you can put it in the comment section as well so that we can see how many of you have been with PUBG Mobile since back in the day.
Yeah, but when it comes to today, though, we are looking forward. I mean, nobody wants to jinx it, so we're going to leave it for later then. But also, don't forget, this event is proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with their POVA 6 Pro 5G powered by a fast processor and 120 Hz ultra smooth display for your gaming experience is now more responsive than ever and also lag free. So you guys been asking what the player is using for their device this season. You guys see in the center of the screen right now, that's humongous, but it's TECNO. I love the emerald green one though.
Oh yeah, I noticed that a lot of players are actually using the green one, so it looks pretty nice. It's very different from what we are used to seeing. Most models come in the black version, but the green one is definitely very, very unique. But what's going to be unique? Maybe our prediction. Let's see what you have on the board, Choo Choo. So it looks like you're going for 7 Night eArena and RRQ.
Okay, at first, my prediction was like yours. And then, oh, sorry, Mr. Producer, but I said, don't jinx it. And we both put it up there. So there's a chance still for RRQ, eArena, and Sam9 as well to catch up in this game because we're playing Erangel. It's not Sunhawk. So high chance they do have a third party a lot of times.
Oh well, I guess that's the explanation there. But glad that we didn't get we didn't put it out the same prediction, right? If not, you'll be like, cliche, right? Yeah, so at least we kind of do the switcheroo a little bit. And of course, for mine, I guess I don't need any more explanation. They are the closest one. They will be the highly motivated team. But I did put out a theory as well yesterday, and I do expect this to happen, is that all these 3 teams, or maybe whichever team, right? Whoever who hits the match point, that match, after the match point, they might be hunted down by other teams. There might be a hard drop onto them. And that's something that whoever it is might want to consider to change their drop spot.
I mean, the thing about the teams at the very top, they are very good at their game. So for me, it's yes, high possibility that might happen. But the high chance is it's going to be either the middle pack or the teams at the very bottom that will risk to do that. But at the same time, knowing that this is going to be the top teams, they're very good at what they're doing, high chance they're going to donate their points and make it even faster for the teams on top to close up the game.
Yeah, I'm just admiring the green TECNO phone that they are using there. It's looking so beautiful. Wish we could get to try it for ourselves, right? Just saying, wink, wink, in case anyone out there is listening. But we will be listening to the gunshots inside of the game. It's going to be game number 1, not Sunhawk, Erangel. Here we go.
Well, it's not game number 2 in case you guys just joined us. It's the match number 1 when it comes to final Super Weekend out for them to get their last chance into the grand final slot. We're starting our way in Erangel, Miramar, and alternate between Erangel and Miramar only for today because it's the Smash Roll Day. So we're gonna have a very decent and generous flight path, equally divide this map into west and eastern side. But it's always about the circle and also about the teams, about the top teams. Will they play more aggressive or will it be otherwise? Because right now, closing the gap, 10 points, it's within reach for the top 3 teams.
Yeah, absolutely right. They are definitely the closest ones. So all eyes will be on to them for them to make the match point first. But there's also this possibility that they do not make the match point after this round. So that's also another variable that we need to consider. Now, considering that hot drops might happen, maybe not this round, maybe after a certain team reaches the match point. So I don't expect to see a certain hot drop, except for the fact that if anyone were to try to grab vehicles and then they happen to bump into another team, then maybe that, but not a deliberate hot drop yet.
Well, at least the circle seems to be quite generous too. I mean, we've seen a lot of Medusa intersection when it comes to this week though now, and we saw how rowdy it can get. A couple of choke points possibly well mentioned here around the potato hills of Pachinki, maybe around Milta or Shelter, always going to be having a lot of gunfights there. Even when it comes to the northern side, teams might migrate into Roshawk area just to get into the center. So this is probably going to be the one of the most famous choke points you will actually see during stage number 2 or even stage number 1. Who knows? It depends on the players whether they want to go all the way fast-paced in game today or slightly a bit more stable and a bit peaceful, depending on them.
Looking at the first few minutes of the round, looks like we're going to get a slightly peaceful sort of start for all these teams. No first blood yet. And it could be because like these teams, they might be kind of careful because I can imagine that because it's the first time you're going to play this rule, right? You don't know what's going to happen. So you just want to stay out of trouble for now and just observe what other teams do.
And the best mindset for every single team that actually pretty much on top right now, especially the top 6 we're talking about, they're going to have the same sort of mental mindset where, you know, play as per usual, don't be too aggressive, try to balance both, and just try to get as much points as possible. That's going to be the best way to think about get as much point as possible in every single map they are still playing, because we don't know whether we're just going to play for 2 maps or it's going to be all the way down to 8 maps. It depends on the top 6 teams whether they can catch up or not towards that 77 points. Once they reach 77 points, they have to get the chicken for the next round, which going to be not easy task at all, because first, we're not playing back-to-back Erangel map. Second, it's going to be a different map entirely, which can be Miramar, the bigger map, if they want to score chicken in the second one.
Yeah, so even their hits needs to switch, right, based on the map. And different map, obviously, not only because of the map itself, but also the drop spot itself, that they need to just be versatile enough to have that very, very quick switch. And it's not like, okay, at least for the first 3 games, right? It's not like they will have an extended break to like, okay, we have a good amount of time for us to discuss, for us to talk about like, okay, what's going to happen in this map, so on and so forth. They need to prepare. They probably had just a short break and then they need to come back into the game and activate themselves immediately in a totally new map. So that's going to be the challenge for these teams. So much that might happen here today.
Yeah, I agree. Especially the teams that love to switch players when it comes to different maps, Erangel and Miramar before. So they have different dynamics for every single map rotation here, which can be slightly difficult, keeping their momentum at the same level. So it seems like, oh, it's a very short. There's a chance that we might getting a very short day, but also this huge challenge and a huge block that the players have to go through. The fact that they keep changing players will not make all the players warmed up properly. So we're gonna have to wait and see. We don't know what to expect. Always expect the unexpected. We asked this about Red Bull when we had that interview closing the day yesterday by OSJA Thailand. So it's best to expect the unexpected. That's the best case scenario. You won't get flustered. You won't get disappointed. It won't screw up your momentum if you just expect the worst case scenario. But so far, surprisingly, I mean, compared to yesterday, a bit more aggressive. Compared to now, the pacing a bit slower because I think everybody's just pretty much tipping on their toes, knowing the fact, hey, I'm cannot afford to make any mistake. We're going to go down early, especially the top 3 teams. Then they lose their opportunity to get any progress when it comes to the scores.
Yeah, the theory could be like, okay, new format, everything new, don't know what everyone else is going to do. They probably have their own game plan and they'll stick to it. But that's not the game plan that anybody would plan for. RRQ?
I think he was maybe they were messing with things, probably just testing things out and accidentally tossed that hand grenade, maybe. But that's quite costly for Nepeko, especially in the early stage. You barely got any first aids, and they barely got any vehicles too to have to share 4 person in one very small base here. So then they will probably try to find any extra vehicles while they're in the process. But we talked about the teams that might actually engage here: Homeboys and Team Flash. Team Flash part ways immediately. They're not interested in getting early conflicts too much.
I like the positive thinking though. To me, it's like, haha, you did a boo-boo. Whatever reason. No excuses for that. But at least, you know, okay. What would they have used like after that kind of small boo-boo there? 1 nade, 1 first aid, or a few bandages? Yeah. But of course, they could potentially use that on the later stages of the game, but to use that very, very early for nothing, then hopefully it doesn't bite them in the back later.
Well, this might bite them back, or maybe giving them an advantage for these Xaviers, though, because Homeboys willingly giving away their bodies, and the boy already taken out at first blood by these Xaviers. That means they are actually at a tie with OSJA Thailand right now. All they need is 10 more points to go. If they can secure with 10 eliminations, I mean, that's pretty much straightforward. All they need to do is just aiming for the chicken for the next one. Whoever gets, if all top 3 teams already got 77 points by end of this run, any of these top 3 who scored chicken dinner in the next one will straight away finish off our run of the day.
Oh yeah, yeah, and they will be the ones to let us go early to the bazaar. We still have time though, just saying. So let's see if that's gonna happen. I mean, the chances are like 3 out of 16, so it's pretty slim. But then again, they are the top teams for a reason, that they are capable of doing that. In fact, over the course of this week, we've seen like D Xavier with a back-to-back chicken dinner, OSJA Thailand as well, able to come up with multiple chicken dinners. Even Vampire Esports also capable of doing a back-to-back chicken dinner. And speaking about the star man for OSJA Thailand, we have Red Bull here. He is top number 2 in average eliminations, average damage, and average assists.
Speaking of almost getting that number, who is that number 1 for everything? Do we have a number 1 for everything? I mean, that's a big feature there. A number 2 in everything else.
Well, I guess if we do, then probably it will be highlighted to us. Maybe we don't have that yet. That's why there's no graphic there. But we can't be sure. Anyway, the data is still running. So that's kind of like the live data, probably as of yesterday's last game, that is. But he did deserve it, considering like how he did perform yesterday.
That is Nepeko spotted our homeboys, our boy just now. But I think the Xavier stole it away. That's a huge contribution by RQ. Thanks for that. But eArena, also the teams happen to be in the top 6 now, have to fight against 7-9 just next to each other. And speaking of the 5th and 6th place team, well, we love some rowdy fight. We talked about the choke point on the heels of the Chinky, and it's happening now.
Oh yeah, here comes Tiger X chasing on the Mika. Mika is pretty low. They got Fearon. Not good news for Sam 9 now, but Mika has that hillside to reset himself. At the same time, Mika, okay, he fires back even though he only has 10% of health. Now with the medkit in, we'll be back to 100% health.
Managed to reset, reload eArena. They lost a brand here for 7-9. It's not great for eArena. They got slightly compared to 7-9. We're actually the same trade for both of them. 1 for each. But NC2 got shot down by TALON from afar. The team who stands at 9 players will butt into this business and stop for both team balls. UI, EA also. And C2 down. 7-9 seems to be winning thanks to TALON's A just now. And eArena down to only one last member.
And this is eArena falling apart, but the nade by Tiger. Oh, now Tiger's very low. One last tick of health. He's still able to escape.
It's going to be 1v1 between Tiger and Yuhai. And Yuhai decided to leave, going for this engagement. It's heavy casualty on the side of 7-9 and eArena for both of them. Down to only one last player. Pretty much neck to neck when it comes to performance, even for the 4th and 5th team.
This is going to be real interesting, right? Look at this. I'm just looking at the numbers again as well. 7-9, eArena, they're part of the top 6. The next batch closest to the match point, but now they only have one player left for them to catch that match point. This round is for them to come up with a big performance, and with only one player left, it's going to be kind of hard. Homeboys, hard for them as well if Vampire Esports choose to stop here.
Alton, the last member remaining for Homeboys. But Circle will shrink at the same time, while RQ do still have all full men alive. Yeah, they do have a chance to get a bit of a push compared to 7-9 as well as eArena. But Boom is there in the center. Alter Ego and Boom are always just next to each other. Vampire is playing it slightly slower compared to previous. I think after they get in early in yesterday's wrangle, the first yesterday's wrangle, it didn't work out so quite right for them. They're gonna take things slow, but it's an open space! No cover! And they got ambushed for Vampires. How did they respond to this against Team Flash?
And it was Schweppes that got it. A knock, but not an elimination yet. But Team Flash now crashed in by Vampire Esports. The moment they arrived, Nuzi got one target. And now they were going for the cleanup. 2 points into the back of Vampire Esports.
Oh, I love the fact how the top 3 keep on changing when it comes to whoever takes the lead right now. Slightly a bit more advantage. Vampires do have extra points compared to the Saviors and OSJA Thailand. But for Vampires, they managed to survive despite there was an open space when they got ambushed out of nowhere. Team Flash, unfortunately, they had the upper hand before, but due to how aggressive Vampires can get, they go straight with the confrontation with their troublemakers. And that's going to be Zeus, Team Flash, down to last player. I'm not sure who's the last player still stand. Maybe, well, it's Zeus. Zeus nowhere to be found. I don't know who is the last one right now, but they are in trouble. The last player of Team Flash right now quite deep in the blue zone.
Well, also after that fight, Vampire Esports, they collected 3 points. They are at 69 points now, edging closer and closer to that match point. OSJA Thailand, another team that wants to catch the match point, obviously, but they haven't started their campaign this round yet. Helton is still alive, but not for long, as he was found out by Tony K and Onzens. That's another point for Vampire.
7 points more to go for Vampires to close the match point here. While they are taking aggressive lead compared to the Xaviers and OSJA, now OSJA also taking some action. And Mata into hand, cleaning up Cleon from TODAK, and maybe Lynx will be next. Now for Red Bull, aggressively trying to hunt over the rest of TODAK players. Look at how Shopper knows exactly where Lynx is. I don't know if there's anybody else who butt into this business. CELCOMDIGI Alliance seems to be passing by as well. Overpicking on the side of Shopper will cause him some damage down there. GUI, thanks for his presence. They managed to give some cover fire, but that smoke up a buggy needs to be left behind. Because I saw CELCOMDIGI Alliance seems to be very interested in taking the fight and Meta into their hands.
Yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they probably have the objective of stopping these other teams. Anyway, speaking about stopping RRQ, stopping OSJA Thailand. They took out 2 players from OSJA Thailand now. Onzens, knocked out by Razak. VOIN Donkey now fighting against Vampire Esports. Nuzi wins the fight. Beautifully done by Nuzi with some support from Tony K from the top.
was 3v1 when Nuzik pushed in with a shotgun by himself. I think they got more than they won right now. They lost Onsens in the process, but these guys are running well. Vampires, they're really aiming to just win for this. Because right now, all the points they gathered, 3 more points to go, and they're going to finish off the match point. One of the criteria they need to finish off the day, and it's already 7 in the back. They need just 3 more to go, maybe 4 more to go. That's including the placement points. As long as they survive longer, I mean, it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, for now, 13 teams still, so edging closer and closer to getting the placement points as well. For RRQ, they're going to try to stop TODAK from coming to the circle. 9 is together with the Lynx, and he will be picked up. But RRQ, they're not really interested with TODAK. They want to get into the circle first.
The circle just shifted away from everybody else. It's slightly towards the Chinky Hills. But RRQ, they got caught in the process of migrating. That's going to be Alter Ego taking a bit of a jab from the side. Coming up from the north down towards RRQ. They will wipe the entirety of RRQ. Alter Ego seems to be on a different level and different approach here today. A bit more aggressive. These Xavier's taking on VOIN Donkey, while VOIN Donkey were busy with somebody else. But unfortunately for eArena to be obliterated entirely, we're down to 11 teams in a blink. While Alter Ego and RRQ still exchange hands, but unfortunately, only 7-9 left when it comes to the top 16. While these Xaviers and Vampires still have a full squad, except for Vampires. They're working as a trio, but Newsy is a monster here today.
Oh, absolutely. They put in a good performance earlier on, but his monstrous performance is needed again now that they're facing the TALON. Look at the amount of nades onto them. Lots of splash damage. This will knock Newsy down to the ground.
Vampires, they're very close to the target now. They barely got any placement points. It's not 77 points yet. They need to survive if they want to get the next chicken and finish off their run as #1 team for this week's Super Weekend. Now Tony K will try to revive Shraps. Given the terrain, they will slightly cover it for now. The slopes will not let TALON see them through, but it's all about whether they can survive, because we saw how many teams are surrounding Vampires right now.
Oh yeah, and just the minimap can tell that story, right? You got teams on the higher ground, you got teams on the lower ground. They're pretty surrounded now. The good news for them is that they are in the circle. TODAK, on the other hand, they managed to make it into the circle themselves, and they will be playing by this slope. Also, surrounded by a few other teams and one player just behind them. But now they're making them move, and they will meet up with TALON.
TODAK, they try to get into the potato hills of Pachinki to get themselves the elevation. The vehicle got stuck at the worst timing. For these Xaviers, they approach this very slowly and safely. Very different and contradicting to us Vampires just now. Vampires, you know what? They don't care. Gun blazing. Just try to get all those eliminations. But these Xaviers, they are calm. They are in their Zen mode. Try to wait things out and maybe even gatekeep whoever try to go and breach from the east side of the circle. But Vampires, they're running amok right now.
But they need to continue to run amok. They're by the edge of the circle. That will give them the opportunity to be that kind of person, to be that amok running people. And the more they do that, even if they get eliminated, like before them getting like a chicken dinner, they will have enough points to reach the match point. So that could be their objective as well. It's not about the chicken dinner this round. It's about collecting just enough to reach the match point, and that is mission complete.
Rocky May. Alter Ego spot up. As per usual, it's always Alter Ego versus Boom. I think for the entirety of the tournament here by now. But 5 eliminations by Alter Ego. That scores them at 20 points. But still a lot to catch up to 77 points now. No matter how much the teams at the very bottom, like they gain back-to-back chicken, as long as they got 77 points. Now, you guys still are unclear about the Smash rule rules. So whoever get the 77 points and close the next game with the chicken dinner, they will win it straight away. And that's going to be end for entire day. But BTR butting into Boom and Alter Ego business. I mean, speaking of third party.
Oh, here comes a BTR third partying on the Boom Esports. Boom Esports, only one player left going up against one of the powerhouses, BTR. And they were not able to collect any points at all this round. They're out at number 10.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance now greeted by Alter Ego, but Hans for you. Taken away Iftar. Eric looks, but they're off there. There's a clear line of sight. Oh, those pictures shot. Nobody wants to be at the receiving ends of Alter Ego. That's gonna hurt them quite a lot. Rocky May now tosses around random nades. He doesn't know the Iftar actually got a clear shot of that, and unfortunately stolen away by the Xaviers. All three of them. That scores 4. Speaking of playing it smart, what a genius, the Xaviers.
Oh man, and the Xavier with that genius move, they're starting to collect more points. Anyway, Vampire Esports right now will face the wrath of all the teams around them. Nate slop onto Vampire Esports. They're trying to get elimination points. Tony K is bleeding up, but from the top as well, Talon sends a Nate down to the ground, eliminating Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports still not at match point yet.
Oh, it seems to be close, but now it's even further. On the side of Vampires, this is giving so much room for these Xaviers. These Xaviers, they are very close at 77. Right now it's 71. And they got themselves in the top 7 already. All they need is just extra couple of placement points or even a chicken dinner here. If they score the chicken dinner now, it will not complete their run yet. It has to be a different, separate game for the chicken dinner after the match point set rule. But for BTR, they are fighting against Talon for quite some time now. They were fighting against Boom before, and now it costs them quite dearly when it comes to their lineup and their resources on the side of Talon, especially down to only 2 players. 1, and that's done. BTR is pushing their numbers up.
Oh yeah, BTR collected 9 elimination points so far. They really want to catch up, but they have to eliminate the Xavier, because right now the Xavier, they are collecting more and more points, edging closer to the match point.
Nobody tried to pick up Levi. Finally, he's being revived. Levi will need a bit of reset. So far, we do have the lead when it comes to the Xavier's eliminator. It's going to be Lamborghini with 3 elimination points. They're playing super safe. They're playing it very smart at maneuvering everybody else when it comes to their information, not giving away any positioning at all. But Strangers Esports, they lost Mela earlier on. Yesterday, Mela was on fire. And Lobby axing on TODAK. TODAK down to only last player. That's going to be Real, who might also been taken out and finish off. We're down to the top 4. Now, if the Xavier scored more than 77, they only have one objective to do for the next map.
Oh yeah, which is to score the chicken dinner. And we know the Xavier is very capable of doing that. But let's see if any of these teams can stop them at their tracks. We have a good amount of amazing teams here as well, with a full squad. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, BTRs, even Strangers Esports. If they can recover their teammate, they'll be back as a trio, and they have a lot of firepower in them as well. But the Xavier is not a team to be looked down upon. They know their objective. They're staying away from all these fights. Their objective is to meet the match point rule first.
For Strangers Esports, they're having the least amount of players. Do not make them the best favorite teams in this scenario right now. BTR, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and these Xaviers, as long as they have 4 men, it's equal field for all these 3 teams that are having a full squad. But for Strangers, if they play this safely, they play it quiet, they probably can survive a bit longer. But unfortunately, they caught themselves in between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and BTR, and the circle shrinks in the center. And this is not good news for BTR. Not good news for the side of Strangers yet, because if BTR and CELCOMDIGI Alliance happen to be moving in the center, they might actually spot them out.
Look at this long range spray onto the other side, trying to get their target. Strangers Esports only playing as a duo. They failed to pick up their previous teammate. He's got eliminated. And I also want to point out the fact that we are at stage 6, but we only have 4 teams remaining. Somebody put the pedal to the metal during stage 3 onwards. And right now, we could potentially see the end of this game maybe within stage 7 or even 8.
I have to thank Vampires for that. They're running amok, kind of triggered all the other teams to go aggressive as well. The moment they heard gunfire shot, everybody starts shooting now. But get to a side of BTR, these Xaviers, they're taking it very cautiously, making sure nobody's coming up from behind. Everything is clear, but it's going to be a very open circle when it comes to stage number 7 here. 3 more seconds to go. I don't know about Strangers Esports, whether they'll be favored or not. If not, That's going to be a tough one. And they will have to crawl their way downwards, which is going to be a bit of a flat plane. It might be discovered by Jimmy, who's tailing them closely from behind. On the side of these Avis, I mean, oh my god, Universe is helping them. They got double air dropped in that corner too.
And with the circle and with a full team, I mean, it looks like it's going to be in the bag for D Xavier, but it's not over till it's over. But it could be over for Ifta. He slipped from his vehicle. He's now down, but Adin Luke comes in as the savior for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to finish off Strangers Esports.
And they need to reset now. But fortunate enough for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, a bit far compared to where BTR and D Xavier's at. So D Xavier's and BTR. I mean, BTR definitely interested to listening to the noise just now, but for the Xaviers, they split into 2-2. They know exactly where the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance based on their gunshot before. So they are sending the other pair, the other two players of the Xaviers, probably going to scout over the ones coming up from the southern side. But for CELCOMDIGI Alliance giving away their position, same goes for Federales. He opens fire. This means the Xaviers know exactly where the two teams at. All they need to do is just have some tiny sight between just these two teams right now.
And that's where it's going to be hard because this is a hilly, slopey area. For you to get a good visual on the opponent, it's not that easy. Plus, the smoke is still active. BTR, they don't have a good vision onto CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but they will still fire past the smoke. And Federales, surely his hit marker gave him a clue that they're somewhere still there. Scopes down to try to find another angle. Right now, everyone's taking their own corner. While D Xavier, they're firing now onto BTR.
Two stages might actually pass without any movement between these three teams here. Nobody willing to give away any sort of information. But as the circle shrink, it's going to be a flat plane. Lamborghini being taken down by Razy. Is it going to be go time for CELCOMDIGI Alliance or BTR here? It says these Davis got knocked out on one. But Lamborghini immediately will be revived by Levi here. They do have a lot of resources on the side of these Davis. They're playing it very cautiously, very conservative as well. But BTR, they have to march in. They have to just push forward. And they are the closer ones against CELCOMDIGI Alliance now.
Yeah, and D Xavier, all they need to do is just sit back and chill. Right now, they even have the circle for themselves, and they have a 2-2 split, so they have a good amount of control of the circle. You just need to keep an eye on the movement of CELCOMDIGI Alliance and BTR in case they do something funny. But for now, CELCOMDIGI Alliance and also BTR, they're firing at each other. D Xavier, they just need to play the patience game.
They are playing. Levi opened fires. That counters fires by the side of BTR as well. Which one will they pick first? It's all down to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, really, whether they want to go in against BTR or not, because they are the closer one when it comes to distance-wise. And BTR, like it or not, they have to make a move now. Because when it comes to stage number 9, there's no more second. They are the closest one against the Blues, and same goes for a couple of players of the Xaviers. But spotted out Satar. Is it going to be go time? BTR, they take the shooting to the side of the Xaviers. A bit of exchange of bullet between these two teams here right now. Will CELCOMDIGI Alliance spotted out by Razy. They are aiming for two teams at the same time for BTR, but Nate managed to take down on BTR as well. BTR left with one player, while Nate going in for the revival first. He knows how important teamwork in this case, and it's down to the Xaviers versus CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
And here comes CELCOMDIGI Alliance, trying to get as close as possible to D Xavier. We're coming on to stage number 9. No circle after this. And D Xavier, they're still well spread out. Same goes for CELCOMDIGI Alliance though. Welcome stage number 9, the grand finale between D Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be the match point already set by the Xaviers. But they need another chicken for the next one. It has to be a back-to-back for them to finish off their run for today. But for these Xaviers, they will try to secure as much point as possible so the teams at second and third place cannot catch up to us inside. But unfortunately, wait, what? Lamborghini still survived at 1 HP. I thought he was completely gone.
Oh man, I thought so as well. That was insane by Lamborghini. He still survives, and now he managed to reset. And Jimmy OP got Levi's. Okay, Levi's kind of far away from Paragen. For him to be safe, it's going to be a bit difficult. But anyway, Jimmy OP, he will finish off Levi. So it's going to be a 3 left for D Xavier. But they got no Leo.
It's going to be 3v1. The Xavier, they set their mind into it. They played the patient game and let the momentum slowly build up throughout the entirety of the course. Everything seems to be unfolding for the Xaviers, but can they reach out for the last player? They managed to reset on CELCOMDIGI Lions. The nade will be blocked by the one rock, but the blue zone approaching. Adiglu cornered down. There's nowhere to run nor hide. The Xaviers, they setting the match point. They got their first objective. Question is, they need the second chicken to close it off.
Absolutely. They are the only team to have reached match point right now. And you don't often see this, but Lamborghini seems to be pretty pleased with his performance and also the team's performance in this round to reach the match point. They are the only team. So that's going to be scary for the Xavier as well. They could be hunted down by all the other 15 teams.
That's why they've been playing it very safe, but lucky enough for them, the hunting won't be as fast-paced as the Wrangle if that's going to be the case. Because next match, we're going to head into Miramar, so there's plenty of space for them to have a bit longer rotation. But when it comes to the final flow just now, it was everybody's game here between the three teams that are having a full squad. For Strangers Esports, that's difficult. They only had 2 players. But the moment BTR, they split it 2 ways to actually go against CELCOMDIGI Alliance and the Xaviers at the same time. That gives full attention, full unwanted attention towards BTR that's been taken down by both of these teams.
Oh man, and looking over at the final blow, look at how coordinated the Xavier is at. And the Xavier, okay, right now, whatever points that they collect, it won't matter. It's all about getting the winner chicken dinner next. And if you want to zoom into the points in this round, they managed to collect 12 elimination points with the chicken dinner. That's going to be 22 points collected by the Xavier, the only team who have reached match point, and their goal is to get the winner chicken dinner in game number 2. And like what you said, it is going to be a bigger map. They will have a lot more space to play, a lot more space to just avoid all the other teams appear at the very end just to secure the chicken dinner. They don't need to take unnecessary fights in this sort of format in game number 2. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a switch of a strategy for the Xavier coming in. Miramar is going to be next, but before that, highlights.
What a discipline displayed by the Xaviers just now. They play slow and steady compared to Vampires. They try to get that 10-point rule the smash rule points. For the match point, unfortunately, they were being eliminated quickly right afterwards when they were migrating towards the circle. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, BTR Vampires also joining in. D Xaviers when it comes to the top 4. But D Xaviers, they have only one thing to do now: get the chicken.
Only one objective and nothing else. But we've seen also like Vampire Esports within our top 4 teams, the way that they wanted to reach the match point is to go all in aggressive. So the result is a little bit different as compared to D Xavier. They played for the chicken dinner, and that's how they reached the match point. Vampire Esports, they have not reached match point yet. So if they do reach the match point in the next round, they will need the following round, which is back in Erangel, to score the dinner before they're able to end the game. We'll get the confirmation on the overall numbers very, very soon and how close they are, including OSJA Thailand. But before we get to that, we got to celebrate our MVP, the guy who just could not get eliminated on the battleground, Lamborghini.
I have to say, they work like a well-oiled machine. Lamborghini, he got knocked multiple times. His teammate go and revive him. When his teammate get knocked down, he's doing the same thing. It's all the same mindset inside of these Xaviers. I love how focused they are when it comes to their team play. I have to say, they have displayed the best team play throughout the entirety of the tournament this season. And look at the damage output. It actually tally up with his eliminations as well. Even his damage received is not little compared to some of them. You know, I'll be the one that keep flanking. I'll be the one that's sniping from behind and not taking damage anything at all. But on the side of every single player, including Lamborghini here from the Xaviers, all of them playing the same part.
Yes, everyone works out very, very well, right? So you can't single out a single player, but of course we gotta still award MVP to somebody. Nevertheless, here it is. The Xavier 22 points, BTR 16 points, CELCOMDIGI Alliance 13 points, because they are the teams like somewhere in the middle, so they have not reached match point yet. Vampire Esports only 8 points. The bare minimum for them to reach match point was 11, so it's not enough yet.
Wow, that's going to be a really tough battle for them for the next one for the Xaviers, because they have to play very, very careful. But for the teams that didn't get any points, boom, again, what is happening with this team?
Well, I guess they got eliminated by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. That was probably the only explanation, because by the time the camera panned over, that's it. But here it is. The confirmation, 88 points for D Xavier. After this, the points won't matter for them. It is all about collecting the winner chicken dinner. And for the other teams, Vampire Esports at 74 points, so they are only 3 points away from the match point. OSJA Thailand 68 points, they are 9 points away from match point. 7-9 RRQ, still quite a bit, so they might need more than one game to reach the threshold.
Now, I think a lot of our viewers still confused about this. You have to get the match point set, which you can see the red number up there, 77. Whoever got this match already more than 77 points, they need to get chicken for the next one. It cannot be compiled in one. And that's the challenge for these teams. Despite you already completed the match point objective, you have to secure the chicken for the next one. Despite you already have the chicken in this one, it will not count, because it has to be one objective, one mission at a time. So the first mission to get the total points of more than 77 points, or just at 77 points, whoever get the chicken next will win the game. But good news for the side of Vampires, they're not that far off, but it's going to be a lot of work, a bit more game for them. These Xaviers, they scored the chicken, they're more than 77 points right now. If they score this Miramar map, the rest of the teams that want to gain more points, is a no more for them for the entire day.
Yeah, and in case you are looking for a response from the comments, we're actually in the future. So you have to wait for like the next 15 minutes to hear whatever they would want to say again, whether it's from the comments or whatever, right? So yeah, that is how it works, by the way, in case that you don't know. But what is for sure, and what will you know, is that we're going to play Miramar next. And also, our Grand Finals venue, which will be held at IOI City Mall in the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, Level 3 East. It's a mall. There is good accommodation around it. In case for any of you traveling from outside of the city or outside of town, you can book your accommodation. And also also come early because it's a mall, so you can explore the mall before the event so that you can enter the event early to secure the best seats in the house.
And if you're fasting, make sure you can get yourself some great food before you start off watching as well. But don't forget, we have a new team mode, the Golden Dynasty for the 7th anniversary. Already has been dropped 2 days ago. So don't forget to try it out yourself. Do tag us so we can see your content, because there will be the beloved Floating Islands gameplay. And also you guys can discover a breathtaking rooms on one magnificent palace. There's so many long buried secrets in the Golden Dynasty await for your exploration. Don't forget to try it out. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting, just like the Smash Roll Sunday will be.
Oh yeah, now it is the Xavier to hunt for nothing but the winner chicken dinner. You don't get it, even though let's say they get second place with 50 eliminations, it doesn't matter, the game will still continue. So prediction wise, of course, I think it's kind of easy to pick the Xavier by now, right? Even if you want to put it like in the grand finals, 3 days, surely they're going to score a chicken dinner somewhere.
And not just that, but I feel like Vampires are aiming for that one. We do know how the Thais love Miramar map, so this is going to be a big challenge for the Xaviers. Will they be hunted down by the other teams to shut their run for the run of the chicken dinner? Or will the other teams, I mean Vampires just showcased that they are approaching this very aggressively. Same goes for Alter Ego today, they've been stepping up the game.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they want to come back from their disappointing run over the course of even last week and also part of this week as well. So if the game ends next, the Xavier scores the chicken dinner, whatever placement of the other teams will be locked. Yeah, so they might be thinking to themselves that, oh, what if the Xavier gets the chicken dinner? Okay, we might as well climb as high as possible before you don't know when you will get locked. So you don't want to be like, it's locked when you're at number 16. That sort of thing as well, especially for like the teams that are very, very far from the match point.
Yeah, but also in case you guys are worried about, there are some teams that seems to be at the tie right now at certain placement. Don't worry, there will be some tiebreaker rules implemented. First, you're going to see the chicken dinner, of course, depending across all Super Weekend, only all Super Weekend games, and also the total accumulated placement points across all Super Weekend games. And the third one will be total accumulated kills across Super Weekend game. And then the last is going to be the most recent match of applicable stage of the league. So basically, it's all about chicken first, and then placement points, and who got better placement points overall when it comes to all Super Weekend. And third, it's going to be the eliminations across all Super Weekend. I mean, by the second one, or even the chicken dinner tiebreaker rule, I think it's more than enough to able to differentiate for the teams that actually had a tie.
Yeah, normally by the second tiebreaker. We have not seen, at least in PUBG Mobile Esports, that the third tiebreaker is being deployed. So the second tiebreaker, normally we will already know who is who's the one to be on top and who's the one to be on bottom. And in case that's too much for you to digest, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same tiebreaker rule as what you are used to. It's just that we will only zoom in to Super Weekends. That means 2 days from last week and 2 days from this week, including today. So that is how the tiebreaker rule will be used if needed. That also depends on what kind of placements will they have at the end of, we don't know how many matches today.
That's kind of true. It's still a question mark. It's all down to the Xaviers now. A lot of you guys confused. I hope we actually make things clear. How do we actually have the benchmark set point rule for today, which was 77 for today? It depends on yesterday. The highest point and the number one after the first day of Super Weekend this week, which was Saturday, it was 67 points at number one, which set by OSJA Thailand yesterday. Now for the smash rule points, I'm gonna reiterate once more. It's plus 10 points. That's gonna be the set point match rule here. The match point 77 is plus 10 from 67 yesterday. So whoever completed more than 77 points in one particular map, the first map just now, which was the Xaviers, The next one, they have to score the chicken. If they score the chicken for the next one, that's gonna be the end for entire day of our Super Weekend Smash Roll Sunday. But if they did not manage to secure, whoever gets 77 points and above for this run in this Miramar map, example, the closest one is gonna be Vampire now. If they secure it, more than 77 points, whoever get the next Erangel map, which gonna be Chicken Dinner, will take away and finish off the day between the Xaviers and Vampire, if that's going to be the case, if the Xaviers couldn't score the chicken in this one.
In case for some of you who are already familiar with the Smash Rule format and you feel that we are being like a broken record by now, you can always head over to the social media of PUBG Mobile Esports, and there's a lot of explanation about the Smash rules there, even at FAQ as well. So you can look through the content in any of the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Facebook, or any of your favorite platforms that PUBG Mobile Esports is at, and it is all explained there. You can refer to that as well. You can slowly read it. I noticed that there's like a lot of content about it, even like the basic rule and also the FAQ. So you can just look through that and that should give you a good idea.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I feel like we are a broken record by now. But I hope everything cleared up the air for the audience that is watching right now. But when it comes to the Xaviers, let's eyes lock to the Xavier. Will there be any hot drops on them, especially Vampires? If Vampires can actually obliterate the Xaviers early, that's going to be the biggest hindrance for them taken out of the equation.
Yeah, a little birdie told me before that the hot drop might happen. So we will see. We will see if that actually translates into the game, or will that plan change, or I don't know, for whatever reason, right? But that was probably like the idea before even like this weekend started. So let's see. I mean, it's all up for grabs right now if they want to try to take out the Xavier very, very, very early. But they are the Xavier, so we know the level of firepower that they have. Even Levi's did a 1v4 at the very beginning of a match before. But let's see whether it will be translated or not as we head on to Miramar.
Very different map rotation compared to how our usual Super Weekend or group stage is going to be. It's going to be alternating only between the two map Erangel, and next one, map number 2 of today, we're going to have a Miramar. But this is the thing, Claire, we talked about. Will there be any hot swaps between the teams? Because, I mean, usually there's always like 3 games in a row of Erangel, then only you're going to have the swap. The players all warmed up. Now they barely got the warming up to do, and they already have to switch a different dynamic if this is the case.
Yeah, it's like on a regular day, like second half, it's like, okay, you come back from the break, you play one Erangel and then switch to a Miramar. So if the teams have that sort of mentality, it's like, oh, it's actually just like any other day. It's just that it's the second half brought to the first half. That's it, right? So that hopefully doesn't affect them too much. Now, speaking about the theory of the Xavier might be hot drop, their regular drop spot is in El Pozo, and it seems like no other team is going to challenge them at the very beginning.
It's all depending on the circle. If they have to go through many checkpoints afterward, that's going to be tough. But if we have the circle on top of Power Grid, we had that once yesterday, or even very south of Lost Learners, which is going to be the most favored one when it comes to Miramar these days. It's going to be a long journey for the Xaviers, but we do know they want to play it safe and slow. But speaking of the odds, I mean, this is going to be tough for the Xaviers since the circle is going to be right on top of them. Seems great if you had a hot drop spot there, but it also will invite all the other teams to take away your place and your spot, and you will have to force to defend it all day long.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, you get the circle, cool, but then again, like what you said, like teams will want to take over El Pozo, and they will all come in, and that's where the Xavier will need to defend their regular drop spot. Now, the key word here is a regular drop spot. They should know this place like the back of their hand by now, and they know how to defend it, navigate around, and do all sorts of good stuff here inside of El Pozo. But if you have like 5, 6, 7 teams coming in at the same time, everyone wants a piece of El Pozo, then it's still going to be hard nevertheless. So these Xavier, they have to keep their guard up.
Now, I love the fact the production side. Thank you so much for the amazing update on the scores as well. You can see the arrow there is a lightning arrow. It means that these Xavier's already reached the set point match rule. Oh, you call it match point rule. So all they need to score right now is just a chicken dinner. Whilst Vampire, I want to see if that sign will actually change. If Vampire actually get the scores and then we go into match number 3, if that's going to be something that's going to happen, or even OSJA Thailand. I mean, OSJA Thailand should know by now. It's still within their reach to get over that 77 points. It's very close.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like OSJA Thailand, it's 9. Vampire Esports, they need 3 points. If we were to go down to the next batch, like SEM9 and RRQ, they need 22 points. So that is a chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points to come together with them, at least 12 elimination points. Not the easiest of order. So the closest one definitely is still going to be Vampire Esports and OSJA Thailand. But is it doable? Yeah, it's doable. We have seen teams getting like 15 elimination points and so on and so forth. So for SEM9 and RRQ, they can still keep their hopes up.
Now we're watching on top of Hasena de Patron right now, which we do have Strangers Esports. I think that's going to be nearby. It's going to be OSJA Thailand. Now for Thailand, they need to be slightly more aggressive to make sure that they get more elimination points, because when it comes to progress, they only had like 1 point in the last map of Erangel just now. So it's a good lesson to learn by Vampires. But on the side of these Xaviers, great, Paragen do have those slightly high advantage view, but the problem is if you take these high grounds way early on, and there will be many teams passing by later, how do you replenish your resources?
Yeah, that's where you need to be really careful with the shots that you take, right? Yeah, you can get knocks, you can probably gain elimination points, but it's very difficult to loot from below. So that's always the downside about taking this very, very high grounds. It's great, you get the visual, you have a lot of advantage when it comes to the terrain, but when it comes to managing your resources, you have to be extra aware of whatever you have in your backpack.
Vampires, I feel like they want to go for quick pace, go for aggressive no matter what it takes, because right now it doesn't matter for them whether they get a chicken or not. They need to get that over 77 points. That's the only aim for Vampires and OSJA Thailand and SEM9, RRQ, even eArena and BTR that's joining in the 40s down there. So it's nerve-wracking for these Xaviers because they have this one particular objective, only one, to get that chicken. And if they score this chicken, they're going to get 15 league points for this week without any more effort. And they can actually have extra rest. And they also can actually go back to the drawing board and just focus on the grand finals. But the other teams, on the other hand, their main focus is just get over 77 points. No matter how much they're willing to sacrifice themselves or being eliminated early, it's fine as long as they get over 77 points, because the points won't matter as much until you get 77. If you get over it, the next one is just aiming for chicken dinner. It doesn't matter if, like, for example, these Xaviers have more points, but they couldn't score the chicken dinner for the next one. Vampire did have the chicken dinner straight away. I mean, that's just gonna be Vampire taking over first place. So it's pretty straightforward and very objective oriented. They have to take one thing at a time for the teams that still haven't got 77 points.
Yeah, super zoomed in the objective, right? Number 1, 77 points. Done. Number 2, get the chicken dinner. Done. That's all, right? If you want to simplify it, I don't know how else to simplify it by now. If the only way is that, okay, calm down, okay, just watch the game. That's why we asked all of you to come in earlier today, because for all you know, this might be the last game today. And then once you see the entire thing, you know, sometimes it's easier to explain when it's shown to you. Then you will get to see like the entire process of like, oh, okay, that is how it works. It's the same explanation as when the Super Weekend was first introduced, or when the Super Sunday was first introduced back in the day as well. Like, a lot of people would have a lot of questions. So if you are still confused about it, okay, we have gave you all the FAQs, or you can head on to PUBG Mobile Esports social media. Don't forget to follow them as well. And that's all the information that you can get before it actually happens. Now, when it actually happens, then you get to see like the entire whole process. Then you'll be like, you will get it and that's not going to be that hard to understand. And when they hopefully implement it in the next PMSL or whichever official PUBG Mobile Esports tournament, then it comes natural. So this is like those kind of like a natural progression sort of thingy. But I wish it was a bit more natural for TODAK though. But they had to lose one player.
On the side of DZ, this is where everybody will concentrate on top of El Pozo. We saw that's going to be the first circle. But EA, Tiger Axe straight away going in for 9. He managed to just take away the first blood for now. Was simply silent at first, but eArena challenging TODAK back all the way towards those high grounds, even though it's a bit of an awkward angle. But Bold Embrace and NC2 still not happy about this. He will try to pin them down. TODAK, they're a bit scattered, surprisingly.
Yep, they try to take control of their area, right? So that's why they kind of open up. But speaking about control of an area, so the circle from stage 1 to stage 2 still in El Pozo. These area with the control in their area. El Pozo itself, still no team coming in yet. And they did a 2-2 split just to take care of like the north and the south side to make sure that no teams were to easily enter El Pozo.
A bit ambitious, if you ask me, on the side of the Xavier to split into 2 parts that wide apart. I mean, there's so many teams coming in, and all the crowd, the mass has been migrating into El Pozo at the same time. We look at how colorful things can get. It's going to be Vampires versus BTR right now. Vampires, all they need is another extra 3 more points. It's just fine for them. Schraps, OSJA TALON next. Strangers gonna bump into OSJA TALON. He straight away pulled over and tried to spray it, unfortunately. Oh, he still got one Lobby Axe on the ground.
Okay, now they want to secure those points. Red Bull passing by looking for the other players of Strangers Esports. He sees them going away. So he tries to spray down. But before that, Lobby Axe taken out by Yui. And that's going to be OSJA TALON securing their first point here. And they are again in the chase for match point.
Now at 69. Just now OSJA TALON barely got any points because they were eliminated quite early. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, not as far as they were in the last SuperWeekend, but what happened to Zero? I think got caught in the process. And actually the vehicle might actually exploded. Maybe that's going to be the case when he was trying to navigate through the entirety of the map. But when it comes to Iftar, getting that truck out, it's going to be a bit of a work. BTR, VOIN Donkey, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. There's also another contender, Vampires, is there as well. And watching Vampires just now was the Xaviers, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, exactly it is. Oh, but they got pinned down. Paragin giving away his position quite early on.
Yeah, they know that he's up here, but the good news is that from this hilltop, as long as he's prone, no one else can find an angle to shoot him down. So that's why he quickly prone after that first shot, recover, and just look at what's happening on the other end. But what's happening also on the elimination feed is CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They lost Oleo to BTR.
A lot of teams losing members, but none of the entire crew being wiped up yet. So we still have 16 teams intact. Heading over to stage number 3. Things are going to get a little bit rowdy now. We'll wait for TODAK. I think RRQ TODAK, it's just going to bump into TODAK. There's going to be some clash. Team Flash, spot our boy Chill. He's cooking up the nade.
Oh, here comes Team Flash. That nade did put a bit of damage on the tops. But then again, no knock yet. Now the rush-in is happening. They are sure that Boychill is here. But they're probably unsure where are the other players of TALON. But Boychill fighting back. He got 2! Beautifully done by Boychill, but he's not out of it yet. He needs to come up with a big clutch. 3 bullets left. Now he needs to reload, but he will be gunned down. But on the outside, Yoru facing up against the other members of Team Flash, and Yoru fell.
He's pretty low himself. Tops next knocked down by Linux. He's joining in with the rest of his crew being knocked down before Sam9 taking on TODAK at the same time while they're fighting against RRQ. What a nasty way to be at that party, but it was genius on the side of Sam9 to not butting into the business directly, but taking a bit of a long jab to take any of the long shots. But TALON versus Team Flash, Linux and Boychill back to reset himself to full HP while Zeus, the last member, is standing. It's going to be difficult to fight 2 different angles now.
But let's see if we can pull off something with this nade. Okay, switches back to the DVS. Okay, avoids the splash damage, but Boichil comes in and Young T gets eliminated. Team Flash, the first team to go out.
Now there was TECNO not having any progress when it comes to the overall rankings for now. But at least it's got 1 elimination there. Sam9 on the other hand pushing themselves up to 4th place right now. They were in the 5th before. The Xaviers on the other hand on the run. They need to go for the hide. I don't know how will they hide longer playing at the center of a circle compared to the last random match they play at the rim. But Alter Ego will try to take these players down. The Xaviers got chipped quite a bit of damage. Levi and Nate just managed to just break it off in the nick of time.
Oh, but the vehicle blown up though. So now they're on foot. Oh man, look at the gunfire onto them. Homeboys, one of them putting pressure. And that's going to be Kid tapping away from afar. Right now, Homeboys, they need to be also aware that there are other teams around them, but at least they're in the compound, so they have a decent amount of cover, so they can fully put pressure or attention towards the Xavier for now, that is. Let's see how will the 2 players of the Xavier escape this.
It's going to be tough. Sam9 is also right across, and they want to reunite with Lamborghini and PUBG on the other side, just across the other side of the road. But Sam9 stopping them, Homeboy stopping them from inside of El Pozo. But the thing is, Homeboys, they're tapping too much on the Xaviers. That also gives so much information to us Alter Ego right across the street. So I saw the cursors and also saw the POV of Alter Ego. Definitely interested to go against Homeboys just now with that ruthless compound or building. So they're actually calculating the time about when to push it down. So the circle will shrink. Well, it favors these Xaviers. High chance it will be because it's very centralizing still. But Sam9 and RQ will try to stop these Xaviers movement, saying good for Homeboys. But Alter Ego do have themselves a sweet spot with high grounds and some compounds.
Well, good news for the Xavier. At least they still have the circle. And we can see Nate moving towards his other teammates. They should be able to get away based on their movement now. Okay, now we have them on screen, smartly navigating around the terrain while they have a bit of backup from Paragen just to look at the other way. And they should be back as a force. So it looks like they survived it.
Yami May taking on Mela. Satar moving in just beneath the Xaviers. This warehouse is open for Paragen to shoot them over. But if they overpick themselves for these Xaviers, they're going to give away the position to his own boys. Alter Ego can see them clear as day right across inside of El Pozo down there.
Yeah, I can see them there, but it doesn't need to make the big moves. Again, it's not about collecting the elimination points for the Xavier, so they can stay chill for now. Allow other teams to cancel out each other, just like what potentially might happen here between Sam9 and RRQ.
Going in parallelly to Sam9 and RRQ. Yes, a lot to tap out RRQ players, but Traxi will not connect somehow. Bold and Brazen is trying to go for another couple of taps from this distance. But Lapa being very sneaky, trying to backstab Sam9 from behind, but the Blues will not allow them to stay longer.
Yeah, it will force them to move, right? And that's going to be the stress that RRQ is facing right now. The Blues behind them. And Mika is taking that preemptive approach on top of this hill. To look at Nepeko. He'll start his fire. He'll pull the trigger onto Nepeko. Nepeko coming up this hill. And Nepeko easily gunned down by Mika.
Mika take the advantage of the blue zone. Traxi taking down Nepeko. Lapa, he has to survive this. Barely got any medkits left. But boom, taking on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. This is going to be a different place entirely. It's going to be right in the center of the urban warfare on top of the city of El Pozo. VOIN Donkey taking on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Sam9 keeping RRQ at bay, denying their entrance entirely, and will gatekeep this tightly against RRQ.
And RRQ, one player managed to get by the edge of the circle. One more player on the outside. Yuhai is right in front of Lapa. Lapa receiving damage. Oof. It's going to be hard for Lapa. I mean, the blue is right behind him now. Okay, he sees Yuhai, but he cannot overexpose himself. He has to manage Mika at the same time. Hazel is coming in from the side. Mika probably doesn't know. Okay, he hasn't heard the footsteps yet, but Hazel sends a nade onto Mika. Now Mika knows, and now he turns his back. Hazel needs to take out Mika. 10% of health left.
These Avis are attacking Sam9 from behind. They were pushing towards RRQ. Despite they need to get the chicken dinner to end their run for today, these Avis taking the risk somehow. Sam9, they are in trouble. They were tailing closely RRQ and trying to gatekeep them, but they got caught behind the back. They get their guard off. They caught by these Avis from the back by their guard down. But next it's gonna be the close range battle between Talon and Vampire.
In the same building, by the edge of El Pozo, stage 5 is upon us. This building is no longer in the circle. Oh man, Vampire Esports, they have not collected any points yet. They need 3 points to reach match point. So in average, it's about taking out Talon and they'll be able to get it, but they have to do the business first. But speaking about doing the business, D Xavier doing the business against Sam9.
They're getting out of their way from the safe zone and get themselves committed to take down on Sam9 in trouble. These Xaviers, when it comes to shooting, these guys never miss. UI taken out as well. They are cleaning up the mess between RRQ and Sam9 and they're winning over it. Stretching the gap between them and Vampires even further now. But these Xaviers, one of them get knocked down, but at least they know 400%. Nobody else coming up from the southern side is a clear path for them to survive a bit longer, except for that one player of RRQ that's left still inside in the game.
And we come back to the building where Talon and Vampire Esports is at. Nade by Onsen will knock down Boychill, and now they will look for their next target. Onsen, he knows that somebody's at the corner. He jumps in. Tony K will be the first one to receive that gunshot, and he will be knocked down. The follow-up has to happen quickly. Newsy is still on the lower ground, but they have to be aware that there's another team on the other building monitoring the situation as well. While Yoru defends his ground, but Yoru punished by none other than Vampire Esports.
One more point for Vampires to close up their match point here. Here comes Straps coming in around the corner. Oh, he missed it. It's a different room entirely. And that gives so much opportunity for Red Bull to revive on Sharper. Straps has no idea. Oh, well, wait. It actually connected. The collateral damage hit down on the player. And down to only two players left on the side of OSJA Thailand.
And the zone is starting to close. OSJA Thailand, they have not reached match point yet, and they are put in a very tough position. In front of them, Vampire Esports, who also wants that match point. And Vampire Esports, oh, they already got 3 eliminations, so they have reached match point. So this round won't really matter much for them. They need to get the chicken dinner in the following round. Anyway, Vampire Esports looking to survive, coming into the circle where OSJA Thailand is at.
OSJA Thailand being pinned down heavily, but they managed to take down on Newsy. But Homeboys will be the bane for these Xaviers. Lamborghini being knocked down there. But I don't know how far will they follow up or not. But Newsy needs help to get revived. Shaz managed to take down on Gui, leaving OSJA Thailand with one last player. And on to finish off Red Bull. That's going to be them securing the points and closing the gap between them and these Xaviers. If it's down to the third map later for the chicken dinner moment.
And Vampire Esports, they denied OSJA Thailand from reaching the match point this round, putting themselves in a match point, preparing for the next round, if there is any, because D Xavier, they are still in the game. Lamborghini is down, but they should be on a clear to pick him up.
How far is Lamborghini to get picked up here? He's way down in the blue zone, but lucky enough, Day2 will actually revive him right at the nick of time. But they need to get out of the blue. This is going to be stage 5. It's going to hurt for them. But like I mentioned before, taking Alter Ego out is going to be super difficult. They're compounding the sweetest spot there is in this circle.
Yeah, they have a very good spot, not going to lie there. But I'm also looking at the D Xavier. They're making their rotation towards the left side onto the high ground. But coming around to Vampire Esports, now they want to try to deny VOIN Donkey from further points.
Now on the side of Anusi, Vampires, they need to just close the gap between them and these Xaviers, but at a risk. But they don't really care as much because they already got the set point match. All they need to do next is for Vampires to get that chicken if these Xaviers fail to do so. On the side of these Xaviers, they try to keep everybody alive, but to be sharing one vehicle, I mean, I don't like this, buddy.
Well, as long as they stay super duper safe, but they want to crash in straight onto Alter Ego's compound. Here we go. Oh, Alter Ego. Okay, they got Levi's 0. Oh, it's actually boom. They got it. Okay, the Xavier right now, they're falling apart. Parajin is out. The game will continue on.
Oh, this gave our Vampires an opportunity to play a catch-up game for the next one. Either one of these teams, if they score the chicken, regardless of these Xaviers do have better point, it don't matter. It will not matter. It's about who gets the first chicken after between these two teams, and they will get the number one spot. But on the side of the teams, this is an opportunity presented to them to get as close as they can, or even get the set point here.
Well, it is what it is, but Vampire Esports, they wouldn't mind that. Now they too have a chance in the following round to just close up the entire day. But let's see, how far will the other teams go in terms of collecting points? We still have BTR eArena, the next closest contender for the match point. Zeta, needed down, and Strangers Esports coming in with the opening.
Zeta cannot be safe at all at this point. Z going in for the push. The blue zone closing in. He saw Zeta, but it will be finished off by KNS. They secured that point anyhow. But he's waiting for Razak to show himself up. KNS now going out. While Z will be charged in. Razak still managed to pull it on with the Vector. While Potato with a shotgun from afar. Shot down on KNS. VOIN Donkey might actually manage to obliterate the entirety of Strangers Esports, leaving Mela inside of this warehouse.
Woo! And the moment you mentioned Mela, his nade did wonders. Managed to get a knockdown. And now it's going to be only Razak left, 10% of health. Razak will be shot down by who? By Snake from BTR.
Mela hiding himself away from the rest of the eyes as praying. And is praying for some covers for now and hoping that the circle will favor him for the next few stages. But for BTR, flushing out Homeboys. Homeboys, surprisingly, they've been staying here for quite some time. They didn't even budge for a bit.
Oh yeah, very, very safe spot for them. They don't really do much. But if they can defend against BTR, it will be good enough for them. Now let's see if they can do it. BTR still with a full team. And we can see Snape taking an active approach, circling around the building, trying to find the next angle. He does have a nade in hand. He will lob it into the smoke, but nobody's there.
Snape a bit frustrated. Nothing seems to be connecting with his hand grenade. But Boom now joining in the party as well. Now going straight with Alter Ego's plays. Just like how DZ did it before. Will they be prepared for Alter Ego to take another run? Well, no questions asked. They still managed to hold almost the entire crew of Boom just now. And Octa now cooking up the nade. It's going to be 1v1 between him and Frenzy. And Alter Ego, this is a huge upgrade of performance.
Okay, they're not out of it yet though. eArena, actually Sakura got Rocky. Okay, that's interesting. Now it's only Frenzy left and he will pick up Zero. They will be back as a duo. Now back onto BTR versus Homeboys. Razy is being revived. While we can see Homeboys, all four of them with their nades. They're trying to find an angle. But the BTR, they know that blind spot. They know that that spot will not receive enough damage by Homeboys' nades.
It's all down to Mela if we want to butt into this one. I see him running over this side. He definitely wants to steal a couple of points while he can. But Razy knocked down by a boy by that spray of that UMP. It's just around the corner. A boy a bit late when he comes to reflex. Snake got himself a shotgun and Frankie now trying to save the day. That's going to be two more standing on the side of Homeboys. They actually managed to defend this castle well.
Frankie quickly heal up while Helton buys time for him. And Frankie, that's okay. Good weapon to clutch. Okay, now he comes up, he shows himself, he knows that somebody's at the corner, but he got punished for it. Now Kid, he has to follow up quickly, still with the DBS. And Homeboys, they will claim this building as their home.
They have been defending this fortress and been staying in there quite some time. Here comes Mela. Oh, Mela! Here comes Camilla clutching this one. Oh, he got two! No way! Here comes the third one, the last one. I mean, it took a whole crew to shut down the Homeboys, but it will take only one Mela to actually give so much problem for Homeboys. Really?
Oh, and now he only has 5 bullets left in his SLK. I wonder if he managed to loot up any of it. Let's see. Mela taking his time to heal up with the bandages. Oh, at the same time, they don't have the circle. The circle shifted towards where Alter Ego was last seen. Okay, he does have extra bullets right now in his S12K. At the same time, the elimination feed continues on. Boom! Esports eliminated Alter Ego.
Mela. If we actually wipe out the entire crew of HOMEBOIS, I mean, that's gonna be big and take down a bit. He saw them jump shot through the window, but it didn't happen. He managed to give them heavy casualty out of 4. He took down onto by himself. It's down to Boom versus Homeboy 1 versus 2. What can go wrong?
So HOMEBOIS, they should claim the chicken dinner, but they don't have the circle. They have to move forward, expose themselves, and let's see how Zero will manage this. Okay, the good news for HOMEBOIS is that they do have vehicles. They can try to crash into this compound, and Zero, not like he's in a position that he can preemptively strike them. He has to wait a little bit more till HOMEBOIS shows himself.
It's gonna be crossing a street, but they can play the waiting game for both of them. It's down to the last stage, of course. I don't think any of them willing to get out. By the HOMEBOIS know for 100% it's gonna be just one player on the other set, on the other end. But Boom did not know whether it's going to be 2 teams or 1 team with 2 players. That's the bigger question. So for Zero, he's going to wait things out, knowing that he's alone here by himself. But it's all down to the side of HOMEBOIS. They have to cross the street first. When it comes to the blue zone, it will enclose and wrap around HOMEBOIS end first. So it will force them to push forward anyhow.
Yeah, and they will need to move at some point as well. But that point will come very soon. 2 seconds, 1 second, and here comes the blue. The blue is definitely behind HOMEBOIS. And Zero, he still has that space to play with. So he can kind of play the defensive approach, take his time, pop those smokes, and wait for HOMEBOIS to show themselves.
Yeah, Pelton, take the vehicle, push forward. Zero pop the smoke bridge just to confuse HOMEBOIS. But Zero, the moment he saw that Halton is dropping over, he switched it over to the hand grenade. Now he's trying to confuse the players, he's trying to dictate which way they're entering in. And Zero tried to play this smart, but he got chipped down despite that's the smoke.
Yeah, that means they kind of know that Zero is in that corner. Now HOMEBOIS 2v1. Okay, Frankie is going to play the supporter role from behind, while Halton is going to play the assault role from the front. And Zero, this is his time to use every utility that he has. Try to aim this corner onto Halton. Sends out to Halton. Whoa, what a nade. And now he puts himself in a 1v1 situation.
Frankie versus Zero. Amazing nade. But unfortunately, it's still going to be HOMEBOIS with that extra information they actually have. Congratulations with that chicken dinner. HOMEBOIS, when it comes to defense, I see them a different light this time. They're really strong at defending their compound.
Yeah, they definitely know what to do here with a 2v1 situation, and they were put in a situation where it was a little bit more difficult with the blue behind them, but still able to come up with a chicken dinner. So though they are like pretty much at the end of the overalls, but not all hope is lost. They can still try to catch the match point.
Now closing the gap in distance when it comes to the margins between them and the rest of the team, but we need to tally up the scores. When it comes to Vampires, we do know they are already at the match point here. So 2 teams, the Xaviers and Vampires, they aim for the next Erangel map. It's gonna be the chicken dinner. But for HOMEBOIS, are they catching up or not with this performance?
Oh man, we need to look at the overalls later on how far are they from the match point, the goal of 77 points. Though with the chicken dinner, they didn't get the most elimination points. 4 elimination points for HOMEBOIS, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, and you cannot take that away from HOMEBOIS. The one that came out with the most damage is going to be our boy, one of the more experienced players in HOMEBOIS' lineup, with his favorite weapon of Iskar L. Also, he took in a lot of damage, 314. So, all-rounder for our boys. And though he did not survive to the very end, but still a chicken dinner for HOMEBOIS. Let's check out the highlights here from this round.
might sound harsh, but I was a bit hypercritical from my side, but I was very disappointed when these Davis drove with one vehicle to charge straight into Alter Ego's compound. They was walking into their deathbed directly. We do know it's never a best resort to actually take one vehicle, cram in with 4 players inside, but hey, they decided to do that. And they give the opportunity for Vampires to finish off the day. But for our top 4, boom, Strangers Esports, VOIN, don't get home, boys. We're looking at the teams at the middle pack and the bottom one starting to, warm up their engines.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are from like page number 2, right? So that's the fun part of it. It's like, okay, it gives them opportunity to try to catch up right now, but they still have to meet the 77 point match point rule before the chicken dinner truly matters to them. But step by step, the scary part is that now we not only have Xavier, but we also have Vampire Esports who can also catch up to the next chicken dinner and end the day. But our MVP, looks like it's going to be Frankie as our MVP in this round. 2 eliminations, 273 damage, 259 damage received, 32% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes 46 seconds. The guy who brought the chicken dinner to Homeboys.
Yep, from not having that much hair, now having very long hair, Frankie, we've seen how he's grown and what he's capable of. The only thing that's stopping him is going to be himself when he has self-doubt, because I talked to this player a lot of times. But 17 points by Boom this time will push themselves. Finally, Boom made a progress. I mean, for the entirety of the Super Weekend, we don't see them, and they're getting themselves only to single digit all day long, and finally breaking into the double digit here right now.
Yes, we hardly get to see this sort of numbers, right, for them. But okay, slowly but steadily. But of course, the scary part is the smash rule. You guys know it by now. And speaking about smash rule, because Vampire Esports, they scored 5 points. Now they have managed to reach the match point number. All they need to do is score the chicken dinner next, and the day will end. So one game at a time. Let's see how it goes for them. For the other teams, well, we need to look at the overall to get a better picture.
Now we have 2 teams going for the smash rule points, already more than 77 points. Whoever get the chicken first, Xavier of Empire, will take away that number 1 spot. So Xavier, they had their opportunity. It was a shame because they really fought their way to survive as long as they can early on, despite there's so many teams trying to take them out. But that one single time that they were deciding was questionable. But for OSJA Thailand, I feel sad for them. Every team just happened to be aiming for them. They barely got any progress for their points here today.
Yeah. So that's going to be kind of hard, right? Now, I'm looking at how hard it is as well for teams on page number 2. So Homeboys with that chicken dinner, 26 points in total. Still rather far away from the match point. So even if they want to go like, okay, we want to end the day with a match point, it will still take them like 3-4 rounds, and it has to be good before they are able to reach the chicken dinner or the match point for them to just close the day off. So it's still quite far-fetched. But of course, the other objective is to get the best placement possible before potentially the game ends next.
Next one, we head over to Wrangle. If you guys have questions, there's no Zanghar. Well, this is a Smash Rule Sunday, guys. It's going to be different map rotation. But we're going to have some extended break when it comes to after this map of Wrangle still, because it's going to be a breaking off a fast for the players that's fasting here today. So when it comes to match number 9, we might have some 30-minute break in between. But when it comes to the maps, it's only just going to be 2 maps all day long.
Yeah, but what's happening all day long right now is the Golden Moon event in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So if you have not, for whatever reason, updated your game, this is a good time to do it while we are in an intermission. Update your game right now, because when you update, you enter it, you not only get a new lobby background, but also you can collect the Times token and you can redeem it for a Camel Super Fan set for free. And you can also experience the desert boat inside of this new update. And when you update, you discover those new events inside of the game. Don't forget to hashtag PUBGM370 and hashtag GoldenMoon2025, hashtag PUBG Mobile. Share your content to us because we'd like to know your experience as well.
And also, don't forget our legendary music genius, Alan Walker, is going to be back joining us the 7th anniversary as the music collaboration coming up soon. He was there for the first anniversary, and we'll welcome him again with 7 years long journey. Alan Walker will be walking with us in PUBG Mobile. So you guys know the first track, Faded. I know some of you guys did drop the second track name in the title in the chat just now. You got it right. But any of you guys know the third track, do tell us as well, because if you guys want to know any update, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile social media in every single platform. So we're waiting for the third track to be released, but we do know you guys have to update your game first because they already dropped it big 2 days prior to today.
Yes, it's a huge update. You update through your store and then you update inside the game. Yeah, I mean, those of you who have downloaded the game like even a good amount of time from whatever previous events, you know how it works, right? So make sure you get the full update so you get the best experience possible. But will the Xavier or Vampire Esports, any one of them, get the best experience out of this Smash Point rule? Because now we have 2 teams that are in contention to close up the day.
Yep, but it's going to be a different map, that's the thing. When it comes to Rango, it will affect tremendously and impact the players when it comes to the rotation and the way they play the entirety of the game. So the alternating of sudden switch of map will impact. Well, DX did score the first chicken of the day, but unfortunately that was the set match point rule for them. So they got the chicken where it wasn't supposed to be a chicken, but as long as it still scores them for more for the smash rule point, it's still gonna be enough. But can they score another one? Well, these teams known for scoring chickens back to back. Same goes for Vampire though.
Yeah, Vampire has done it before. The Xavier has done it before. So it is based on record. They have shown it, so that means there's a possibility of them doing it. And if we were to talk specifically about Erangel, for the Xavier, they drop in the middle of the map. As compared to Mirama, they drop in El Pozo, which is pretty much by the side. Yeah, they got the circle and all that, so yep, that was that. But for this one, it's going to be in the middle. Whatever circle, it's going to be okay for them to navigate through. But is it okay for our prediction? Looking at it, none of us took Homeboys and they scored that one.
Yeah, for me, it's just I'm putting at the middle pack here to avoid the jinx. I guess jinx on you, Cloud. Oh, well, we can't go Bazaar today, but it's still fun to watch for the teams, especially DX and Vampire. Will they get gunned down by the other team, so the run for the other teams will not be ended for the entire day? Or will they actually outmaneuver it and outsmart all these teams and slowly taking the chicken dinner in the very last minute?
Like what the interview earlier today with RRQ, they say that, expect surprises today. Who knows? A team from the middle just shoots up match point and then gets the next chicken dinner. I mean, that's also a possibility that might happen, right? And of course, for Vampire Esports and the Xavier, they want to deny that possibility by trying to aim for the chicken dinner. But it's easier said than done, really.
That's true. It's difficult, especially when that kind of circle, it's quite an open space as well if you try to migrate to one compound to the other. And it's all down to the circle, really, whether the flight path and circle do align and make it easy or make it difficult. And when it comes to the type of circle, we never had SMB. If this happened to be the SMB circle, I mean, my gosh, it's going to be tough for the teams, especially Vampires and the Xaviers, to close up the day.
Yeah, you mentioned that correctly, especially Vampire, because their regular drop spot is at Sarki. So for them to travel to mid to the base, yeah, we all know the level of distance and teams they might need to go through just to keep themselves safe and all that. But they could still use like the boat option from somewhere on the left side if they can find any boat on the map and try to make their way in. We have seen them doing that time and time again. But of course, those were the days where Stone was the IGL. Now they're playing with a new squad, new IGL. So let's see how they navigate through this as the teams get prepared to get into game number 3 before maybe if we do need an extended break.
And I think for Vampire's drop spot, it's going to be depending on the flight path. They always drop between Zaki and Primorsk. It's more Primorsk, is more within reach. High chance they're going to drop himself in Primorsk. And if it's going to be SMP, it's doable. They can even gatekeep teams from that bridge area. So, you know, just to see if they can mark up more for their scores. But for Vampires and these Xaviers, these two teams, elimination, well, it's still going to be important, of course, but their main priority, the only reason and the only objective they have to focus on right now, who gets the chicken first between these two teams.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the big one, right? Now, we didn't see a hot drop onto the Xavier earlier on. Whether things will change or not this time, we don't know. It could, because now we have two teams, maybe a hot drop with the Vampire instead. So it's going to be interesting, right? And if a hot drop happens, then it's going to be havoc. Not only in the game, but you can also imagine havoc in the venue.
I'm going to have to wait and see. The players, Strangers Esports, they're one of the most aggressive Thai teams out there, but at the same time, rotation-wise, wasn't so great for them yet for now. But we don't want to waste any more time. You guys see the blue light. It means we're going to head back into Erangel. So far, no player swap that we see that major will affect for the teams. But let's head into our third match of the day, Erangel.
Oh man, this is game number 3 in our Smash Rule weekend. And now we have two teams that are able to close the day off. Keep your eye on V Xavier and Vampire Esports. The challenge now will be up to them. The points don't matter. It's all about getting the chicken dinner.
Yep, and the fight path is not that generous either. I mean, they're definitely going to take Primos at this point. Zark is too far reach for Vampires. It's all about the circle. Do they have to go through a massive crowd that will stop them from getting into the safe zone? Because if they have to be there, I mean, we've seen how these Avis play before, and might be Vampires going to play the same rule. They're probably coming up from the rim of the circle. They won't be playing at the center, but it might change, who knows?
Yeah, I'm looking at any unusual drops as well, right? So, eArena in military base, Stranger Esports military base as well. TALON doing the same. And TODAK, okay, TODAK normally no vote anyway, so we got at least 4 different teams. We got 5 together with VOIN Donkey, but maybe VOIN Donkey is just there to grab a vehicle and move away from there, depending on the circle, of course. But we're going to see an early fight here involving VOIN Donkey, first blood for VOIN.
Oh, that's fast. The music's still going on, it's still funky. We got first blood. One of the most fastest one when it comes to today's Super Weekend here. And Zeta caught himself in a trap, but with only shotguns, they got himself 2 people and more arsenals coming in. Zeta barely hanging on, trying to outplay these 2 players. Unfortunately, Boichi coming up from the other side. The rest are VOIN Donkey. I think it's a bit too late if they want to give extra support now. He made a U-turn just right away the moment Zeta got finished off for Razak.
Yeah, and that goes, unfortunately, for TALON. It's going to be Linux. He was expanded there. Axel's having a good time with the glider. Maybe he's just scouting around the area, right? So I'm trying to think objectively on like, okay, your teammates are still around here. Like, why would you need the glider? Okay, scouting around just to make sure that the coast is clear. He sees this compound that, okay, clearly nobody is there. Lands and loots from there. So he gets an aerial view. So that's kind of nice as well.
And for the circle, ended up in no man's land. Nobody actually been there because the circle was contradicting towards the flight path who favors more towards the southeast side. So a bit of a long journey, whether they want to go in early or not. Well, at least for Pochinki landers, there's going to be these Xaviers. They're quite at the rim of it. There will be a lot of teams will be choking themselves around the area of Garkov Field, or some of them will resort to take around the hospital route on all far left. But on the side of Boom, I mean, they're not being choked around the, or they are being choked around, being gatekept towards the side of school, because BTR, Boom, and also Team Flash is around the same corner here.
And Frenzy is just proning at this corner while Team Flash is at this building. They don't know that Frenzy is there still. he needs backup from his other teammates. Looks like he doesn't have a vehicle of his own. So without his teammates coming to save him, it's hard for him to get out of this sticky situation. A Team Flash. Okay, they see the others. They still don't know Frenzy is there. So they're going to put focus on the Pawn Bit first instead. And Pawn Bit drives away.
Thank you so much, production. You guys can see the lightning arrow for the Active Empire, which means these are the teams that need only to score the chicken dinner. But Team Flash tops as per usual, very sharp and tracking, taking on one of Boom players knocked down while they were in the progress of hopping into one compound to the other. Young T on the other hand across the other side of the street, and Bose. What happened to Boom? They had a great run last one and now losing man limb by limb, taken out by Team Flash. But Pombit and Yummy May, can they actually do it? It's going to be a 2v2.
Fight continues on. Oh, Bounce. Oh, he needed himself. Okay, not too sure what happened there, but that gave Boom Esports the advantage to clean them up. Heavy casualty on the Boom Esports. They lost Frenzy and Zero, but they still won the fight. Nevertheless, 3 points collected.
Strangers, Talon. Yoru taking this all by himself. Switch over to DBS. 2v1 Yoru. That was ambitious. Yeah, Nas and Lobby Axe gonna take this point away, but thank God for Talon. Just now we saw Axel still in the air. I don't know if he actually landed himself or not. But the moment they saw another player of Talon giving cover fire at the back, they straight away popped the smoke cannon as secured the execution on Yoru. While Strangers Esports, they need to leave now. It's quite in the open, flat plane here.
Better leave, better go before other teams come by. That is the risk right now. Anyway, Mela still at this corner. Looking away his utilities. It's okay, can be better, still with a level 1 vest. And they also started off in the military base, at the edge of military base. So not much for them to loot yet. But maybe they are like taking this slow approach of like, okay, we clear out whichever teams that are close by and then we'll take the loot from them, or we'll wait for them to move and then we'll take whatever that's left there, which kind of also works. But is it going to work for Strangers now because they're up against Axel?
Is Axel going to survive? No. Barely got enough himself. He was flying just now. He was taking a cruise in the air and didn't have time to loot too much, so he barely got any gears when Strangers happened to be passing by. And that means Talon are completely taken out of this equation right now. Two teams already lost the entire crew in stage 1.
Yeah, I guess because of like the flight path versus the circle, it like forces a lot of teams to move, and that's where they will bump into each other. Plus, it's not like the biggest map of all, right? It's not like a Miramar. So Erangel is like a medium-sized map. So the possibility of that happen is shown on the game. Team Flash talent out, so they cannot continue to collect points to at least reach match point.
Oh, finally we have some swaps here for Cleon and Dimsy on the side of I think that's CELCOMDIGI Alliance, was it? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's TODAK.
Oh no, it's TODAK. Yeah, there you go. But for TODAK, they're coming out very late. I think eArena is just behind them. Surprisingly, there's so many teams still inside of the blue zone right now.
And you mentioned about CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They make their own swap as well. So Olio is going to take a break and Leon is going to come in this round. Let's see what sort of improvement they can get from this round. But for TODAK, 9 shot down.
Oh man. But at least for TODAK, right? If they can deal with eArena, that's gonna be the only enemy for now. But I feel like since they're looking forward, they're definitely not expecting there are some late rotators just like how they are. But Octa and Alva from Alter Ego also having a bit of a swap. We did see a bit of a glimpse of better improvement on Alter Ego here today. But it just feels like a roller coaster ride so far for Alter Ego. Same goes for Boom though.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't a roller coaster ride, then they would have been down there. Too bad for them. They are quite far off the match point. In fact, they are 51 points away. So that's quite hefty there for both Boom Esports and Alter Ego. I mean, they do have the capability on paper, that is. They do have the historic achievements for Alter Ego. So if they were to be one of the surprise team, like what RRQ in the earlier interview here today mentioned that there could be a surprise, then that would be historic. That would be something for from Alter Ego.
That's true. But we talked about how Vampires are going to play this one safe compared to Xavier's. It's total reverse with Vampires. Xavier's taking quite at the concentrated area inside of the circle, with Vampires coming in very late through the hospital part. M9. Well, that's going to be hello and goodbye for VOIN Donkey and M9. But Xavier's taking a charge at the back of VOIN Donkey, because they were focused on Semna, who's rotating right across them. So VOIN Donkey now have two different teams to deal with, and they have to shift and divide their focus and attention to two different fights.
And that's going to be pretty tricky, right? Because of the current circle, there's still a split between the north and the south. Like teams could be very, very close by with them because of the unplayable area that is the river. Now, Xavier, our highlight team, we have them on screen. They're now chasing down BTR. They want to cancel out teams as much as possible.
Don't know what DX is doing. I mean, they're still aiming for those eliminations despite all their aim and objective should be the chicken dinner. If they're being eliminated here early on, Vampire scored the chicken. Despite the points they have more than Vampire, it's pretty much useless, because whoever scored the chicken first will take the 15-point league points by end of this run. It depends on between these two teams. But for OSJA Thailand, this is a good start for them. It's the whole day we saw them being taken out way too early.
Oh, let's speak about teams that are being taken out now. It's either going to be Strangers Esports or eArena. They're still caught around the bridge area. Sakura tries to defend ground. He does have one first aid, but will he have that space to heal? The other members of Strangers Esports looks like they're no longer interested. They need to survive themselves.
For TODAK, I'm surprised how they managed to get out from the grip of eArena just now. And Strangers to be actually... Oh no, can he make it on time? Close enough. That's going to be the last med kit for KNS. He's the last man standing way deep in the blue zone. Well, Vampires, we talked about them should have been playing safe, but they got caught by VOIN Donkey instead. And the worst case scenario is happening. Vampires, Xaviers and VOIN Donkey, I think, sharing the same area right now, in the same neighborhood too.
They just lost Schweppes though while traveling. VOIN Donkey, Vampire Esports, of course, the team that is hunting for the chicken dinner. And other teams that not at match point yet, whoever who gets to take out Vampire Esports, they will be the hero team for the entire lobby. And also taking out Xavier, that is. They will be the hero team for the entire lobby, because everyone will be like, yay, we have another chance to try to catch the match point because these two teams are out.
Onzen's a bit splitted from the rest of Vampires. I think he needs to get himself hands-on those resources. Probably trying to find some hand grenade or smokes. But it's a bit too risky for Vampires to leave Onzen's behind by himself here, because RRQ and VOIN Donkey are closing the distance between them. While the Xaviers, on the other hand, I mean, they try to take those high grounds at work, but we're going to have to wait and see whether BTR or VOIN Donkey will try to challenge them down.
Oh, and a challenge here between Alter Ego and Boom Esports. Rosemary's still in the shack, and Boom Esports, they don't know that he's there. And just to note that Boom Esports, they only have 2 players. Strangers Esports can no longer collect further points. They have 51. So it's still quite far away from the match point that they would have wanted. But they might, or we don't know. They're hoping for they will have another next game to prove themselves.
Hopefully. But on the side of RRQ, though, they spotted out the Vampire players. Oh no, Newsy, where to run or hide? Onsen, so Newsy. I agree with some of you guys out there. It is quite questionable. Sometimes Vampires, they're taking an open space for the rotation where they've been gunned down every single time. Not the Vampires that we used to know, they're playing a bit safer when it comes to rotation-wise, but maybe that's the trend that they're going for. You know, be bold and just take all the front line and fight aggressively head-on. But for Vampires, this is too much at risk with them in the contender of winning over this entire weekend. Super weekend with 15 points at stake. If they lost the entire crew, they lost one before. That was Schweppes. They cannot afford to lose another.
Well, not all hope is lost. We have seen teams getting chicken dinners with 3 players. So for fans of Vampire Esports, can keep your hopes up still. They still have 3 players, so yeah, anything can happen for Vampire. Or maybe Disable will get it right now in this round because they still have a full squad. And now they seem to have a decent spot that they have found. Yes, they still did the split, which is okay, I suppose, just to try to gather more information. Basically, it feels like they're playing their regular game, and their regular game all this while has got them multiple chicken dinners. So what's tried and truly tested, then for them to just do it again, I think it's fine for Xavier now.
And they're on the move. I thought they're gonna just wait it out on top of these hills and mountains, but I don't like where Lamborghini is going. It's a bit too far deep into where Vampire is at. But if it actually can gain any information, that's huge value for the rest of the team. Vampires, on the other hand, they are in the middle ground. Between the high grounds and between the low grounds, it's a bit risky for them to stay around this slope with not much covers except for vegetations and a couple of rocks. It's all down to the next circle. But at least Boom getting a very clear path on the northern side. I'm surprised it's too empty up there.
Yeah, after clearing out Rosemary from Alter Ego earlier on, now they have an easier entry point into the circle. So that's good for Boom. I noticed also that one of the highlight teams, Vampire Esports, they went straight into the middle. So right now they have the circle still. Though 3 players, but being in that middle spot where last we saw a lot of teams are still on the outside the circle, could give them an advantage for this round.
eArena stacked up with Alter Ego. The Vampire is there as well. The Xavier spotted out TODAK. I don't know where the Xavier is. Last time we saw them, they're still outside of the circle. They still managed to stop TODAK from rotation from that distance. That's like almost over 200 meters of a distance down there. They still managed to see through all single dot that actually moving. Everything, every single pixel that moves. These guys just know that's human. That's something that we should just take it out.
And speaking about taking out, Satar took out Real, not eliminated yet. So we're waiting to see if there's any further follow-up on the elimination feed. Yes, they will. And Satar will secure it, taking out Real. TODAK now with only 2 players left. Now we have Vision onto BTR's position. Behind them is Firen from SEM9 and the other SEM9 players coming by. They saw BTR moving, so now they know on that hill is BTR.
Alter Ego, Vampires, we saw a bit of a glimpse for them, but SEM9 next. Oh no, SEM9, they are picking a fight when they're still inside of the blues, and they definitely will be gatekept by the rest of BTR right now. They're the furthest one away from the blue, and the only team actually taking the blue damage. Satar taken down by Yuhai. They managed to get an opening right now. But for SEM9, there's 2 enemy at the time. It's going to be the blue that's undefeated, of course, against a team that still can fire it on. But Satar will pick up a raise. It has no problem. But Yuhai is playing the healing game. And this time is stage number 4. The blue will gonna hurt them and burn them off alive. It doesn't have any medkits anymore.
And now the long range fire, but okay. Had a glimpse of SEM9's Firen last moment earlier on. He gave himself away to the blue, so the point is not given away to any other team, including BTR. BTR still fighting their way into the circle. Satar is now down on the ground.
BTR scattered for the formation. Did not expect HOMEBOIS to be this everywhere and smothering them down. They're moving in parallel move, but HOMEBOIS, a boy in trouble too. Raising shot down on our boy, but Morales finish off our boy. But BTR seems to be having some exchange of hands, but these Davis from out of nowhere, Nate T, I think it was just happened to be around the corner and calling the rest of these Davis jointly HOMEBOIS versus CELCOMDIGI Alliance. OSJA TALON is here. Wait, what is happening? Every single fight and teams just hovering around this side of the circle.
Oh, and the more teams eliminated gives Xavier and Vampire Esports a better chance of securing the chicken dinner. But the fight continues on. CELCOMDIGI Alliance and BTR now fighting, and Jimmy OP lost the fight against BTR with the final blow that came in from Satar. And now OSJA Thailand wants a piece of this fight.
And I think the circle just moved away from them here just now. It's just 100 meters apart. It seems like very close, but it's quite far with so many contenders in between their journey towards the safe zone. Vampires cutting straight across the safe zone, not taking any more unnecessary conflict outside. And whilst these Xaviers, they caught themselves in a trap when they just aiming for those eliminations. Right now, they just tried to gun down and denying the entrance by BTR, but BTR pulled himself away and go up north. Now, DX, they have to fight against a team that will gatekeep them, and it's gonna be Vampires. Oh, how fate has just aligned between the two teams. They're aiming for the chicken dinner.
Oh, I know, right? It's going to be super interesting if they cancel out each other. These Xavier trying to get into the circle, that's going to be their main objective, but there's just too many teams in front of them, including another team on the northern side of the circle. Looks like they choose a Vampire Esports. Okay, here we go. Will they have enough time? They got Newsy as a start.
Oh, but what a name! But Tony K hit straight on Lamborghini. It was a very high lob of hand grenade. Tony K tried to drop another big one, but the problem is it will attract all the teams around them as well. Lamborghini got finished off by Tony K in an instant. The moment they saw the kill feed, there's a Z. They will not let these Xaviers go. But how? Tony K! Are you kidding me?
It's Tony K we're talking about here. And he still tries to take out the other player of D Xavier. D Xavier now falling apart. Only one more left. It's going to be Marajin. And D Xavier is out. They will need to wait at least one more round unless Vampire Esports can lock it in.
Oh, Vampires with 2 players. Can they still score that chicken? Or will we move to map number 4 after the break here? But for Onzens, they will try to replenish all their resources with all the death boxes laying around. There's a lot and plenty of upgrade for him and the rest of Tony K, of course. But that was a big one by Tony K.
Oh, absolutely. Putting in a performance for Vampire Esports. But now Onzens knocked out by Genforce from RRQ. RRQ. Long range distance into the smoke. They should be able to recover. I don't see RRQ crashing in just yet. And should be back up soon. Okay, now in the vehicle, Tony K will be the driver.
What is going on with the Xaviers? Did they know what at stake here for them? It's not about the elimination or points anymore. It's all about the chicken dinner. But on the side of Vampires here, with 2 players, is it still doable? OSJA Thailand might actually march in to get into the set point rule here, or match point. If they can secure this one out, they still have a full squad though.
That's interesting, right? Yeah, OSJA Thailand could potentially make it. But they have to cancel out Vampire Esports first. Okay, where's OSJA Thailand? Okay, they're on the right. Vampire Esports at the bottom of this circle. Let's see who will be favored by the next circle. If it goes to OSJA Thailand, it would be great for them. Yes, they do have part of the circle, so that's looking nice, but bad for Vampire Esports.
A bit of a distance, over 100 meters for Vampires to get into the circles there. For VOIN Donkey, well, VOIN Donkey, we thought it's going to be super vacant on the northern side. Now we have more than 1 team. Finally have 2, 3 teams. Suddenly everybody wants to be interested in the northern side. Look at how OSJA just pushed all the way towards the north just now. One of their players next to where Boom's at. While eArena going for Boom as well. This is going to be tough for Boom. All eyes, 3 teams set up for Boom.
And Boom Esports, not like they have a full squad. They have 2 players only. eArena in front of them, VOIN Donkey on top. They don't have the circle, and now they want to try to eliminate the Boom Esports by blocking them out. It's going to be hard for Boom Esports now to come out of this kind of situation. Plus, they're on the lower ground. Palmbit tries though, together with Yummy, who is on the higher ground, but still not in the circle yet. The blue is closing in on the left side. Here comes OSJA Thailand.
Well, with teams all moving towards the north, there's no problem for Vampires to get into the circle. Now, since all the crowd and the concentration on north seems to be a bit more, and look how they just get into it. But there's still also Ego in the way, and also RRQ. So it's going to be a battle of south and the north. Whoever actually wins this one is going to be a different story and outcome for our next matchup.
But still Vampire Esports somehow still in the game. Oh, now RRQ Very, very close by. Tony K. He has to win this fight. No choice. 50% of health left for Tony K. Tony K knocked down. It's only Onsens left. And Vampire Esports are out. We will surely have another game.
Now, down to OSJA Thailand, whether they can actually get into the match point rule. If they got more than 77 and lasted long enough in the top 4, they definitely will be in contender and in contention against these Avians of Empires as well to get the next chicken dinner. But for the other teams, on the other hand, I mean, Boom and Alter Ego managed to survive slightly longer than the previous run yesterday, so definitely some improvement here. But for Yummy Mace, for our boy Donkey Razak, out of all the teams, out of the 6 teams remaining, 4 of them are coming up from Indonesian region. Finally, we see them bouncing back in this Super Weekend.
Hazel from afar. Still Indonesian region. We have RRQ. VOIN Donkey in front. 2 of these teams in the circle. Interestingly, Boom Esports is still surviving. To me, that's currently the highlight here. I wonder for how long more, but the longer they survive, the more placement points they will get. And now with eArena eliminated, we have 5 teams left.
VOIN Donkey. Troubled by Pombit, the troublemaker. Also Lapa on the backside. 2 angles. Oh, this is going to be tough for VOIN Donkey. Caught himself in a trap here. But for OSJA Thailand, this is the biggest opportunity for them to catch up to the match point. They cannot afford to go down early. It's still going to be enough, I think, when it comes to the position rankings. But with some more elimination, there's going to be solidifying positions when it comes to getting that match point set rule.
Oh yeah, now let's see. OSJA Thailand in the fight. They took out VOIN Donkey. And that's 5 eliminations now for OSJA Thailand. For the others, okay, we still have RRQ, Boom Esports, and Alter Ego. Again, still, interestingly, Boom Esports still in the game. Pawnbit is still surviving for Boom.
Oh, Pombit. But I think RRQ has exactly the information they need about one more player of Boom is there. So that's why they split themselves into 2 sides here to guard over the back side as well. But for OSJA Thailand, sticking as a 4 alongside with RRQ. Now this is the biggest opportunity for OSJA Thailand to break their match point. And if they got more than 77, there's going to be just one more match between 3 teams now. More contention the longer we have and the more maps we play.
And since we have 4 teams now, OSJA Thailand should have done enough to reach match point. But of course, it is still the next game if they can secure the chicken dinner. Nevertheless, focusing onto this game right now, we have RRQ sending those nades across onto Alter Ego. Alter Ego doing the same as well. Trying to land the splash damage. Already knock onto RRQ, but not able to get it yet. The smoke is still blinding them. And Alter Ego do not have the circle. Come forward, RRQ says.
Jet and Force. RRQ reunite once more as a 4. They're leaving Pombit behind. Despite they know there's one more player there. Alter Ego with a trio. Alva hunts for you. He's there still. Back to a side of RRQ with 6 eliminations already in their bag. They need to push for more.
Well, RRQ, yeah, they definitely need a lot more in order for them to gain match point. This round might be a little bit difficult for them, but still, try to gain as many as possible. And finally, Pombit eliminated. That's going to be Boom Esports out. Now with to the top 3 teams. OSJA Thailand, RRQ, Alter Ego, OSJA Thailand. And they want more.
OSJA Thailand have the biggest chance here. When it comes to firepower, they have the most men. But when it comes to the view information, they don't have enough. But due to how busy RRQ versus Alter Ego now, this decapitated the entire crew of RRQ. The best time for OSJA Thailand to butt into as the 3rd party. Alter Ego down to 3 players, down to 1 for RRQ, and a slither of health remaining as well. OSJA Thailand coming in to just sweep the floor clean. And here comes a nade raining over Alter Ego. They're being cornered down, but they managed to take down on Richard and Gu as well. They're still fighting back for Alter Ego.
And here comes, through the smoke, it's going to be Rocky, but Rocky finish off and OSJA Thailand scores the chicken dinner. And now they are surely in the match point.
welcome OSJA Thailand to join in Vampires and the Xaviers for the run of who will get the chicken dinner. Whoever scores the chicken dinner in the next map will take the 15-point league point regardless of how much points they have currently. If they're in the third place, automatically they will jump straight to the first place if they score the chicken. These Xaviers had the opening, these Xaviers had the opportunity in the second map to close up the game, but they had a bit of a blunder. Same goes for Vampire for this round, giving OSJA Thailand another chance to get that 15 points in this Super Weekend.
Oof. Now three teams can wrap the day up. This is going to be insane here. But we gotta check out the final blow earlier on. Pretty straightforward for OSJA Thailand. They know that they have done enough, so they can just go all in for it without thinking too much. And they still scored the chicken dinner. The total amount of eliminations that they got is 9 here with a chicken dinner, 19 points.
And Red Bull never failed to perform every single time. Out of Chopper, Chopper was such a great duo to work around alongside with Red Bull. Richard always been the one who take all the information and be knocked down in the front, and Guo is going for the flank side. This team is like a well-oiled machine, but I can say they still have room of improvement and can be polished right now. But so far, Red Bull has been shining bright and under the spotlight all the time. But before we get into the scores, let's rewatch the highlight on how OSJA Thailand took the last opportunity against RRQ, who were busy against Alter Ego just now.
And here is OSJA Thailand making their way to match point with this chicken dinner. Followed by our other top 4 teams, we have Alter Ego, RRQ, and Boom Esports. Though they are top 4, but their points are not enough to make match point yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, they still have 2 missions to go for the teams. Did not get themselves the lightning cursor on top of the overall rankings when it comes to the map in the game later on. But still, congratulations, OSJA Thailand. Welcome into the chicken dinner hunt. We're alongside with Vampires as well as the Xaviers. But RRQ, Boom, and Alter Ego see the Indonesian region team stepping up the game here when it comes to the Match Rule Sunday.
Yeah, but the guy who has always up his game is going to be Red Bull, our MVP this round, bringing in 4 eliminations, 708 damage, 93 damage received, only 38% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes and 6 seconds. So far, whenever we cast over the past week, when OSJA Thailand gets the chicken dinner, there was no other MVPs, always Red Bull.
Yep, I agree. It just shows how much he bears the responsibility for OSJA Thailand. He got 93 damage received just now. It means that he's playing it very smart regarding his positioning to take down his enemies. But Alter Ego and RRQ will join in with the double-digit total points, with Boom getting at 9. But unfortunately, Sam 9 and TODAK getting nothing for this one. And these Xaviers, I mean, For me, these Avians of Empires, even OSJA Thailand right now, it don't really matter much when it comes to the point. It's all about the chicken.
Yep, chicken dinner or nothing for them. So no more like, oh, no chicken, no problem. No. You must get the chicken. But based on the track record, Vampire Esports has not scored a chicken dinner. So not the best record we were to put up there. If in comparison with OSJA Thailand and TC, where they have a chicken dinner record, so they have shown at least they can do it. But of course, it's Vampire Esports that we're talking about. So yeah, the potential is always still there. But the slower they take to score the chicken dinner to close off the game, close off the day, the more chance for like teams like RRQ, BTR, eArena, so on and so forth to catch up to match point.
Yep, it doesn't mean, like for RRQ, BTR and eArena do have a bit long journey. They have to score chicken with multiple eliminations to get into the match point 77 and above. But I agree, even around match number 5, we're probably gonna have a double chicken in a day, or even the teams that didn't have chicken yet to score that chicken, and that's gonna be the end of the run. And they'll be frustrated, the fact knowing that, hey, we got that chance so many times, but we flunked it too hard.
But well, I mean, what's done is done, right? And they can only look forward. So let's see. After this, we're going to come back onto Miramar. So from having one team at match point to 2 teams at match point, now we have 3 teams in match point. So that means overall, the chances for a team to close the day is higher than before, having 3 out of 16 teams who can potentially do it.
Yep, no matter how much points they have between themselves for the top 3 teams that's qualified already for the chicken dinner hunt, whoever gets the chicken first will automatically push everybody else down there. So, I mean, it's do now or do nothing at all for the teams that are going for the chicken. But before we get into the next map, it's gonna be the iftar break for everyone who's fasting here. Happy break fasting, everyone. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Can you hear me?
Let's go.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Daisha Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Fong Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PvP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. It can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gue sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan, MVP. Juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn TODAK kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to TODAK.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gue sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu Diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria. New era. Terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับ เพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับ พี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah, 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi, 1000 mungkin, karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR, jadi ya ada new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah, kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับ เพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับ แล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับ แล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวเลยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับ เพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây, để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay, bắn hay quá, nói chung là bắn quá hay.
Can you hear me?
Let's go. I'm on my way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gue sih Rosemary sih, karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan, MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia gitu. Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gue sih TODAK sih, karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina, dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era, sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah, 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi, 1000 mungkin, karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR, jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX รีวาครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay, bắn hay quá, nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and then $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Mirror. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
The race still continues. I've had questions all around the venue today asking everyone, what would be the number of games that's happening today? Many actually thought it was going to be 2 or 3. Well, no, we're going to 4 after this. Anyways, welcome back. This is the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. I'm Tashman, your host today. And with me I have VPE with the coach, Champ, as well as Onsens. 2 of the most brightest players I've seen around. And I'm super excited. So the first question is going to go to Onsens. Onsens, right now there's 3 teams primed to end the Smash Rule weekend with a single chicken dinner. So are you feeling the pressure?
ตอนนี้มีทีม2ทีมที่กำลังจะได้ Chicken Dinner เรารู้สึกว่ามันกดดันในการเล่นไหมคะ
ไม่กดดันครับสำหรับทีมผมก็เล่นแบบเดิมครับเล่นในโพซิชันที่เราเล่นได้ครับแล้วก็มั่นใจในเรื่องไฟของทีมตัวเองครับ
It's not that pressure we are play the same and we play in the position that we can do it yeah.
You know what? His question does make sense. Before the interview, I asked him, how many games do you guys want to play today? Can we just want to end it? He said, no, I want to play all 8 games today. So thanks for that, Onsens. Okay, let's ask for you. As a player that just joined the team, what's it like trying to integrate and adapt to VPE style play?
เนื่องจากเราเป็นผู้เล่นใหม่แล้วเรารู้สึกว่าเราเนี่ย adapt ในการเล่นหรือปรับตัวในการเล่นให้เข้ากับสไตล์ของทีมอย่างไรบ้างคะ
ก็เล่นในตำแหน่งที่ทีม VP ที่เขาขาดไปครับแล้วก็พยายามเล่นให้เข้ากับทีมได้มากที่สุดครับ
So I'm play in the position that the VPE needs like the position that missing and I try to play to get along with the team yeah
Okay, so now final question for you. Technically, the only thing you need right now is just a chicken dinner, but it's been hella competitive. You saw how aggressive it is toward the last circle, right? So could we say that right now you guys had a break? Have you guys planned for a major change-up going into match 4?
เรามีการเปลี่ยนแผนที่จะเปลี่ยนแปลงการเล่นจากแมตช์3ไปถึงแมตช์4ไหมคะ
ไม่ครับผมเล่นแบบเดิมครับเล่นแบบว่าไม่กดดันครับ
Actually no we gonna play the same along with the team so and without any pressure
No, play the same without no pressure. You know what? Sounds like typical VPE. Now, it's like the coach, Champ. This is your first time being interviewed on stage. We talked about it just now. So, what's it like being in the spotlight?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เป็นครั้งแรกของเราที่เราได้สัมภาษณ์ในฐานะโค้ชทีมแวมไพร์แล้วก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่อยู่ในสปอตไลท์
ก็รู้สึกขอบคุณทีมงานนะครับที่ให้เกียรติผมด้วยแล้วกันก็คิดว่าปกติก็ทำงานหลังบ้านอยู่แล้วครับก็การออกมาข้างหน้าบ้านก็ไม่ได้แย่แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าเราได้ออกมาพูดอะไรในมุมมองหลายๆอย่างที่คนดูอาจจะไม่เห็นเกี่ยวกับทีมอย่างนี้ครับ
So it is such an honor and I'm thankfully for everybody to support him. Normally he's working like at the back but it is good to be in front sometime to say something about in the other I mean like to speak something that make people understand like another side
to share their story. You know what? It's very exciting to hear as well. So share with us a little bit about what's your thoughts on the Smash Rule this season. You think it adds more excitement? What's your thoughts?
ทางโค้ชคิดยังไงบ้างคะกับการเล่น Smash Rule รู้สึกว่ามันเพิ่มความตื่นเต้นให้กับทีมหรือว่ามันแบบทำให้ทีมดูแบบคาดเดายากยิ่งขึ้น
ก็เราส่วนตัวเราทั้งแบบทีมงานเราทำกันบ้านเรื่อง Smash Rule มาอยู่แล้วเพราะเราศึกษามาแต่ก็ผมตื่นเต้นกับวิธีการแข่งแบบใหม่เพราะมันทำให้รูปแบบการเล่นหรือการปิดเกมหรือการดูเกมระยะยาวมันตื่นเต้นมากขึ้นอย่างนี้ครับ
So actually me myself as a coach I have been doing homework and I have seen from other competition so but it's like I have studied about it for like a lot already yeah
Okay, so he's very, very prepared for this. I'm very excited. So let's talk a little bit about, you're also a newcomer to VPE. And as you know, since last year, VPE was the champion. Do you think there's extra pressure for you to uphold that, that champion's title?
แชมป์โค้ชแชมป์เป็นแชมป์ใหม่เป็นโค้ชใหม่ที่เข้ามาใน VPE แล้วก็ปีที่แล้วอะค่ะแวมไพร์ก็ได้แชมป์แล้วเรารู้สึกว่าแบบมันกดดันไหมคะ
ก็ถามว่ากดดันไหมก็เป็นความคาดหวังเนาะเราเป็นทีมใหญ่ครับเราไม่ได้อะไรแต่เรามีวิธีการจัดการเรื่องความกดดันเพราะเราก็มาจากทีมใหญ่อยู่แล้วในเรื่องของการทำงานทั้งแบบโครงสร้างของทีม VP เขาดีอยู่แล้วทั้งการทำงานร่วมกับเซอร์แทนนี่ผมคิดว่าทุกอย่างมันโฟล์ไปหมดแล้วก็ทำให้เรื่องของไลน์อัพใหม่อาจจะต้องใช้เวลาแต่ผมคิดว่าน้องๆทุกคนเก่งอยู่แล้วครับในการทำงาน
Vampire is like a big team. We have well structure in the teams, and everybody in the team like we are good at playing already. So everything is like good. So that feel like not much pressure because Vampire we have been in like a big competition already. Yeah.
I think for him it's just another day in the office. But before we go, just now's Onsen said, how many games you want to play today? He said 8. How many games do you want to play today, coach?
วันนี้โค้ชอยากเล่นกี่เกมคะ
ก็ในใจในความคาดหวังเราก็อยากจบให้ทันทีครับ แต่ก็เมื่อเป็นกฎใหม่ก็เราก็อยากให้คนดูได้ดูเต็มที่ครับ 8 เกมไปเลยครับ
So 8 game in my expectation I want to end it right now but I want the audience to watch more.
He wants to end it right now, but he wants to give the audience more. So you know what? Why wait? So ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the second half of the day of the Smash Rule on TU Casters.
He wants the audience to watch more. He wants to end now. Make up your mind, man. But what do you want? In the comment section, put it in, ladies and gentlemen. The night is still young. We will continue to play. Coming back to Miramar after this.
The more they play, the more harder it gets for them to get into the #1 spot, because we do know there will be more eligible teams later with a match point catching up right now. Before this we had only 1 D-Zavis, then only 2 Vampires. Now we have 3 OSJA talent joining in for the top 3 eligible teams right now. Will be a 4th, we're gonna have to wait and see.
Oh yeah, 3 teams now can eye for it. So the chances for us to end the day is even higher than before, of course. And who knows, maybe next it could be like Sam9, RRQ joining them in match point. We gotta wait and see. That's why the smash point rule is just so exciting. And looking away at some of the highlights earlier on, we even saw Homeboys scoring their chicken dinner. Though they will not be at match point just yet, but at least they want to be at the best position possible when the game ends.
Yep, and also closing up the gap, it's also their target for the teams that are still not eligible yet for the Smash Rule points. But when it comes to closing distance, I think due to yesterday's performance as well, the margins is not that far off for these guys. So there's still a slight chance for the teams at the very bottom to make it a comeback.
Yes, a comeback is still possible as long as the top 3 teams don't get the chicken dinner. Here are our top 4 gunslingers. So we have still top 3 teams up here, starting with Xavier, Vampire Esports, and OSJA Thailand, and followed by RRQ, who have been appearing a lot on our screen today. So they bring in the numbers, and now they're part of the top 4.
Yep, but still taking the lead, the Xaviers. I mean, I was surprised the fact that the Xavier is going more aggressive than compared to the first game. They did secure chicken, but unfortunately it's not the chicken that they should aim for that time, but still scored a big one. So they did make a stretch of the gap between the points. But with Vampires and OSJA Thailand closing in, with them being eligible here, it means that despite they have more points, if either of Vampire or OSJA Thailand get this chicken dinner, it's game over. They'll be pushed down to second place.
And just to recap on the chicken dinner, so the first Erangel chicken dinner was by Xavier, second by Homeboys, a third by OSJA Thailand. And we'll be heading on to Miramar after this. Now you can go to a maximum of 8 games in case you just join us. We're going to alternate between Erangel and Miramar. But if any of our top 3 teams get the chicken dinner after this, the day will end. So it depends whether we go 8 or whether we end after this. Who knows?
But everybody knows by now, you guys should know next week is going to be the grand final on the Friday till the Sunday. That's going to be the 14th, 15th and 16th of March, which is going to be at IOI Mall. IOI City Mall at IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, level 3 at the East Wing. If you guys have no clue where they're at, just Google it away. I mean, you can find it in any map, and also make sure you come there early because there's so many things to do at the IOI City Mall.
Oh yeah, and there's good accommodation as well, so you guys can check out for those of you traveling. But this, you don't need to travel. This is the new theme mode called the Golden Dynasty in conjunction with the 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile, which has been released 2 days ago. So when you update your game, this will come together with it. So you can experience this new game mode. And at the same time, after you update your game, don't forget to check your mailbox for the new lobby background, to put it in and to signify the fact that you have updated your game. Check it out right now inside of PUBG Mobile.
Now, will this be the last map of the day, or will it not? It's all down to the players. What do you guys think? Because right now I'm feeling like this, but you know what? What we do know, it's gonna be TECNO, of course. That proudly brought to you this event entirely by TECNO. They stop at nothing. A brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with the PUBG 6 Pro 5G that you guys see in the center of the screen here. It is powered by a fast processor and 120Hz ultra smooth display. And not just that, it gives you the best gaming experience that is more responsive and lag-free. And all the players are using the PUBG 6 5G as well.
Yes, it comes with a green version that I noticed that most players are currently using. So if you're curious of how it might look, stay tuned later for the player cam and you get to at least have a preview of how it looks like. But the preview of our prediction. Okay, here we go. I got 2 right, but still, it doesn't matter if they don't score the chicken dinner after this.
Yeah, but I mean, all the 3 teams that Cloud called out for, I don't want to jinx it, that's why I don't put any of it, but either way, it's still not going to happen. A short day, we didn't go to Bazaar. If you guys in case want some update, it's obvious now. But for Vampires, Xaviers, and also OSJA Thailand, any of these 3, whoever scored the chicken dinner after this in Miramar map, will just straight away push themselves as the champion in this week's Super Weekend.
Yeah, 3 out of 16 now. Used to be 1 out of 16, then it became 2. Now it's going to be 3. That means the chances go up. Looks like somebody got their own teddy bear here.
Oh, it's Vampires. Who's
that? I need the camera down. Oh, it's Schweppes.
I didn't know he's a teddy boy kind of person, but hey, at least it does something, some comfort with him, right?
Yeah, we know Alliance. Yep, that's the drop spot. Yep, Lost Lowness, they're gonna go there. But yeah, Schweppes, he not only has that teddy bear, if you notice, he also has a pillow with him, and that pillow is like Vampire Esports branded pillow.
I mean, everybody wants to be comfortable at their battleground to make sure that they got all the distraction pushed aside so they can 100% focus on the game. But speaking of the pressure itself, pressure's mounting on the top 3 teams, but will the other start to take over as well?
Check out the green phone. Yummy. It looks very, very unique. I can't wait to try it myself in case we get the chance. But speaking about chances, 3 teams have the chance to close the day off right now. Who will it be as we come back onto the dusty lands of Miramar?
We're back into Miramar in map number 4 of the day. We go all the way to its 8 maps, so now it's down to the top 3 teams that's eligible to end the run. We come out from the northern side on the outskirts of Torre Ahumada down to the very south of the map around Minas del Sur, slightly favored towards the west side of the map, but we're cutting across Power Grid. It's all about the circle game.
Yeah, so our top contenders here, okay, they'll be able to get to their regular dot spot. We can see OSJA Thailand already leaving the plane. Xavier will be leaving right now, going towards El Pozo as usual. Vampire Esports, they're going to drop a little bit later. Yeah, now they're leaving their plane as well. So they're going to separate for each other. But will there be another hot drop? So far, from the 3 games that we have seen today, no hot drop onto any of these top teams yet.
I mean, when it was only the Xaviers who got eligible for the chicken dinner slot or chicken dinner ending, it's easy to focus on one team to hot drop them, but when it comes to 3, now that's a bit slightly difficult mission for the other teams But we do want to see for the circle will pop very soon. Will be on the south of Los Leones or will be Montenuevo once more. It feels like a deja vu now. We had El Pozo early on. The Xaviers was in the center before. It was the second map of the day where they could have managed to finish the run with being a champion. But hopefully it's no more deja vu for them and get better for this run.
Yeah, pretty similar circle like before. So let's see how will these teams adapt to it, right? So far, looking at the spread of all these teams, no early fights, at least in their regular drop spot. And from the first few minutes, no scuffle when it comes to like getting the vehicle. So we're probably going to have a cool start for now until they're done with the looting phase. And when they start travel, that will be another case altogether.
Yep, on the side of Boom, they are taking on top of Los Leones here right now. And when it comes to Los Leones, it's nowhere near inside of a circle. There's a couple of more teams down there. Last time we saw it was CELCOMDIGI Alliance alongside with Team Flash on the very south. But I think RRQ is always going to take the very south side where Patona is always vacant. So they're probably going to be there. But we do have some swaps due to alternating maps here today for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
So Adeluk is going to take out this round. One of their top players, but I guess they wanted to give a run out to Olio. So he'll be playing in this match. Let's see if they will be able to change their fate and get more points this time. For CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 44 points. They are 33 points away from the match point. Still quite a bit, but if they can extend somehow, if the rounds are extended, then they will have a chance to reach match point.
Yeah, up to 3 points. I mean, probably going to need them 2 maps to actually close that gap over. But by the time even we get into the 2 maps then, I mean, I do want to know, I think until the 8th map as well, if that's going to be the case, right? Whoever scores the chicken in the very last map still going to go straight into the number 1 spot if it's going to be the eligible team, unless the last one scored by the non-eligible. Then we're going to go back to the classical overall ranking based on the points, I assume.
Yeah, if let's say we finish all 8 and nobody hit the smash rule, then it will be based on like the regular calculation of points. So if we do go 8, we're pretty sure going to pass midnight at plus 8 GMT. So I hope everyone is ready for it, especially if you happen to be in this time zone.
Yeah, for those who came up at the first times at 4 a.m., I mean, that's just hitting them afternoon, so it's pretty great for them too. But coming back to Vampires, now we do have it clear off out of the way when it comes to Smash Rule. So they are very close to getting that chicken dinner. I mean, these are the team, these Avis and Vampires are well known when it comes to getting double chicken in a day. It's not impossible at all for them. But they do play themselves in the center of a circle this time. We talked about, you know, sometimes it's always best to play late and safe at the rim of the circle. But with Miramar map, it's a different story because there's always somebody else coming in very late to just slowly bulldoze the teams behind. So I assume that Vampires and these Xaviers are thinking, hey, since there might be a lot of teams outside of a circle still, high chance the concentration inside of the circle, the center, is lesser than the one counting the outsides.
I also want to put out this point, right? Since you did mention before that the Thai teams, they love themselves a Miramar match. Now, if you take that point into consideration, of our 3 teams that are eligible now, 2 of them are Thais. So just saying, right? Just saying, if it happens, then, you know, Chuchu can claim it.
Oh, it's all down to whether they want it enough or not, because OSJA TALON is also in the center. Now, all the top 3 teams that are eligible already just to score that chicken dinner, playing the center here. So whether they want to gatekeep all the other teams for their survival or they just want to farm more eliminations is all up whether they are willing to work things out in case there's too many teams passing by. But it seems like the fork of Montenuevo is already crowded because we see Sam 9 already reach around the next 2 Vampires. I think except for RQ, I do know they are the furthest one away on down, so I don't know if they're already inside of circle or not. But when it comes to the center of the circle, it's all about the defending game for D-Xaviers, OSJA Thailand, and Vampires.
Yeah, especially if it goes to their regular drop spot, then teams will want to go there. But for D-Xavier, looking at their current position, looks like they are not interested to stay in the city. They want to take the high grounds instead. So switching things up a little bit as compared to like the Miramar before, despite it being a somewhat similar circle. And that's pretty nice, right, from D-Xavier. They're going towards another high ground, and they are this time playing a little bit closer with each other. Maybe this is what they have planned out during the break, and that's the thing about the extended break, right? You have more time to reflect and also rediscuss of what exactly you want to do, if it's this situation, if it's that situation, and they switch things up just to try to readapt to the situation.
For the Xaviers, prior to this Miramar, the second Miramar of the day just now, they played similar high ground on the outside strategy. But I do agree when it comes to playing as a unit, they didn't split themselves far apart like how they did before. Maybe this time they're playing a bit more safer compared to when they were trying to pull it out as the spread that's so far apart before, but they were still in the high grounds. It didn't work out so well for them. The bummer was still the blunder that happened for the Xavier last time was when they were taking the vehicle as a 4. Despite there's so many vehicles laying around, they still want to stay as the same vehicle as a 4 and rush straight into Alter Ego's compound. That was what happened last time. So I do hope they don't make the same mistake twice now, because that was the death for them. The moment they just straight rush into somebody else's compound in the same vehicle as a 4.
I'm looking at eArena now and how close they are with the match point. So they are 23 points, and if they can come up with chicken dinner, good eliminations this round, they would be eligible for match point 2. Okay, but look at where all or majority of the teams are at, somewhere in the middle. But good luck moving, guys, because the circle shifted towards the left side, and majority of these teams will need to move. This is the time that we might see more fights.
This very similar circle as map number 2 here today. VOIN Donkey actually got himself a very good spot, like how Alter Ego had before. You know that the town around Opozo, there's going to be some slight of high ground and low ground compound. That's a very good spot to see anybody that coming into Opozo area. Plus, the low ground does provide a bit more coverage. But for Strangers Esports, OSJA Thailand, another team that's eligible for the chicken dinner here to end the day, will be caught himself in a scuffle, in a crossfire with Strangers Esports, and they are not doing well.
Yeah, they just lost one player, and that's the first blood given to Strangers Esports. Now they need to win this fight still, but Red Bull, the star player, knocked down Richard. Is he going to go in for the save? The smoke is still active, but the nades are still raining down onto Richard. Red Bull is calling towards Richard. The revive will kick in now.
This is going to be tough for OSJA Thailand. Down to only Richard standing with, I think Red Bull's pretty low himself, and Red Bull get knocked down as well. Down to 2 players and managed to just come back. It's going to be a 2v2. But unfortunately, it's going to be Mela saving the day for Strangers Esports.
Mela, as always, putting in a good performance. But it's not only these two teams now. Now we have BTR on the high ground monitoring the situation. But behind BTR, there's another team. Oh, it's D-Xavier. So if BTR executes their plan, D-Xavier can come in as a third party. But looking at the minimap, BTR, they're looking at their back. They probably know that D-Xavier is there. But coming back to the ground floor, Dewey on the other building, he will stay as quiet as possible for OSJA Thailand to now score the chicken dinner. It's hard.
I think Mela have a clue he's not inside of that building right now. They're trying to slowly find where are the hideouts of GUI as OSJA Thailand, putting all the pressure on GUI alone right now as the solo survivor. But we do have BTR right on top of Strangers Esports. If they just happen to be reckless and try to be a bit more adventurous, there's D-Xaviers like how you mentioned, and also BTR eyeing out on the side of Strangers Esports. But D-Xaviers, they want to go against the Highlanders too. It's going to be BTR if they want to pick the fight.
That's why they're playing this carefully now, knowing that they are not the only team there. But let's see if the circle will force them to move or pick this fight or not. As we get into the next circle soon, all these teams in the circle now, but as the circle shifts, BTR still has the circle. Xavier in the middle of it.
Looking at Team Flash coming in very late. Alter Ego still also going to play the late game here with RRQ alongside with them. But back towards the warehouse of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. It's going to be an open space the moment they step out from this warehouse. And it's actually at the brink of it, at the edge of the circle. So they probably want to leave this while they can. But the problem is they've been tailed closely by BTR players. And Xavier is waiting in the front. So for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have to be dealing with BTR. And it has to clean up first before they get out.
Ooh, Lamborghini is low. But Snape will not continue on. He knows that there's good enough support for Lamborghini. And Lamborghini again, the man that is invincible. He survives again. And Xavier still hold on to their middle spot.
Origin. They're quite in the center for the Xaviers now. It's all about defending stance for the Axe. But we don't see a lot from Vampires. They seem to be super quiet too. Last time we saw they're still inside of Montenegro in the circle. But Team Flash gets surprised by Potato out of nowhere. It's just to be there around the rock.
All alone there. And he caught Team Flash just like that. But that also means that, of course, he gave away his position. Good that the fact that he is in this position that teams are finding it difficult to try to aim him down, so he will be okay for now. But when he needs to move, then it might be a problem. Because look at his buggy. It's already smoked out, so not sure if he wants to take that risk to use that same buggy.
I mean, if push comes to shove, if it's forced him to just run away with that buggy, that's probably going to be the only option. Because behind him, 7-9 is already waiting it out for him to get out from the hiding spot. But for TODAK, spot out Team Flash, here comes Real, and Nate perfectly landed down on both.
And from afar, looks like Young T's in trouble. Lynx was shot down by Nepeko from the other side. And now he's down on his knees, but 9 will be hit with him to pick him up. Young T, his point will be given to Dimsy and also TODAK in general. 3 balls collected by TODAK now.
What is Boom trying to do? 0. We're probably going to do some mountain climbing here if it wants to, but that's going to be an ambitious role. With that steep of a cliff, I don't think that's going to work. But probably he's trying to find an entry in to get into where the compound of Boom is at. Yummy May? Well, they heard a couple of vehicles closing in to his distance, but it's actually eArena leaving. They want to get out of there and go straight to the left side for the rotation as the circle shifted in and squeeze all the teams even further more. It's going to be a very small space, but those highlands, those high grounds is super high value, whoever get there first.
Yeah, and that's a split in between, so that's going to be challenging. But Dewey is up to the challenge now. He's rushing in alone. He got 1 knock, but then again the follow-up came from none other than Mela to make sure that no heroes are born.
1 out of the 3 eligible teams will have to bow down early. Now we still have Vampires and Xaviers as a full squad. But they are on the move right now for Vampires. And as BTR watching them from behind, I'm not sure if they actually know the position of BTR. Since they heard those gunsfights across them, that's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And once more, we have these Xaviers and Vampires seems to be just next to each other as well.
And they have 2 teams to manage. They're going to focus onto 1 for now. On the elimination field, we have Satar knocking down Mela. Strangers Esports not in the circle yet. They're on the lower ground. BTR looks like they're going to rush in. They know they need to catch those points to be in match point.
BTR struggling to survive. Singers Strangers. I mean, that's not the kind of accident they want to happen, but at least they're winning this fight. Despite raising down to like, 10% of HP, it will cause him 1 first aid. But I don't know what they're doing. He's probably shouting for his teammate, hey, you actually bump into me. You're not supposed to crash into your own teammate. But for BTR, unfortunately, it's not a done deal for them. They're not out of the woods yet because they have to deal with Vampires, unless Vampires not going to gatekeep them, of course.
Yeah, it's Vampire and also Xavier now as the highlight team. OSJA Thailand, we kind of expected that, the fact that when it's only one player left, that it's hard for them to get the chicken dinner. So that was already like a probability elimination that we did before this. CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Alter Ego. Here we go by the edge of the circle.
Olio knocked down Rosemary. I don't know why they're so spread out for Alter Ego this time. You look at Hans for you. He's nowhere near his teammate. And Rosemary, well, he just not able to contribute anything at all. Barely got any information on that as well because the nades have been flying over the top of his head. And not just that, he will die in vain at this point. And Hans for you coming in for the rescue. A bit too late now. They're being swarmed by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. There's also BTR down there.
Yeah, so many teams around this area, right? Look at this. We get a better view right now. Here comes BTR, sending the nades onto CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They will focus on the smoke first, but nobody's there. So the smoke is more like a distraction to BTR to wear down their utilities. BTR, they're not stopping yet. They pop their own smokes just to give them an extra cover from the CELCOMDIGI Alliance and anyone else. Xavier comes in action, took out Jimmy.
Yep, for the Xaviers, they're eyeing to decide a fight between Alter Ego and CELCOMDIGI Alliance right now due to the gunfight making so many sounds, becoming the compass of navigation for the other teams that are trying to find their victims. But Vampires taking this compound, BTR have a lot of work cutting out for them, but the crowd will thin out. Those coming up from south compared to the northern side is very empty. Only VOIN Donkey there. Speaking of VOIN Donkey, I don't know why Potato is on the south while the others way up in the north.
Yeah, rather far considering that it's stage 5. Not too sure about that. I wonder if he'll be able to get back to his teammates. But we'll see later on, now that we have BTR on screen versus Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, one player currently down, and this is execution time by BTR.
Vampires are taking the risk anyhow. They might lose at their risk to get in that chicken dinner. Yeah, 20k down to 0.1% of HP. Oh, are you kidding me? Tony K still pulled that trigger off. But Raising finish off Newsy, and oh my god, don't tell me Vampires losing another shot of getting the champion for this week, Super Weekend, because 2 of them down, and now here comes Boom.
Oh man, Boom wants a piece of this. At least this will distract, but look at the nade from afar to knock down the players of BTR. It came from Onzens. Onzens, if you can land another one, then it will be points for Vampire Esports. That doesn't matter, by the way. But anyway, it matters for Boom Esports now to come in to be the cleanup group.
All the hard work by Onzens seems to be down, going in vain. But Bombet, he got burned by his own teammates. Wally, I think. Yummy May trying to clear off the compound, flushing out the rest of the foreign players that seems to be not in their team. But unfortunately, BTR will be taken out despite they were trying to fight against the Vampires. Well, Vampires are leaving only Onzens and a +1. Here's the other player that we don't know of that survived on the side of Vampires.
Yeah, it was Shrubs that survived together with Onzens. So they're going to be the duo that has to do it. But we still have 41 other players that they need to go through to score the chicken dinner. So it's kind of difficult. But let's see what happens here because they now have TALON. Here comes Shrubs. He gets 1, 2 more to go. Can he actually manage all of them? Oh, he's actually doing it. 1 more to go for Shrubs. Shrubs putting off a clutch. Shrubs 1 more. And Shrubs! Who can stop the wrath of Shrubs?
Oh, I call it CELCOMDIGI Alliance then to put a hold on Shrub's wrath right now, or even Boom. Despite that, it's heavy casualty and Shrub's only the last man standing for Vampires. And this is looking slim for Vampires to close up the champion as the #1 for this Super Weekend because these Xaviers still having a full squad. But for Shrubs, he tried to gain as much as he can right now, but unfortunately, it's going to be Homeboy stealing it from afar. So Shrubs, I mean, all the work just now, he just managed to secure 2 points out of that.
Yeah, the points that don't really matter for Vampire now. The main objective is to score the chicken dinner, but it's only Shrubs. It's getting very, very difficult, and this nade might take him out. He's dancing around like a ballerina, avoiding those nades. But here comes Bonbet with the CQC. Schweppes again. What does it take to stop this guy?
He's going rampant. Can he do another? Close enough, but at least he scores another point and give Boom a run of their money down there, leaving only 2 players on the side of Boom Esports, Yummy May and Zero left. Next is going to be eArena, who's next to Sam9, but still further away from the circle. They couldn't stay there any longer. Extended stay will cost them, death by the blue.
And now, to summarize, it is only Xavier that can end the day. They have a full squad. They were somewhere in the middle of the circle. The last we saw them, not going to say anything, but we'll wait and see. Okay. Now again, they are having the middle of the circle. Majority of the teams on the southern side that might cancel each other.
Xavier's, there's not many space for them, very small compounds, very small buildings around them. But fortunate enough, all the other teams are busy themselves fighting along the team that around the circle, especially on the southern part. So for the Xavier's Lamborghini, the one bit split it apart slightly far from the rest of the teammate across the other side of the street. But for eArena, they got knocked down or finished off by the blue zone instead. They're having a trouble to get into the safe zone. While we're looking at Boom versus CELCOMDIGI Alliance next on the right side of the circle.
Yeah, they're having their own trouble of getting into the circle. Having to manage CELCOMDIGI Alliance first. They couldn't land those needs because of this building. And they're trying to find a different angle. A molly onto the right side. Maybe with that, they will move to the left side instead. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they do have the manpower against them. There are 3 players still. And they are playing the gatekeeping role here. Look at this Yummy with another nade attempt. But the splash damage by CELCOMDIGI Alliance, this will push Zero back.
Boom. Despite they only have 2 players, giving so much pressure towards the team that actually have more people. Yummy May is down. It's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance just to find that last player, but unfortunately being disturbed by these Avis from the center of the circle from afar.
Oh, okay, Zero is still in this, but he doesn't have much time. He will say hello to the blue very, very soon. Pops a smoke, lobs a molly in front, and now he'll make his move. Okay, he's forced to move anyway. Big splash damage onto him, 50% of health left without much space for him to heal up.
Speaking of timing, where's possible just now? Zero finally got ended by Iftia and Leon. The ZJs now Boom eliminated next. We're down to only 7 teams. Homeboys still have a trio. Sam9 have a full squad. Same goes for RRQ. But on the side of Homeboys, Sam9 and RRQ, they have all 3 teams happen to be on the south. While the Battle of the North, we're back to VOIN Donkey, taking down Alter Ego right on top of them. While they might actually have to move later, they have to wrap things up quickly.
Yeah, because the next stage might shift away from them. VOIN Donkey still with the circle. Okay, right below him is going to be Alva. Okay, short range nade. Alva behind the slope. Okay, sends it across, but Alva baited him. So that nade will not land onto Alva at all. Razak still defending his ground with the S12K. Can't seem to land his shot.
Razak trying to find the angles. It's not easy as it seems, but he found one, but it's a very slippery slope. And he jumps down to close the gap in distance. Rocky May in trouble. Here comes a jump shot. And clear off the rest of Alter Ego. VOIN Donkey triumph in this one. Next, RQ versus M9.
Ooh, outside of the circle. Here we go. RQ coming in. Traxi is going to be the closest one. But they're heading towards Mika. Oh, Viren! Nice support to take out the other supporter in the Peko. But Viren shot from behind by Helton from Homeboys.
Sam9, they're dealing with 2-way war here. This is going to be difficult for RQ as well. But Traxi managed to live longer and hold on his stands. But with that UMP, the bullets running dry and low for Mika as well. The nade out of nowhere by Hazel just shot down right on top of Mika.
Oh, now it's going to be Traxi all alone. He should be able to pick up Mika, but Hazel is there. Okay, Hazel's coming in. Hazel, he's going to go in. He does have a DBS. He comes in with the DBS. Lots of damage. Both sides. Last hit. Who will get it? At the end of the day, it's going to be Hazel, but from the back. Short-lived celebration.
VOIN Donkey now they have to deal with the top contender, D Xaviers. They are very close of ending the run here. But Levi taking the pressure on. This is going to be the top 4 team. VOIN Donkey, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Homeboys, and of course, the Xaviers as the full squad. They have the most number, but anything can happen across the street that divide the map into the north and the southern part of the circle. For Parajin, right now, he's trying to find the whereabouts of VOIN Donkey. He's trying to spread himself out, but look at CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They already bridge on the flank side.
Oh yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They still have a bit of a split there. But we're going to put focus on the D-Xavier now. They feel the presence of VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey playing without their IGL potato, so they only have 3 players. They're trying to find the angle, trying to find where exactly D-Xavier is at. But the moment they move forward, like from the other side, like they're receiving shots from Homeboys.
VOIN Donkey couldn't even pick down. Overpicking will cause a headshot by Homeboys across the other side of the street. But here comes VOIN Donkey taking the charge towards Lamborghini. He's holding this by himself. He couldn't hold. It's 2v1 with Zeta in the DBS. Now D Xaviers, they're playing an equal field here. Everybody having a trio at this match.
Oh, it could still be anyone's games, ladies and gentlemen. And now, with the elimination feed, they know that that is D-Xavier. Every team I want to focus on the D-Xavier, but still they're distracted with each other now. CELCOMDIGI Alliance versus Homeboys.
Homeboys, Leons. Just now CELCOMDIGI Olio will have to reunite with the rest of the team despite he got crossed over the other side of the street just to give aid against Homeboys. Frankie playing alongside with the terrain, trying to slowly find the positions of the players of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But for D Xaviers, they're a bit busy against VOIN Donkey across the other side of the street. Homeboys busy with CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Whoever cancel each other out will remain as a winner-winner chicken dinner. But Homeboys taking on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They're losing a lot of men. On the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Homeboys, it's going to be a 1v1, while VOIN Donkey is going to be 2v3 against D Xaviers.
Frankie! Yo! From the lower ground, Frankie! Finish off CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Now we're in our top 3 teams with D-Xavier still in it. The team that has the most players now.
Oh, the explosion did not connect on the side of D Xavier. They have to cross the street. They are focusing on Zeta, but Zeta prepped himself with the DBS just now. We saw the nade collateral damage on Razak, but it's just going to minus 10 HP in that. Levi take the liberty to just go in for the push. He had it enough. He crossed the street, and now they have to wrap things around quickly because Homeboys might actually charge in as well. But for VOIN Donkey, it's only Levi. One by one, D Xavier is giving away their body willingly, and is giving opportunity for Homeboy to take, for D Xavier to take them, for VOIN Donkey to take them down. Purgin down to 30% of HP and managed to take covers right now.
Oh, super scary right now. He needs to heal up. But D-Xavier, they failed. They failed to score the chicken dinner. The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue on the night. Now it's between Homeboys and VOIN Donkey for the chicken dinner.
2v2, VOIN Donkey. They do have some slight disadvantage with those low grounds, but Homeboys all the way downtown. Will they score the chicken? Yeah, close enough. Zeta couldn't even pick out. Kid giving so much suppressive fire alongside with Frankie, and they managed to shut down on VOIN Donkey. Second last player, Zeta, the only one remaining.
2v1. Let's go. Again, it is Homeboys in a deja vu situation. Also another 2v1. Let's see if they can pull this one off against Zeta, or can Zeta become the hero for VOIN Donkey. Frankie on the left side, Kid on the right side. At the same time, the blue is following Zeta now.
Zeta going on the flank. Well spotted out by Kid. He prepared himself DBS, but Homeboys got it again. Ooh. What is going on? Homeboys suddenly is on fire.
2 chicken dinners as of now for Homeboys. They continue to bring in those points. Still not in match point, but it will bring them up in the overall charts later on. Look at these, they knew that they had the best chance, but then again, it was VOIN Donkey that became the hero for everyone else to deny the chicken dinner away from the hands of D Xavier.
so close yet so far. Questionable indeed when it comes to pushing into that compound one by one, willingly giving away their body to the side of VOIN Donkey here. First it was Lamborghini there, always alone by himself. I get the sentiment there. But for Homeboys, the way they close things out with CELCOMDIGI Lions, that was such a great fashion. But still, really, these Avians, why did they push one by one towards the side of VOIN Donkey?
Well, let's not be too hard on them just yet. I mean, at the end of the day, they're the pros, but we'll look at the highlights later on, because right now we're not going to take away the credit from Homeboys because they won the fight against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. That gave them the high ground to actually push down to the lower ground where VOIN Donkey was last seen, and that gave them, of course, the terrain advantage to wrap things up. Now, the points still do matter for Homeboys. They managed to score a total of 9 elimination points. 19 points collected by Homeboys today itself, 2 chicken dinners. Where were you, Homeboys, before this? Welcome to PMSL.
Well, this time we're probably going to get Kid or even Alto as the MVP, but I have to say Frank and Kid, that was a nice touch until the very end. But let's rewatch the living moment of Chicken Dinner by Homeboys just now.
Well, with that chicken dinner, that should put them close to page number 1. We'll check out the overalls later. But look at that full squad time for Homeboys. Only 7 minutes, 41 seconds, but still able to cover with the chicken dinner. Again, this is another testament that you can play with 3 players, but still able to get the chicken dinner.
And I love the improvement from Homeboys today compared to the entirety of the week number 2 before. They were always hesitant and self-doubt in their way when it comes to making a call for the CQC or even any fight. This time they don't think twice, they just go for it. It just proves how things can change as long as they have the confidence. But for RQ, of course, I want to know how much they tally up the points later on, because will they already be eligible yet or not alongside with VOIN Donkey and CELCOMDIGI Alliance?
And we get to the points in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we'll celebrate the MVP from Homeboys. This is going to be Kid with 4 eliminations, 480 damage, 280 damage received, 34% team contribution, and a survival time of 28 minutes, 30 seconds. He was one of the Homeboys players that lasted towards the end to wrap things up at the end of the day. So 2 chicken dinners today for Homeboys. Can't wait to see how far are they in the overall charts.
Yep, when it comes to getting it back and bounce back all the way from the very bottom. we have to give it. Homeboys is actually one of the biggest underdog right now in this Super Weekend, and I'm looking for what they have to offer for our back again to eRangle map after this. Here comes the match rankings. 19 points for Homeboys with 9 eliminations. We don't see to get them this much of eliminations before. I'm loving this improvement. With VOIN Donkey at 15 points, RIQ 12. Now this is where things get single digit. CELCOMDIGI Alliance at 8. These Xavier's unfortunately close enough but ended up with 7 points with alongside Boom.
Yes, so the Xavier was too bad. But for the other contenders, like Vampire, 5 points collected, but the points don't really matter. They were eliminated way away from the chicken dinner slot. And also OSJA Thailand, unfortunately the first one out of 3 to be eliminated. So roughly I would say we're probably still at the 3 same teams that have reached match point, but we'll get a confirmation after this. For the other glaring numbers here, BTR on page number 2 with 5 points. So yeah, still not at match point yet. They were one of the closer ones early on. Okay, here's the confirmation. So it is still our 3. RRQ is the closest now.
Yep, RRQ with one more map to go. If we move into map number 6, that's going to be full contention between RRQ, Vampires, OSJA Thailand, and the Xaviers when it comes to finishing with the chicken dinner to take away that 15 points of league points this week. While the rest of them slowly pushing up, including VOIN, Dong, and BTR swapping places up there, the rest of them still at the same position before.
Oh yeah, not many movements now that the points are abundance, so that's natural. Homeboys still not making it to page number 1, but I guess that's kind of expected, the fact that they started the day at almost the very end. Now, speaking about Homeboys, they are currently at number 11. They are climbing up the charts hard, and they are just 5 points behind CELCOMDIGI Alliance now.
Yep, and for TODAK, it's going to be a lot of work. We don't see a lot of highlight on them. They've been eliminated quite early by a lot of team fights before. But it means that when it comes to the next match, match number 5, we're going to go back to eRangle. It's still going to be the top 3 teams that have the highest chance to get away that 15 points for this week.
Now, our next match here, since we are playing the Smash Rule Day, so we're only rotating between eRangle and Marama in case you just join us maybe after work or after dinner or whatever it is. And we have maximum of 4 more games to go. We're going to come back onto eRangle well, we still don't know whether this will be the last game or not. It will go maximum of 8 games in total. And whatever happens, let's say if none of the match point teams score the chicken dinner, it will still end at maximum 8 games.
Yep. But we're going to go back and wrangle. It's all down to the flight path of the circle for the next one, because right now we have no clue still going to win this one and how many maps are we going to play. But what we do know is 100% already landed for you guys a big patch of the Golden Moonies. Yeah, based on the 7th year anniversary version, and the Golden Moon event is on. Don't forget to collect the times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan Set for free. And the Desert Boat Camel will also join the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds and join you on your Golden Moon journey. With that camel, you're going to be having a lot of fun. And don't forget to hashtag PUBGM370 Golden Moon 2025 and hashtag PUBG Mobile if you happen to already make the contents.
Well, speaking about content, we're going to get more musical content from Alan Walker himself, and he is back in conjunction with PUBG Mobile's 7th anniversary music collaboration. So, you know it, Faded is the first track, as you can see on screen, but what could be track number 2 or track number 3? Earlier today, there was somebody in the comments that actually put in track number 2. Now, maybe for those of you who probably just joined us, what is track number 2 and track number 3? If you know it, you can put it in the comment section. We'd like to know from your point of view as well.
Yeah, but it's very nostalgic to walk down the memory lane with Alan Walker songs. So, I mean, if you guys been long enough in PUBG Mobile like I do, you're probably gonna know already the answers of that. And it brings back so much memory in the days. But when it comes to the next map, we're back in eRangle. Close enough. OSJA Thailand, I would say the hardest one to actually secure that chicken dinner because they always got eliminated early. It feels like a roller coaster ride for them the entire day.
Yeah, they had a good performance yesterday, but today, yeah, they scored the chicken dinner cool, right, to get into match point. But after that, maybe it's just the format, the pressure, the thought process and everything. So of course, our prediction is still pretty much the same, and none of these teams scored the chicken dinner earlier. Instead, it was HOMEBOIS, so it was a pleasant surprise.
The smash rule is still implemented here. Whoever scored the next chicken, the teams that are already eligible for over 77 points will get away straight away, shoot up into the number one across the board. So pressure is mounting for the top three teams, while the others hoping that none of these three teams will score those chicken dinners.
Yes, that is where if any other team were to be able to eliminate those three teams, they will be quote-unquote the hero. It's like, yay, we continue to have another chance to play because we still have games to go. Maximum 8 games, ladies and gentlemen. So it will be up to really like those teams to kind of defend, and also if no other opponents like know that, oh, you are either like a Xavier or Vampire or OSJA Thailand, there'll probably be more attention onto them, and that's where they need to brace for it.
Speaking of bracing, well, it'll be the same for Vampires. Yeah, they do have some discussions. We had some interview with the coach as well as Onsons. There's no pressure at all mounting for them. They're just going to have fun and do the same old what they used to do. But unfortunately, just now, just to recap, Schweppes was amazing in the last one.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like Schweppes really stepped up in the previous round, especially when he was pushed to the corner. Like it was only him. He was able to put up a good performance. He eliminated a team by himself, and after that, well, of course, it was just too much for him to handle. But he did put on a really, really good show, and it's nice to see Schweppes still on top of his game.
Yep, but when it comes to the game here, the longer they play, the more riskier it gets for the top three teams now. This might be their last shot at getting that straight over chicken dinner, because next one is going to be probably RRQ joining in for the eligible teams to get that smash roll point. And if that's going to be the case, the longer that we play, yeah, it's fun for us to watch it all over when it comes to all 8 maps, but it's not going to be fun for the Xavier's Vampires as well as OSJA Thailand, knowing the fact that, hey, they can actually just score that 15 league points for their Super Weekend this week, but they fumbled in the very last minute. So things are going to get more complicated the longer they try to delay it.
Yeah, and if it doesn't end this round, potentially another team might join them. That is RRQ. Last we checked, they were only 7 points away from match point. So they don't want another team to come in as one of the contenders to wrap the day up. They'll be like, okay, nope, let's just stop everything here. RRQ, you stay down below us and just, be there. Don't join us in our top 3 club that we have been having for at least the last 2 games now.
Since we're going back to Wrangle, I don't know whether they're still going to play the center of a circle for the Xaviers and Vampire, because when it comes to Mirama, that's how they have been playing it just now. Because they can actually opt going for the save rotation, playing it safe at the rim of a circle, playing it late. Even though some of them will say, oh, they are campers, but for a good reason. They don't need any more points anymore. If they scored that chicken, it was straight away number 1 for this week's Super Weekend. No question asked, no more doubt. It's all straight to number 1, despite they have lower points than the other top 3 teams. So it's all about whether they have their focus straight, or do they still want to go for those eliminations.
Hey, it's part of the game plan, playing with the rules, right? If you're already at match point and if you can camp all the way to getting a chicken dinner, no elimination points, you still win. So if whatever it takes for them to score the chicken dinner, especially those 3 teams with the match point currently, they will do whatever it takes. Let's see if they change their strategy here, because like what you said, we're coming back onto Irango. Without further ado, let's go.
back into Wrangle. This time we're coming all the way from the east to the west. The flight path feels like very equally divided from this angle. It's going to be on the north and the south, divided the map into two different sides, but it's always about the circle. Where will it go? So far, when it comes to Miramar, we have very similar circle Montenegro before. Will it be the same case when it comes to Wrangle?
Hopefully we get to switch up, right? So it will be interesting to see how teams really adapt to newer circles, and also plus with the smash rule on top of the head. Now, our first team that's eligible, OSJA Thailand, will drop around the Milta power area. It's a regular drop spot. They will have a quick drop here based on this flight path. Next is going to be a Xavier in Pajinki. It's on top of Pajinki, so straight down for them. Vampire Esports should go to Primos. Also, again, not too far away from the flight path. Unless a team chooses to challenge them, then they should have again an okay start.
I'm looking at Nate T. Where is he dropping himself there? He's a bit too split apart from the rest of the Xaviers, but we might actually have the Gakka circle all over again. It's a classical circle that we've known for the longest of time. Vampires, they don't have to move as much because they will be in Primos. Last time we saw Semna is going to be just next to them. But OSJA Thailand is dropping the furthest one away around Milta Power before as well. So they might want to rotate a bit slower because ROQ and TODAK coming up from Novo might be the one that's stopping OSJA Thailand from getting into the circle early.
Yeah, great that you pointed that out. Like, OSJA Thailand is the furthest away from the circle as compared to Vampire and Xavier. And looks like we're going to reintroduce again Ade Look. This time Ifta is going to step aside, and we're going to have the arguably the most or the best lineup for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So they're putting in their powerhouses now. For CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they are 25 points away from the smash rule or from the match point. It's going to take quite a bit for them. Lynx out and Cleon's going to come in this time for TODAK.
I mean, unless if CELCOMDIGI Alliance suddenly trying to switch up their gears and go all aggressive and can score around 20-ish points, 25 points within this match, it's still doable for them to catch up with the rest of the teams that are eligible for the smash rule. But also we have Alter Egos and swap over players here. I think it's because of the map possibly that we keep on having switching of players between these teams.
Yeah, maybe they're also thinking to themselves that it's probably going to be a long night, so we might as well spread out our resources, and that's an advantage to teams that have a good amount of subs. And Homeboys, they're going to introduce Shamil as well into the lineup. So this is, I believe, his debut today as well. Also, maybe having the same thought.
We actually saw him early on.
Oh, okay, thank you for that. Okay, but okay, we'll leave that thought for now because this is going to be important. Alter Ego and BTR.
Razy taking a hands for you. Got finished off in an instant. It was a clean one, but Razy without any helmet. Have some problems to deal with this by himself. He managed to take down on two. That's still big by Razy himself alone. But Snape, on the other hand, coming in from the back line. But there's only two of them here right now. There's going to be another one coming up just now. Octa arrived alongside with Rocky May. Now for Alter Ego, one by one, giving away their bodies. But it's down to 1v1 between BTR and Alter Ego.
Well, the moment he got Federales, now Snape is alone, and from the back it's going to be Rocky. As much as Snape wanted to... Oh, look at the celebrations. Oh, calm down.
Revive your teammate first.
Calm down. Celebrate first. Okay, that's more important. Okay, I get it.
That's a lot. Things just got personal.
Okay.
Calm down. I guess things got really personal on the side of BTR versus Alter Ego. What is going on? The arena seems to be very rowdy right now. But for Alter Ego, they should be glad when they turned back, nobody was passing by. Imagine if ROQ passing by there. I mean...
Yeah, it would be hilarious, I must say. Lucky for them, that didn't happen. But you know what? That is one of those times that I wish that we have like a player audio. I really want to know like
you don't want to
what
hear
did they
it.
say? Oh, I will want to hear
You
it.
don't.
I want
You
it.
don't want to
No,
hear
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
I've
no.
been in the arena but last time when I was hosting. You don't want to hear it, brother. It's like seriously, keep it PG, okay?
Oh, I want to hear it. That's the whole reason I want to hear it. If it's like, good luck, boys. All the best next round. Nah, that one I don't want to hear.
No way. No way. It was really tough to be there. I mean, listening to the taunt sometimes, how things got really personal because now we can feel the tension when the game's starting off, right? If you're in the arena, you guys should go and watch. I mean, if there's an audience, right now it's a close arena, so nobody can actually be in there. But if it's an open space for public, these players will try to be at their best behavior. I do know that. But when it was closed, swear to God, oh my God, things got really tensed up in there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know what BTR were talking or taunting them against before they starting off, but that just got really personal.
Yeah, let's not encourage the audience to go now, right? We don't want to give security trouble. But you guys can go to the venue next weekend during the grand finals, starting from Friday onwards at IOI. So do book your time for that. That's where I don't know whether they're going to do this or not. Like what you said, they might behave because there's like so many people around.
Oh man. I'm curious about what's the backstory between those two teams because we do know I even want to know the backstory between Alter Ego and also Boom, right? Because they always go against each other like arch nemesis in this season. Feels like the tension between the Indonesian region teams seems to be having a bit of a rift down there. They used to be very close, very brotherly between themselves. But maybe because it's just the heat of the tournament, you know, maybe outside of it they're pretty chill. Usually they're pretty chill outside. But today, the teams that's not chilling at all, HOMEBOIS, wow, jumping all the way up here.
Yeah, and currently at number 11, right? 47 points. They are 30 points away from match point. Probably won't be enough games for them to like reach the match point plus chicken dinner. So for them, perhaps their objective is just to like, okay, we want to just climb as high as possible. And when it ends, whether it ends at game 8 or whether it ends earlier than that, at least we're somewhere okay. Because let's also remember that HOMEBOIS, they did not enter last week's Super Weekend. So they want to gain enough points from the Super Weekend to be eligible for the Grand Finals.
That's true. At least get a better placement, right? I mean, like, there's so many teams out there with only 1 point that's not playing here today as well. So as long as they got slightly better points than them, I mean, it's all about the top 16 slot in overall league points to be in the grand finals here. But when it comes to the circle, Cloud, I mean, hello, Gakko?
Very common spots. So these areas going to play in the middle again. As before, I mean, it almost gave them the chicken dinner, so it's okay to kind of repeat that. But OSJA Thailand, here we go. Coming in, and they will meet up with RRQ. RRQ, they won the match point.
4Q is being knocked down. RRQ very close, though. If they can secure like 5 points out of eliminations and just wait it out for the placement points, I think that's going to be more than enough for them to squeeze up to the top 4 in the one of the eligible teams to be having the smash rule implemented. But for Alter Ego, they're not willing to go out just yet. Just now we saw how they were fighting against BTR. They're fighting against another team now, Boy Donkey. But OSJA Thailand, RRQ Nepeko, as always, prepared to take it and rumble it out.
And it's going to be Richard and Shopper saying goodbye to RRQ. And there's also another team actually coming by, so not wise for them to stay there out in the open. Now they reach this warehouse. This will be their pit stop for now. They will not be able to save their teammates. So it's going to be the duo till the end. And still very, very early for them. Pretty similar situation like how it was in the previous round for OSJA Thailand. So their chances are pretty slim.
For HOMEBOIS on the other hand, I love the confidence this time. They're a bit more proactive when it comes to getting those information, a bit more active throughout moving into the map, and the navigation is a bit more organized than always. Like back in the days, early this week, they're a bit more, clustered up together, not getting any information at all. But back towards the teams that has a chance of ending this day here today. OSJA Thailand, unfortunately, down to only 2 players.
Yeah, with 2 players, yeah. The chances of getting the chicken dinner and just close everything off is pretty slim now. So I guess if we want to give more attention to, it will be Vampire Esports and Xavier. Both of these teams, we have not seen them on screen yet, so it looks like they're playing the more patience game this time, especially Vampire Esports, who we commonly see taking early fights despite they are already at match point. So looks like they are also adapting to the situation.
And we talked about TODAK before. I mean, TODAK, during the group stage, they were great. They were okay. Getting into the SuperWeekend seems to be a bit tough for them. Barely get to see them perform here. We do have Vampires just next to them as well. So for Vampires, they know what at stake here. They're coming in very slowly compared to the earlier maps early on. They always play in the center, but this time they take things as patience and playing the slow game. They know that they can just take away the #1 spot by just getting those chickens. And they saw TODAK very tempted to engage with them, but it's all about the trigger discipline.
So the circle went to the Pochinki Hill. There's Team Flash on top of there, one of the best spots in this current circle. Vampire Esports, they're taking their time, they're not rushing things. Totally understand since they started off in Primos. So they allow other teams to just delete each other before they show themselves up later. And if that works for them, great. We'll see how that turns out later. Xavier, they still have the circle, but they don't have the prime spot yet. So to a certain extent, I believe that we're going to see Xavier still staying quiet and kind of hoping for the circle to land towards them next.
Yeah, they're playing the inner circle compared to Vampires playing the outer circle. But this time, surprisingly, Cloud, if you compare with Miramar, nobody coming up from the northern side, but this time everybody coming up from the north side of the circle. I think it's a bit rowdy up there. The concentration of players seems to be a bit too suffocating. Alter Ego now seems to be on a different level. They definitely pumped up after taking down BTR early before, because the kill feed keep popping their names up there.
Yes, involving one of the players of 7-9. No follow-up yet. But we're going to see Joker knocking down Octa. Okay, eArena came in and Octa eliminated. Fell to the hands of Joker.
Joker going around, trying to see if there's any other teams nearby. He spotted out eArena players. And it's his own players, sorry. Joker, on the other hand, I think he's trying to be safe and try to go for the loot of the death box, just to be clear that there's nobody else watching. But it's not all safe either. Last time we saw Alter Ego were fighting so many teams. I don't know what happened. They left with only 2 players. And they're going into the blue zone.
Taking a long rotation back in. That's the best so far thought that I could think of, right? Like the fact that they're doing that. Anyway, for Alter Ego, it's still more about just collecting points, playing regularly as usual. For Vampire, they have kind of arrived at the rim of the circle. eArena, now they have RRQ.
RRQ just managed to get themselves 2 points, and they cannot afford to go down way this early. They're one of the closest one to the eligible ones to get that match point. Oh, now they're losing one by limb, taken out by eArena. They also lost 1 player. A bit of trade-off between RRQ and eArena right now. Sakura spotted out Strangers Esports at the same time. This is going to be a 3-way war.
While the circle will close. Hoping for the circle to still be up there. If not, it's big pressure for all these teams. The circle went to the Pochinki. Here we have Team Flash still up there. Xavier, now they don't have the circle. Now they need to move forward. And it could be 7-9 against Xavier if they go straight in.
Wait, TALON is tailing Vampires from the back. I think Xavier is very close as well. There's also TODAK in here. Oh my. Here comes our top teams in trouble.
Orange by Nuzi on the TODAK. And now they're trying to shoo away TODAK, breaking their formation. They're still not exactly in the circle yet, but they're not too far away for it. Just making a quick pit stop here, just to make sure their front is clear. They see TODAK making their move. Vampire Esports have not yet. They're calculating if it's worthwhile for them to push in now. But on the elimination feed, we have Z versus Zeus from Team Flash.
Mela. Mela, the last man standing again. Well, he's very creative, I give you that. Mela, when it comes to pulling itself as a solo player, he's one of the best to rely on. But for Vampire, they spotted out TODAK, and this is where the top team start to take action. They managed to knock down on one just now, but I don't see the execution out of the TODAK players. But unfortunately for TODAK, they are being aimed to different side here. Team Flash and Vampires aiming down on TODAK, while the rest of the team still migrating. Now we have our vision on these Xaviers. It's going to be next to Mela.
And the Xavier on top of this hill. Mela is closest by, but Mela will make a move. But speaking about making moves, Homeboys are making their move against eArena. Now only Sakura and Joker left. Homeboys, they're crashing in. Sakura will be knocked down. Joker is the only one left for eArena. And he needs to fight against two active players more from Homeboys. We've got Helton coming in. Kid is going to come in from behind. It's going to be a 1v1. And Helton will win it for Homeboys.
Homeboys, they're getting better and better. Look how confident they are in the CQC even. This is what I'm talking about. I'm hoping for the progress of the teams. But Lamborghini, Yummy May, what a nade. And speaking of execution, can they translate again once more? Lamborghini got caught off guard and straight away taken by boom hand grenades.
Well, and they took out Lamborghini, one of the key players for D Xavier. The rest of D Xavier now turning their backs onto Boom Esports. They want to seek revenge. As Levi's now will be at the forefront with the Scar L. Terrain's not really helping him. The smoke as well blinding his sight against Boom Esports. And now Boom Esports goes up to the higher ground. They have the terrain advantage against D Xavier.
Nate's return. Levi. A bit short tossed. Paragin tried to see within those bushes, but unfortunately the Blue Zone will not allow these Xaviers to lurk and linger any much more longer. They need to leave and find themselves a good spot, but they've been smothered by the presence of so many teams, including there's Mela. Mela still at the back there, buddy. These Xaviers has no clue about that, and here comes Mela, crushing these Xaviers from behind.
And here comes Levi's from the side as well to secure another elimination point for D Xavier, but Levi's knocked down now. Only one active player left. Circle moved away from D Xavier. Oh man, looks like D Xavier are they eliminated. We need to get a confirmation soon. I saw Parajit out. D Xavier is out. Now the best bet is Vampire Esports to close the day up.
OSJA Thailand still in the game here. Don't forget about it, despite having only a duo. But the rest of the teams, while they're busy, try to cancel each other out. Maybe OSJA Thailand will surprise us, but back to Mela. It's a Mela time.
And Yummy will be taken by Mela from the lower ground. Surprise, surprise. They probably didn't expect Mela to still be around the corner. And Mela, navigating around like a charm. Boom Esports, look at this. As much as a high ground that they've got, it's so difficult for them to get Mela. Forcing Frenzy to come in with a CQC onto Mela. Who won? Who won? No, we want to see that.
We want to see Mela. OSJA, look at this. The moment they walk into it, unfortunately, Mela being eliminated, I think that was just now. They had enough for Boom. They just want to wipe him off the surface. But unfortunately, another team that's losing it is going to be OSJA Thailand. This opened up the opportunity for RRQ. But don't forget, Vampire is still in here. They are still very silent. Speaking of silence, hello, Vampires.
They've been tailing TODAK for the longest time. And TODAK, they only have two players. Vampire Esports with the numbers. Now they're crashing onto TODAK. Vampire Esports. One down. But then again, Onzus needs to follow up quickly. The Molly is still active. They're trying to find the right angle. But Onzus has been punished. And looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Vampire Esports, only one player left. He needs to pull off a clutch against TODAK. But no! Looks like again, the night is still young.
We're gonna give the road for VOIN, Donkey and RRQ next. These are the two teams that's more than wanting to get into the eligible points here. We might have 5 teams in contention for the next one, Cloud.
Oh man, yes. RRQ is edging closer. VOIN Donkey as well. But speaking about RRQ, okay, now they are at 7 teams left, so they are at 75. They need 2 more points to be at match point. If this nade lands in, that's it. RRQ will not be in match point yet.
And CELCOMDIGI Alliance will try to deny that. While CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they got crash landed by Team Flash from the other side. Oh my god, this nade. It was so close. But back to a CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have to refocus their attention, split into 2 ways now, because Team Flash will not let them easily just focus on RRQ. Well, Team Flash at 13th spot right now, they're quite far from being eligible for the contention when it comes to the match point.
And here comes Team Flash. They were king of the hill before this. And now they have TALON in front of them. Boychill and Yoru, the duo for TALON. 5 more seconds before we see stage number 6. Okay. So the highlight right now to me is going to be RRQ and VOIN Donkey to collect points. But none of them got the circle.
Except for TODAK. The team that seems to be the very isolated ones, favored by the circle down there. Even got himself maybe an upgrade of loot with an airdrop nearby just now. But for Team Flash, he can just gatekeep this all day. But I want to see if VOIN Donkey can catch up to the points because they are on a hunt right now.
That will be interesting, right? To see how many more points they can get. Okay, here we go. VOIN Donkey. Yoru is currently down. Can they pick up that point? Boychill is behind Yoru. And Yoru shots. And here comes the rest of VOIN Donkey. Okay, they will finish him off. But before that, they want to get Boychill. That's going to be 4 elimination points now for VOIN Donkey.
VOIN Donkey getting closer and closer for the points here. All they need is secure another chicken. That's going to be done deal for them to be eligible for the next chicken dinner as their winning point. But RRQ taking on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Zeta, we're down to the top 4 team. TODAK, 79, VOIN Donkey, and Team Flash. The one with the full squad is only going to be Team Flash for now, who's gatekeeping 79 and VOIN Donkey at the same time. But VOIN Donkey, they are relentless. Unstoppable for now with their momentum pushing straight for the blood. They want for more when it comes to elimination points.
And here comes the other teams. Oh man, 3 different teams at this hill. Everyone wants to be the king of the Pachinki Hill now. It was Team Flash that held it for the longest time. VOIN Donkey now. Can they make enough points for them to be eligible for match point next? They are still in the game, but they have a tough route from the lower ground on the outside of the circle. They need to come in.
TODAK. I'm just gonna send a spray for the car, for their vehicles. But back to this VOIN Donkey. They're taking their hat on against Team Flash. Looking at tops, cooking up the nade, same goes for Zeus. While Yuha and the rest of 79 dealing with bows. Well, Razak tanking the all by himself in the front line. A bit too risky for Razak. He's doing this by himself while Zeta taking the slopes of a heel. Razak have to just hold on by himself with the help of his teammate Potato. Is there as well. A finish off in an instant. Team Flash, they're fighting back.
Oh man, if VOIN Donkey goes out now, they might not have enough points to make match point. Team Flash want to deny that away from VOIN Donkey. 2 more active players to go for VOIN Donkey from the lower ground. Razor fires back to take out Bows. And Razor will be cut off a Young T. 1 more to go. It's going to be Zeta on the other side. Zeta trying to get away. He does have his DBS, but the circle is just that small. And Team Flash will deny VOIN Donkey from the match point.
We have to just tabulate the scores later on because Team Flash 79, they are all both wanting this so bad. But it's going to be 1v1 for Team Flash. Not really. Team Flash still have plenty of players, but they just need a bit of reset. 79, unfortunately, the blue zone will kill them right now. They can even save their teammate TODAK. Will they finally rise up the occasion here with 2 more players remaining? And 79 got finished off by Team Flash. Flash, they're climbing up the ladder.
Now it's Team Flash and TODAK for this chicken dinner. They definitely want the points. They have their own objectives. And Nate on to Zeus. A bit of a splash damage, but he'll be alright.
2v3. Team Flash, I don't think they have any health utilities anymore. And they try to pick up from the death boxes laying around, but Zeus, he didn't salvage, didn't get anything, didn't salvage any meds. Except for the band-aids, of course. In the worst case scenario, none of these teams in the circle, except for TODAK, they're going to play it safe. They're going to go for the airdrop too. Just going to go back towards the compound where they were at before. And they're waiting out for Team Flash to climb down their high horses.
Yeah, go back to their safe space. Alright, Real is going to do the same too. Totally understandable. Want to use this as their fortress. And now it's down to Team Flash. It's down to their game on how they want to manage this situation. Straight crash in, or they're going to split up. Okay, they're going to split up right now. They're going to come in from multiple sides to the warehouse.
Top's coming up from behind him. He's trying to scout for... He randomly sprays thinking that they're still inside of smoke, but I think right now they're kind of clear for the side of Team Flash, knowing that TODAK is inside that building. Problem is, they don't have any hand grenades to flush them out anymore.
Yep, I don't see any as well. I do see a molly on the Young T, and that's pretty much about it. But they are gathering the information. Okay, they know exactly which side of the building they are now. Sends his one and only trusted molly into the building, trying to flush him out. Oh, okay, that's a lot of damage by DBS, and now he shows up on the other side. But Real is there to take out Young T. Cleon is down. It's only down to Real now.
Real, he can reset himself first, but it's a bit too much at risk. He's down as well. Real is the man. Can he actually clutch this one now? We've seen him done it many times before, but this is the most crucial one. It's gonna be Chicken Dinner clutch. He failed. And Team Flash finally triumph. Where will they stand now?
Oh man, the points now is just up and down, up and down. It's so hard to tell. We'll leave that to officials to tabulate the points. Man, this is just insane right now with this current format. TODAK, on the other hand, they were probably feeling to themselves that they could probably have got it, but the night is still not over yet thanks to the smash rule. So don't worry, Real, don't worry. He might look disappointed, but I'm sure he'll be able to come back stronger next round.
So close for him just now. By the side of TODAK, we've seen the rise of Homeboys and now the rise of TODAK and all the teams from the second page cloud realizing that, hey, the top 3 teams that seems to be eligible for the smash rule kind of have problem to close the game. We might as well take advantage by just trying to game themselves for the chicken here and start to catch up. This is a shaky time for the teams at the very top.
Oh yeah, it's just so intense, right? It's crazy right now. Man, I can't wait to see like the official points here for RRQ and VOIN Donkey. I don't think they've made the match point yet, but again, we'll let the officials do their work later on. But wow, look at this. Zeus himself, 9 eliminations. That is a lot. A total of 14 eliminations for Team Flash. So they got 24 points in this round. That is significant. I can't wait to see where they will be in the current overall chart.
Yeah, with 1,000 over damage by Zeus, I mean, he's really pushing his limits beyond what we expected here. And this will bring Team Flash into a different spotlight entirely. Do they have enough? Will be close enough? Or do they need another game or not? We're gonna have to wait for the overall rankings later on, because don't forget, RRQ is also in one of the contention to be the eligible teams that's very close to the top 3. Let's watch the highlight of Team Flash.
Well, based on the top 4 teams here for this round, none of them are our smash point or match point teams. We got Team Flash, TODAK, RRQ, and SEM9. Though RRQ is up here, I believe they didn't score that many elimination points. They might not be eligible yet, but we'll get a confirmation soon. But gotta give it to Team Flash as well. And also TODAK, SEM9, they still want to get the best placement possible.
Yep, but we have to tabulate the scores later on. But we're going to go into the match ranking first before that ever happens as well. Because the top 4 teams, these are the teams that seems to be on the second page earlier today. Now rising up to the occasion. They warmed up, alright. So the teams at the very top, they should be shaky because there's going to be more contention for whoever gets the next chicken dinner here. But when it comes to our MVP, this is something else. Zeus, he's pushing beyond the limit here. Nothing seems to be his limit so far.
Again, right? The MVP. Every time Team Flash gets the chicken dinner, it's always going to be Zeus up here. But how can you deny him the MVP when he scored 9 eliminations with 1,278 damage to come along with it? So it's a package here for Zeus with a lot of damage received as well. So it just shows that he's able to tank and able to do all this work for the team. 39% team contribution with a survival time of 25 minutes 39 seconds. And if we were to look at the hexagon, it's a great all-rounder effort by Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to have that full pentagon and manage to pull it through. He even tanked the damage for the team, damage output-wise, one of the highest, of course. But when it comes to the points, 24 points by Team Flash. This makes us question, are they already eligible or are they still in between?
Oh, wait a second. RRQ, they only needed 7 points to be match point eligible, and now they got 10? They could be enough now, right? So we gotta keep an eye on that later on. If it's true, then now we will have 4 different teams who are eligible for the smash rule to be in effect. But on the other side, okay, Vampire, OSJA Thailand, D-Savior, our 3 teams, three of them on page 2.
Yeah, I think RRQ, they shot 3 points, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have to tabulate that. But for BTR, TALON, I mean, I think the pressure mounting for these teams, they're trying to play it safe, or maybe they try to go aggressive because it seems like there's a bit of tug of war between the... Yep, hello for our top contenders. Welcome to VOIN. Dog is going to join next. Team Flash and maybe for SEM9 even BTR. Now we have 4 teams that's eligible. Good luck. I mean, these Avies, you had it all day to finish things off, but you didn't.
Yeah, like the sexy number of 105 is like, yep. But now we have like, who? VOIN Donkey, maybe Team Flash, maybe even SEM9, maybe even BTR, who can reach match point in the next round. Even like, let's say we take down to BTR, it's 16 points away. So if they get the chicken dinner, okay eliminations, they could still get it.
Including eArena as well. Whoever's in the 60s, they need 17 points, and that's going to be enough for them to be eligible as well. But for the teams at the very bottom, they just want a better placement when it comes to finish off this Super Weekend. But hey, it's not impossible still, since we still have plenty of maps to go.
Yeah, a maximum of total 8 maps to be played. Yes. Unless, now with the inclusion of RRQ, now the chances of a team to just smash it gets higher. 4 gunslingers though. Okay, Team Flash, 2,554, way ahead of eArena at second place, followed by SEM9 and then RRQ. But what's important for RRQ is that they did enough to put them at match point.
How things have changed, how the tide has turned. It's always going to be the top 4 before when it comes to the top teams that we do know at very high overall rankings up there. But this time, it's a different team set entirely. Now, this is where we start to question. HOMEBOIS got a double chicken in a day, but unfortunately, they're the furthest one away to get that smash rule. They're still in not contention of an eligible team. While the team that's still eligible did not score the second chicken of the day. Oh my god, speaking of how dramatic things can be.
Yeah, I know, right? It's getting tighter and tighter now. Maximum of 3 more games to go, and we're going to come back onto Miramar after this. But while we're waiting for the next match, this is a good opportunity for you guys who have not updated your PUBG Mobile to update it right now, because this is in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, which is the Golden Moon event. You update it, you can log into the game, and then you collect the Times token to redeem the Camel Super Fan Set for free. You can even try out the desert boat, and don't forget to claim the lobby background, the new lobby background that's in conjunction with this new update too. And if you happen to do any content, do hashtag PUBGM370, hashtag Golden Moon 2025, and hashtag PUBG Mobile.
And also, we are thrilled to announce to you guys that PUBG Mobile is collaborating with the great DJ and musical genius again, Alan Walker, for our special 7th year anniversary music collaboration. And this collaboration will feature 3 songs. You guys can see the 3 tracks down there, with the first track, Faded, already unveiled in the Golden Moon story chapter. So the other 2 songs are set to be released soon. Take a guess for you guys. And thank you for all of you guys for your continued attention to the official updates of PUBG Mobile 7th year anniversary. The 7th anniversary update will officially meet you guys on March 7th, which was 2 days ago. So we hope to see you guys when it comes to surprises in the game, but more surprises when it comes to the Smash Rule Sunday.
Yeah, we're going to have the same conversation again of if this is going to be the last round. We don't know for sure. Now we have a new contender, which is RRQ. So out of 16 teams, 4 teams are now eligible to smash it. Oh man. And if they don't, well, we might see more teams added to the list after this. So they have to close it up. If not, it's going to be even harder for those teams that are already at match point.
Yeah, the best one imagine the teams that just join in as the Smash Rule point and eligible, which is going to be RRQ.
And they smash it.
And they smash it. That's going to be devastating despite the Xaviers. They scored over 100 right now and be stolen away by RRQ, just eligible. Well, joke's on you, buddy.
Yeah, it will be hilarious, not going to lie there. And now that I kind of think about it, you made a good point. That'll be hilarious. That'll be pretty fun to see, like, how would the interview be if RRQ does smash it? And, well, very likely we're going to get an interview from them. What are they going to say? Like, how do they feel?
And I hope that interview have 2 sets of it. One will be the most point teams, and one the one who managed to smash it.
Somebody from the Xavier and somebody from RRQ.
Imagine the devastation from the Xaviers. They had the whole day, Cloud. The whole day!
Yeah, just for RRQ to come back from behind. Okay, if that happens, okay. So we don't know. Right? We don't know whether this will be the last game or not for today. I mean, that's the best part about this format, right? There's so many things that we don't know, and it really depends on how the teams perform. And this format is just amazing. I love this. I hope that it will be implemented across globally in PUBG Mobile Esports in other regions and also other international events like the PMWI, PMGC, and so on and so forth. So I can't wait to see if it will be in later. We don't know yet. So many things that we don't know. But what we do know is that we're going to come back onto Miramar. Here we go!
Back into Miramar. Will this be the smash map or will it still not? Now, if you guys don't know, yes, if the smash roll, the teams at over 77 points managed to get the chicken in this map, it's going to be a smash game, it is. But the thing is, it's not just they end the game early, but they will also straight away be crowned as number 1 for this Super Weekend. So pushing everybody else down, even though their points are lesser than the teams that happen to be at the very top. And imagine if RRQ can pull that off.
Oof, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. From not really looking at RRQ before this, now RRQ is the center of attention as well. So let's see what kind of gameplay are they going to bring now that they are eligible to smash it, right? They might just change their gameplay. We might see a different type of RRQ showing up here. Maybe playing it safer this time for RRQ.
Or maybe go even crazier. That's what these Ava's been doing the whole day. It made me question so much. Why would you want to put so much difficulty on your own team? Maybe it was difficult for them in the start anyhow. But this circle ended up in no man's land because the flight path did favor slightly on the south side. So I assume VOIN Donkey, even eArena, probably gonna go through La Cobreria and up to Torre Holmada, knowing the fact that, hey, it was a southern side of flight path, which means northern side, there's not much contenders.
So the closer ones to the north in our 4 teams is Xavier. Yeah. Other than that, RRQ is probably the furthest because they drop down south, somewhere around the area of Impala. So they might need to travel a bit, but that could be their advantage since they can stay away from most of the fights. But Shamil, we only saw him for 1 game and he subbed out for our boy.
I think they're having a swap in and out when it comes to Wrangle and Miramar. And that's what I talked about early on when it comes to dynamic. You didn't get to warm up like the per usual, right? So saying goes, at this time we're looking at Voxy. Satar and Voxy having a swap. I don't see Satar ever being swapped before.
Yeah, it's rare to see Satar being swapped out, right? Like this guy is well-decorated player and he's very consistent. And if he's being swapped out, it's probably a big decision for BTR. But if we were to look at BTR's current performance, up and down, topsy-turvy. So maybe it's something that they have identified. But we are currently bringing in the OG IGL, Vin Torres, and also to note, there was this one time within this week that when Vin Torres was subbed in for a Miramar match, they scored the chicken dinner. So that's probably something that they were looking at.
For Yuri and Linux, we saw multiple times they're being swapped in and out. But I think for the teams that swap in and out one of their key players, I think maybe this is where exhaustions kick in. Because they might need him or that player later on if, games happen to be all 8 maps here today. And same goes to Yuhai and Kenny. I mean, you don't see Yuhai so often being swapped out this week.
Yeah, it's either he didn't start the day or like in between, like we don't really get to see him being subbed out. But I think like if we were to look at like the potential reason, right, like Semnai and BTR pretty much in the same boat, like not only in overall charts but also in terms of like performance, like also kind of like topsy-turvy. And maybe we can also like put in like a bit of like they might go 8 games, so you want to like reserve like some of these players for like if we do go that far for them to be subbed in later on. So many factors, right? And that's the great thing about having this level of squad depth, that if you put it anyone, they are as capable of carrying back the duty for the team.
Yeah, and this is where we had the conversation. It's going to be, even though it's a bench player or being sub player, it's a super sub by the end of the day. But OSJA Thailand, the thing is about OSJA Thailand is consistency. That's the biggest issue for them. When they hit it big with Red Bull, of course. But Vampires, are they playing this super safe or are they playing in the center? Seems like they're playing the center since Minas Generalas is quite in the center of the circle. Last time what we do know of. And we don't see a lot of teams still. For Vampires, I don't know what hit them. They got highlighted in red color. Did any teams shoot them down or something? Yeah, probably is. Maybe it was like what teams that migrating into truck stop as well. That's nearby. We don't see anybody around them so far. So I'm not sure which team actually aiming for the heads right now.
Yeah, not too sure as well. Unless somebody took a bit of vehicle damage. Maybe Tony K took a small vehicle damage. Though it's not significant, but that's fine. As long as they're able to get to Minas Generales like safely, no further shots, no further follow-up from any other team, I guess that's okay for Vampire Esports. Looking at how they have been playing, so earlier on in the previous round, they played it fairly safely, but that's also because they naturally dropped in Primos, and it lasted them quite a fair bit. So maybe we might see that kind of gameplay, slow, steady, just avoid fights, and they probably learned from Xavier when they had their best shot earlier, and they were going to play that kind of play style to try to score this chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's a nice summary for you to mention that one out as well, because we're looking at the highlight in last Erangel map. The Team Flash, I mean Zeus was incredible. He's so good at long range and short range. Every range that is pretty good by himself.
Oh yeah, that's why he's like the Mr. MVP, right? Man, this guy. And he was the one to score the chicken dinner as well for Team Flash against Real. Very, very consistent player. And the more consistent he is, who knows? Transfer window, who knows? When it comes to average stats, well, we have seen higher. Not going to go the Asian dad route, but still Zeus have been carrying the weight of the team on his shoulders.
That's true. I think he is like the early era of Rosemary back in the days, right? Where all the team centralized towards his gameplay, and he happened to be the center of the team as well, the backbone. But we're gonna have to wait and see whether the others will step up to their games or not. Example, like the rest of Team Flash, you do know they are very veteran players too, like Young T example, even some of his teammates. But when it comes to the Blue Zone, eArena and TODAK seems to be soaking it quite deep in there.
Yeah, so they're taking the time this time. But it's still stage 1, it's Miramar, it's common sight, and eArena is pretty much doing the same. TODAK, interestingly, okay, so they're slowly catching up in terms of points. They got that second place, so that kind of helps them. Yes, they're still at number 16. And let's remember, TODAK, they didn't make last week's Super Weekend. So they want to avoid the tiebreaker as well. And that's why they are still pushing it for the points, knowing the fact that they will not be able to make match point anyway.
Yep. But TODAK is too far, no? We're looking at truck stop and also Acidity Patrol, Christie Valley, LSR. So high chance it's going to be a truck stop area. There's going to be a lot of structures in between down there, and it's quite concentrated. They'll be thinning off the crowd on the truck stop itself, because compared to the northern side, it's a bit more clustered on top of the south side of the circle just now. And Vampire seems to be one of the teams that happen to be in the middle of it.
So Vampire is playing the middle right now. Okay. Let's see if it will work out for them. Earlier we saw them playing like by the edge. But of course, this time they put in a different IGL, right, which is Victoria. So he probably has different ideas. And he was sitting up before this, so he had a good overall view of like, this is how other teams play. And by subbing him in at this stage, maybe that fresh new idea can probably bring them something, but it's still very early. Anyway, now they're crashing onto HOMEBOIS.
Now taking aggressive approach this time with Victorious leading with the team. Frankie trying to ring around Rosie alongside with Tony K. Frankie, it's Tony K. Schraps actually also taking on a boy. And things seems to be in shambles on the side of HOMEBOIS right now. They're left with only one player standing, and that's Kid leaving the vicinity as soon as he can. But unfortunately, we have to face Alva. He whiffed at Alva just now.
Oh yeah, there was quite a whiff there. He was shooting the vehicle instead of the main target, which is Kid. And that allowed Kid to knock him back down to the ground. But Kid, where did that shot come from? Oh, it's Octa. Okay, so Alter Ego, they can recover their teammate.
And now on the side of these Xavier is taking a very aggressive approach as well, not letting VOIN Donkey to be eligible for the points here by taking them down. 2 is out from the equation of VOIN Donkey towards the lineup. They're left with only 2 players. I assume these Xaviers of Empires, they want to stretch the margin between the teams, so it's difficult for them to have any sort of eligible point when it comes to the smash rule. But also, I mean, hey, don't forget about RRQ. RRQ is up there for contention.
Oh yeah, so that's another highlight team, right, for sure. Highlight team on screen, the Xavier crashing onto VOIN Donkey. To a certain extent, whatever happens, they also want to stop VOIN Donkey from gaining more points or maybe getting a chicken dinner for themselves. Whichever it is, it's still worthwhile for them to crash onto VOIN Donkey now that they have demand advantage. VOIN Donkey do not have Vexy.
PUBGM now coming up around the corners. Well cooked the nade and toss over to Potato, who's actually the one that he should focus on and will be right in front of them, which is Razak. Razak, he's playing around all the windows that's possibly open up for him. PUBGM, he needs to go to the second floor, but he knows for the fact that the moment he climbs up the stairs, those headshots going to be straight in the face, but thankfully somebody else is saving him from behind. It's going to be Lamborghini saving the team right now with Levi covering up all the windows and finish off all the players. These Xaviers, they almost wiped out the entirety of VOIN Donkey with with Potato now running away.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Potato is interested to take this fight. Now, if VOIN Donkey gets eliminated here, if we still have the next match, they will not be a match point eligible. So Potato still has to live in case we still have the following round. Anyway, now it's not only the Xavier, it's also Lobby X from Stranger. Oh no, out in the open. His chances are pretty low. Mela's going to come in from the other side, but Mela again. That's not good KS, but anyway, the point still goes to Stranger Esports.
And RRQ starts taking action and matter into their hands to eArena. 2 of them knocked down by RRQ. It was very close. There's going to be top 4 teams here. But on the side of Team Flash, if they can break the numbers, they are more than welcome because VOIN Donkey being eliminated right now. And RRQ just secured those eliminations with only 2 more remaining on eArena. Oh, this is going to be a tough one for EA.
Oh. As Hazel now at the forefront. They're circling around. They see that target. Their first target is going to be NC2. On the other side, there's someone else. It's going to be Joker. Joker shows up with the DBS. Joker able to secure the elimination point, but immediately falls back down. He gets one, but RRQ got the rest.
Tiger. The Tiger is running with tails between his feet. But for RRQ, no getting off the leash yet, buddy. Gen Force now going for the scope. Tracking it down, but the recoil is so difficult. And Tiger managed to get himself in covers. And EA have one more member to just survive a bit longer. Gen Force will not commit to it. He will reunite with the rest of his teams.
Well, RRQ without Hazel now. But anyway, we have seen teams getting chicken dinners with 3 players, so not all hope is lost for RRQ yet. Team Flash around the corner. Are they going to go for it? Or are they going to focus on getting into the circle? Probably the circle first, since the zone is closing right now.
RRQ. Team Flash very interested in tailing to RRQ's trail. Picking up the crumbs. RRQ repositioning himself to gatekeep from the inner side of the circle. I don't know if Team Flash want to go still fight them in the inner circle. Seems like they already pulled over and very interested in challenging straight head on. But the Xaviers, they're going to play the quiet game for now, while Vampires are still going against TODAK at the moment. While Alter Ego and Boom and Team Flash, they change all the way from RQ, go down to Boom. Now that's going to be a 3-way fight.
Oh man, so many teams down there, right? 4 different teams at least clumped up together. And here comes Boom Esports into the circle. They navigate around this hill, so they will be safe in the circle. Now in front of them, Alter Ego. Zero immediately turns back.
That's shots coming up from Team Flash here. And also Alter Ego. Boom. Smothered all around. Suffocated by the bullets by these 2 teams here. But Zero managed to sneakily coming out from that turmoil and getting into it from the north, but they prepared for it. It's Zeus that we're talking about.
Oh, King of the Hill. Team Flash now defending the ground. Oh, they see Boom Esports in front. Okay, here comes Tops. Can he get it? Oh no, Tops gunned down by Zero. The rest of Team Flash right now, we need to win the fight. Bows will be bowing down too. 2 more for Team Flash. We got Young T, the next target. Yummy is on his way, and they see Young T. Young T thrown behind his vehicle. Nothing much he can do. Super exposed for Boom.
For Team Flash, yeah, so eligible. It's very close. 10 more points to go, but unfortunately, their run will be stopped here. The same goes, they sharing the same fate as VOIN Donkey. Next one in the line to be eligible is going to be Sam 9. But don't forget, the top 4 teams that needs to score the chicken dinner to end the run here are all still alive.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Top 4, only RRQ. Happy casualty. OSJA Thailand, they're recovering their teammate now. There's going to be Richard. He should be back up. Richard is up now. CELCOMDIGI Alliance not pushing, knowing that they don't have the advantage. So OSJA Thailand can reset.
Close the door, being polite. What a gentleman. Oh, he needs to open fire anyhow. There's nobody there. He knows for a fact there's nothing there. Just randomly just giving some warning shots. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, lucky enough for the side of OSJA Thailand, they did not make a U-turn. But I'm looking at the other teams possibly that's behind OSJA. Last time I saw, maybe it was TALON. I don't know if TALON's super interested in taking a fight with OSJA Thailand now.
If they are, then, well, and they can wipe out OSJA Thailand, they'll be the hero. Yep, basically any team who can take out the top 4 right now, they'll be heroes for the other teams, allowing them another extra chance to gain more points in the next round. But anyway, OSJA Thailand right now and TALON next to each other. And like what you said, TALON is interested.
Chopper, ooh, that's very close. Here comes Voice's nade. Chopper, lucky the slopes of the hill is a bit slippery for those hand grenades to stuck onto the players. But Gooey gonna park himself, try to bait out those hand grenades, but it was quite a very strategic position here by OSJA Thailand. It's so difficult for the hand grenades without rolling down the hill to nade onto these players. On the side of OSJA, they need to reposition themselves, but the circle, it will shrink as stage 5 commences, but BTR is here to disrupt them as well.
Wow, and OSJA Thailand still has the circle, but they have a lot of teams around them. Vampire Esports have the circle as well. They're on the right side with TODAK. Now TODAK is on the outer side. That is where Vampire Esports will need to be ready. From the north, it will be D Xavier coming in. We're going to put focus on the OSJA Thailand for now. So many teams still around them.
Speaking of so many teams, RRQ Valley inside of the circle here right now. Boom is stopping them. We do have Alter Ego on top of the zip line around the compound. Well, these Xaviers, they were quiet for a bit. They got only 2 eliminations. Right now they're coming up from the northern side, slowly approaching the circle. What Strangers is telling them behind. And the side of Boom realize, hey, we are having very low ground. We might as well get into a place that seems to be in the side of a circle. But TODAK is just going to stop them. Vampire is just next to TODAK, by the way. But lucky enough, they do have these elevations at work.
Yeah, so Boom Esports doing Vampire a favor. So let's see if they can take out TODAK right now. Nice nade, lots of damage at the 9. And here we go, Boom Esports coming in, they're closing on to their opponent, but Yummy will be knocked down by Cleon. Dempsey will finish off Yummy. Looks like TODAK, they're winning this.
TODAK, they're getting better and better when it comes to getting this fight head on. The confrontation seems to be decapitating the side of Boom right now. They are the one who's picking the fight over TODAK, but the Blues will not be merciful at all. Right, they'll be burning off the players alive. They need to run and gun at the same time. DMC spotted out Vampires. Vampires reposition themselves immediately when they know for a fact, hey, this is not the best place for us to fight them back. But on the side of Boom, down to last player, despite their failed attempt to take on TODAK right now, but also got finished off by Alter Ego for the last player of Boom.
And speaking about the last player, D Xavier, also down to the last player now. It's going to be Nate inside of this building. RRQ, they would love to wipe out D Xavier. They want the chance of smashing it for themselves. And Nepeko, second Nate, and Nate moves away into the smoke, but Nepeko is still onto him. Oh,
Nepeko got finished off by Strangers Esports Z. So I have to say Nate being saved by the bell for a bit. But Strangers Esports finish off Nate and Dax D Xavier. If Vampires or OSJA Thailand winning this, I swear to God, these Xaviers will have so much regret.
Well, they still have the chance though. Full squad and nowhere to be found as of now, that is. So let's see. We have Vampire Esports. Okay, here we have them on screen. Still nice and chill in their compound. And still with TODAK. The fact that Boom Esports was eliminated by TODAK. So now it's still again TODAK versus Vampire Esports. Potentially next. Depending on how the circle goes, of course.
Vampires watching closely TODAK right now. TODAK, despite we saw how great they were in the fight against Boom, they only scored 1 elimination points. Real barely have enough with the Scar L when it comes to ammunition, but the circle shifted right on top of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and OSJA Thailand did get a bit of part of that circle, but TALON has been watching them the longest time.
Oh yeah, circle, compound, looking good so far for OSJA Thailand. It's just that they are teams around them. But for Vampire Esports, time to leave. But behind them, Rocky from Alter Ego is looking down. So now they have 2 different teams to manage before getting into the circle.
2 teams eyeing out on Vampires. TODAK think they want to go for a disengage, but TALON will meet up with TODAK. Now this gives so much opportunity for OSJA Thailand, now even Vampires, to be the third party, but this is 2 teams. TALON and TODAK, the moment they saw TALON there, straight away they tried to pull over, try to repark their vehicles to be in a better position, because the blue zone will hit both of these teams if they're not willing to move yet.
And at least for TODAK, they left Vampire Esports. They choose to rotate down south, and now they're going to bump into TALON. Both of these teams now in the circle. Right in front of them still is going to be OSJA Thailand. And Red Bull gets in action, knocking down Mela.
DMZ down to 10% of HP. Cleon spotted out TALON player. Thing is, they have to think about, oh, well, the blue is coming in very soon. It's stage number 6. It's going to be painful. And so they whether to take the fight inside of the blue. And the problem is, even if they stay in the blue and winning the fight, the moment they step into the safe zone, they're going to be gone as well, because Vampires and OSJA Thailand will not give away them to be alive that easily.
Yeah, it's going to be not easy right now that we are stage 6. Look at how close these teams are together. OSJA Thailand, they're looking at TALON making the rotation in. Oh, DMZ got misery. Oh, TALON in trouble right now. Okay, they managed to get into the circle, but there's so many teams. Look at the minimap itself. Oh man, I'm just looking at rainbows right now on the minimap.
OSJA Thailand, at least they got compound for themselves, but the problem with compound, like we mentioned before, Cloud, not much information you can gather. With that 4 walls start blocking your visualizations, but at least it's still inside of a circle. But unfortunate enough for SE, he caught himself stuck in this very small shack. Slowly it's been burning off with those explosions and collateral damage. Here comes another one coming up from 20k. That was close.
If that splash damage hit, he could have been taken out. But now Vampire Esports, they're busy with Alter Ego coming in. Alter Ego wants a piece of this fight. Tony K in the minivan. Okay, jumps out to the other side. At the same time, 9 gets chopper from OSJA Thailand. Vampire Esports now we need to defend the ground against the incoming Alter Ego.
They're dealing 2 teams at the same time here for Vampires. If they have to deal with TODAK, it's going to be 3-way war for them. Ventores spotted out Alter Ego slowly climbing up just across the other side of a hill. Ventores is coming in this time, but CELCOMDIGI Alliance taking on TALON. The next circle will make the hard shift for all the players here. And TALON, CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Sam now being favored. But the fight between Vampires and Alter Ego is still ongoing. Strangers, there will be focus on Alter Ego too. So Alter Ego, they're fighting 2-way war.
Oh yeah, without the circle. So that's extra pressure for them. But inside the circle, look at the amount of teams inside the circle right now. Alter Ego gets KNS eliminating Strangers Esports. We're only 5 eliminations now at number 9. And TALON, they're in the middle of the circle, in the middle of this war zone now.
TALON being surrounded. At least this concave area will cloud all the visions of all the other teams for now, due to the terrain and geography itself. The uneven terrain gave a blessing for the teams like TALON to be in the center. But for Vampires, this flat area is not the greatest for them. Barely got any covers, but they took their chances anyway. With Tony K only got himself barricaded by this minivan, they need to relocate himself in a better position, especially away from the blue.
And speaking about relocation, OSJA Thailand needs to relocate out of this building too without the circle. In front of them, a lot of teams are waiting. So they're hoping for teams to cancel out each other before they can go in. And going in is going to be Vampire Esports. Here we go. It's going to be a short distance run for them because it's just so crowded inside.
Our alter egos in the same boat as Vampires out. They're gonna have to go at each other's throat. Unfortunately, Tony K taken down by TALON from behind. Sam 9 on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Tony K is still bleeding out. Vintorius give the pressure on. They managed to talk down on TODAK. What with this? Alter Ego can actually take advantage against Vampire coming up from their back line. But they're focusing on TODAK 100%. Tony K still not being picked up. It's down to the last player of TODAK. But they have too many angles to cover for the side of Vintorius. He's trying to pick up his members. Tony K will be saved. Yeah, but the nade! Where did that come from? It's Alter Ego from the back.
Oh, Alter Ego was haunting Vampire Esports for the longest time, and now we only have Schwabs, the final player for Vampire Esports, trying to hold it on for them. They are now the final team who's eligible to smash it as OSJA Thailand was eliminated.
Alter Ego still have a full squad now with TALON in their eyesight and BTR as well. TALON, they've been broken in formation by BTR. We do have majority of it. It's going to be from the Indonesian region teams. BTR, Sam 9 being taken one by one by Alter Ego. Alter Ego stepping in the gas and pushing cylinders out. They're forcing their way into being aggressive now.
Woo! Here comes Alter Ego. 10 eliminations now for Alter Ego. They want to finish as high as possible right now. Taking out the players of Sam9, and Sam9 is not eligible for match point. The next closest team eligible for match point is BTR.
4 points right now for BTR. Vampires still have that one player left. But with the numbers on the side of Alter Ego, that's going to be tough for Vampires. But Axel. Adik look. Axel down. Alba taking on Axel. So many third party coming in. Alter Ego coming up from behind all around. Adik Luke, 66. He's healing himself up with only bandages. He's barely got any utilities at this point. But Voxy spotted out just now the Vampire player, but he was overlooked, did not spot out by the crosshair. This is close, and this is down to the last stage.
Oh yeah. And it is also close for BTR to hit match point. But now Alter Ego, they see them. Oh, Misery, gunned down by Federalists. Okay, that's going to be another point for BTR. Alter Ego, they are the only team now with a full squad. They have the best chance right now to secure the chicken dinner. And here comes stage 9.
BTR pushing into his Alter Ego. Alva spot him out. Adik Luke is there. He might be the bane for the side of Alter Ego now. They have no clue the last member of CELCOMDIGI Alliance is still there until he opens fire. But they're definitely aware that they haven't checked that small shack just yet. While Schweppes barely hanging on next to BTR. OSJA is the closest one that can spot him out.
Not going to jinx it for Schweppes yet, but let's hold on, alright? Alter Ego, now they have CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Rocky, he knows that somebody's in the shack. Okay, this Molly to flush out Adeluk. Adeluk forced to move. Oh, it probably didn't land nicely into the shack, and Adeluk still has that space. Ah, Schweppes is out.
Now we're back to ground zero. We're still going to have another map to go after this. Good news for the team. They're still fighting for being eligible for their match points. But for Alter Ego, can they close the game by being eligible as well? Because their points last time we saw were quite far.
BTR has the best chance to be eligible. If they score this chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations in total, they could be match point as well. And now Alter Ego, they want to try to deny that away. Oh, the stun grenade on the Octa. Okay, that was a short-lived one. And they kind of blinded them for a second as BTR comes crashing in.
Knockdown on one. OSJA try to go and save hands for you, but Federalis is there. We know the rivalry based on their last map between these two teams here. They need to make it a statement. They wanted the chicken dinner. No taunting this time, but the satisfaction is there in their faces. Winner chicken alter ego. Will they be back in this tournament?
Oh man, you thought that we were done. You thought that we were done. No, not yet. No. We will continue to play on, ladies and gentlemen. BTR, without this chicken dinner, Alter Ego might have just denied them the match point, and they will have to continue to play on till the end, unless any of our top 4 teams, of course, scores the chicken dinner after this. There will be another conversation for later. But Alter Ego, they are finding their footing now.
Bigger question is, how many teams seems to be eligible right now? We're gonna have to tabulate the scores later, because just now we had 4. It will be 5 this time, but nonetheless, welcome back, Alter Ego. It feels like without Rosemary, despite of that, they seem to be more stable with this lineup.
Yeah, and look at the amount of eliminations. That's a whole bunch there. 15 eliminations for Alter Ego, 25 points collected by Alter Ego this round. That is a lot. That will shoot them up rather significantly in the overall charts, probably by the borderline of the first page. Of course, we'll wait for administrators to do the tabulation after this. But Alter Ego, like what you said, they are showing the fight in the game. Despite them being all the way down on page number 2, but still, they are here for the fight. And they want to prolong these games because it allows them more opportunities to collect points, as they were not in last week's SuperWeekend. So they need these points to avoid the tiebreaker to be eligible in the grand finals. Let's check out the highlights.
What a day we're having here. Now the rise of BTR, Alter Ego, even CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They were great in the first SuperWeekend. They started losing their touch earlier today, finally coming back. But hey, Vampire is still closing in at the top 4. But unfortunately, no chicken for them.
Not yet. So we have to hold our horses for next round. Alter Ego, BTR, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, the other top 4 teams in this round. For BTR, I kind of, on top of my head, I don't think they've made enough eliminations to be eligible. But yeah, we are getting closer to our 8-game cutoff anyway. So, well, the next round, it wouldn't be too important to be eligible or not. It's a matter of who gets the chicken dinner. So, here we go. Our MVP this time is Alva from Alter Ego.
5 eliminations, 944 damage, 100 damage received. That's a little amount of damage he actually received. I mean, it's difficult to have that full pentagon except from Zeus we had early on, but still, nonetheless, welcome back, Alter Ego. It's been a while.
Yeah, can't complain, right? You scored the chicken dinner, come out as the MVP, and the points, overall points for the team is a lot. It's at least 25 points. So it's a very satisfactory win for Alter Ego here. And they did it without Rosemary, so that's going to be an interesting point of discussion later on. Now, official points. Besides Alter Ego scoring at 25, only BTR got the double digit, 12 points.
On the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 9-8 for Vampires. TALON 7, same goes for RRQ, but RRQ no placement point at all. They're being eliminated quite early. Strangers with 5 points, while 7-9 with 4 points. But it means there'll be a lot of team with zeros down there, since Alter Ego got himself quite a number of kill eliminations.
Yeah, and that's 3 teams with zeros. VOIN Donkey, Team Flash, and Homeboys. And with VOIN Donkey not getting any points this round, they will not be eligible for match point after this. And as a confirmation, here are your overalls. So it's still RRQ, OSJA Thailand, Vampire Esports, and D Xavier.
Unfortunately, VOIN Donkey couldn't actually have any progress with that last map just now. If not, they're probably going to join in the top 5 for the contention of chicken dinner. And the side of D Xavier's Vampire was close enough, but it's just, you know, their migration when it comes to that very small shack kind of cornered down with Alter Ego from the back. But they're dealing with TODAK. It kind of caused them the entirety of the fall. But speaking of TODAK, they are the very bottom of the second page.
Still not budging from there. Same goes for Talon, number 15, not budging at all. Homeboys, after a decent run before this, 2 chicken dinners throughout today so far, they dropped back down to number 14. So that will put them in a scary situation as well, because we must remember, for teams that did not make it into last week's Super Weekend, if the points are locked in after this or by the end of the day and they're still around there, then the tiebreaker rule might be in effect, and that's going to be rather scary. But with Homeboys getting 2 chicken dinners, the tiebreaker rule might favor them, but we'll get a confirmation later. There's just too much math to do.
And too much drama as well, as the Xaviers, they got it since the map number 1 to close things off. But now open the opportunity for the other teams to start to catch up, or even being pushed down to go all the way to its 8th map. But we're gonna head over to the Wrangle next one, where the Smash Rule's still in play until we get to the very last map. If the 4 teams eligible get their chicken dinner for this one, that's gonna be the end of our run, or even the next one, regardless of what position and how many points they have.
Yes, so maximum of 2 more games to go. That is maximum. That is maximum. It could end in the next game. We've been saying that for like the entire day. It's like, oh, let's give it last. Let's give it the last. It just didn't happen, right? It is just what it is.
My eyes barely can open, but I try. But at the same time, you know, it's exciting. Of course, it's like always the question of, will this be the last one? It's always the question that everybody asks, including ourselves. But at the same time, this is tight, which means any of the top 4 teams, despite how many scores they have, that's the biggest regret they might actually get, right? Especially for the Xavier, since they are standing at number 1 spot. If it's because of them not able to close the game here, will cost them a lot when it comes to the league rankings.
Yeah, that's where we'll like calculate like the points normally, right? So that will be like, also there will be a potential. There will be a potential that they might lose that top spot as well. So many things that can happen. I mean, this is of course the first edition of the Smash Rule in PUBG Mobile Esports, and not only for the teams but also for us as viewers, as casters, we are also like kind of like looking at, okay, how different would it be with the implementation of the Smash Rule, and how would it change things up, and so on and so forth. But overall, so far, I must say, I am down for the Smash Rule. If this is in the Grand Finals, Smash Rule in the Grand Finals, even better.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with Mr. Manager just now. Imagine if Grand Finals, they did actually implement the Smash Rule in the very last day. Now that's going to be big, and very big as in game changer when it comes to the entirety of the tournament as well. And more high stake at the same time, there's more pressure for the teams, but it will also we get to see the best of the players or the teams to actually adapt to this kind of pressure to close things up, how they want to finish it.
Yeah, especially if it's in the grand finals. Another point is that it is truly winner chicken dinner. So you can't do the no chicken dinner, no problem, and can get the trophy, all that. No. It's truly the winner chicken dinner, and that's like the embodiment of PUBG Mobile, right? At the end of the day, it's all about being the number one. Now, this is the first time in the longest time these players have to play extra matches. Game number 7, time to test the stamina.
And this is the first time for a very long time for me to go beyond 6 games. I think this is probably going to be the first for you, no, Cloud? Or have you casted like 8 games in a day before?
Yeah, remember back then when it was it still called PMGC or PMWL? Either one of that, right? I think it was like the first edition after they rebranded to PMGC. That time was like, 8 games in a day because we had to catch up on games. That was like way back, like 2020, I believe.
For me, this has been a long time. If you guys know, this is a 7th year anniversary. It's a great time to go back to the memory lane when the first PMCO happened, that 5 weeks long league. Back in the day when it was RRQ Athena, we have the Golden Cats and all of those teams. And the first ever tournament for PUBG Mobile, it was 8 games, 6 days a week, every single day. And back, we are living that nostalgic moment, which is, I think, a great time for the commemoration of the 7th year anniversary.
Another reason to throw back, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if this was planned? It's like, we want you to feel the throwback. We want you to feel that 8 game again, just like back in the day. But they had to do it like subtly.
Oh, I'm too old for that. It's also testing our stamina on this side, but it's getting exciting, of course. We never get tired, but the players do show a bit of exhaustion kick in right now. It has been a long week and it's even getting harder by now. Whether the teams at the very top can close it up at 7 games, we're finally heading into the last one. Even in the last map, the smash rule will still be in active mode. It means that even in the last map, whoever in the top 4 or the eligible teams at over 77 points get any chicken in that last run, they're still gonna straight away take the crown as the champion of this Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, so that is still in effect for 4 teams now. So hitting for the other teams, hitting the match point, it doesn't matter now, because anyway, if the top 4 teams don't end it, we're still going to play the 8th match. So it's more of like, okay, we just want to get the chicken dinner for ourselves and get as many points as possible. Basically, it's the same mindset as per any other usual round for the other teams that is not in the 4-team bracket.
But I think it's still in play though. I mean, for Smash Rule, it's still super important here, because if they are eligible for this map and they manage to shut down all the teams that are eligible for this round, it means for the next one, they can just push down the champions and they open up for more opportunity for the other teams at the very bottom to take away that 15 league points. That's why it's super important for them to be eligible still for the points in this round. Because, I mean, that's why I said these Xavier will be having the biggest regret of their life if another team who just eligible in this one and scored the chicken in the next one. It's gonna be them being pushed down.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. So that means the eligibility for match point is still relevant now in this round. Okay. So the closest one last we saw is like teams like Point Donkey, teams like BTR, even Sem9. They could potentially be match point and can just steal away everything in the final game. Oh, that's going to be real exciting. Wow, the match point still counts this round, people.
it's still valid and more valuable than ever for now for the teams at the very bottom to redeem themselves to get their 15 points league ranking points when it comes to the Super Weekend week number 2. That's why when it comes to at the start till the very end, the Smash Roll plays a very important turn-off event for any team, especially right now the teams that need to catch up with those points in their overall ranking league points. But let's not waste any more time. We're flying into our 7th map of the day, Erangle.
Oh, and here it is, game number 7. You thought that we would be done early, but no. You want entertainment, you want more games, you're getting it right now. Still the 4 teams at match point, potentially end the day. If not, well, as usual, game 8 is still there.
SMB Zaki, what is this sign from the flight path? Is it going to be SMB Circle for once?
Oh, I thought you were asking the circle gods.
Well, I'm asking for the Circle God right now. I'm waiting for the reply.
Oh yeah, we'll stay silent till we get the reply. How's that sound? Not too bad, right?
That would be nice. I mean, like, because of this flight path, so Primos is empty. Vampire's not taking it. But for Vampires coming up from Zaki, I assume they're probably going to play it like a bit later and playing around the rim of a circle. But, you know, there's a lot of chatting going on with our audience. There's a lot of them say, if nobody win the last Miramar map, or any of the top 4 eligible teams, Vampire is going to score this one. We'll wait and see, guys. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, multiple chances for the teams. And even the circle gods are saying, okay guys, we're going to give you somewhat of a similar left side circle again, for you to repeat again, for you to do whatever that you need to do. And it's up to you guys now. And we might see first blood here. No. Okay, so Boom just want to grab that vehicle away from the hands of BTR. So both teams call it a truce.
I don't know about that. I'm looking at the vehicle still hovering around this area. No, never mind. Boom, BTR. I don't know. I'm assuming it's always going to be Alter Ego versus Boom. But Alter Ego versus BTR was rowdy as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. But based on that circle just now, I think it's... Oh, wait. We might actually have our first blood. It's going to be Potato versus the rest of the world.
Oh, but Potato is still able to secure the elimination point out of Homeboys, whatever it is. Although the numbers will be against him, but he was still able to get killed.
For Homeboys, I know they're stuck down there. It's just Razak, but they have to be very conservative with their bullets. Right now, our boy couldn't get out. Oh, wait, what? Oh, boy, what were you doing? It's Razak with only 4 bullets remaining. Here comes the rest of VOIN Donkey coming up from behind. But I don't think they have enough when it comes to trying to fight it head on now. Do they?
Now we'll get our answer. All right,
oh
Zeta
God.
with a shotgun. There you go. Taking out Homeboys. Only Frankie left. Frankie tries to get away. Spray with his M4. But anyway, Zeta is pretty low on ammunition. Frankie will live to tell the tale another day.
One more point for VOIN Donkey to be eligible now. 76. BTR is catching up. Alter Ego have a chance. Imagine if we go to the 8th map, right, Cloud? Imagine if we have 9 teams eligible for the Smash Roll. My God.
Wow. It would be super exciting, right? 9 teams, that's like more than half of the lobby. Oh man, that would be crazy. And if still with 9 teams, none of the teams actually smash it, I am out of here.
Example, the best example I'm giving you guys right now. Example, the lowest one, Team Flash, because they're 67, a bit more realistic compared to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, unless they go crazy, of course. If they just barely make it 77 points, Satai is back, by the way. 77 points for Team Flash. The 8th map, they scored a chicken. That straight away pushed Team Flash to number 1, pushing down the Xaviers and the rest of the team downwards, and they will get that 15 points. The only way for us to actually get recalculated as the classic time is when all the top teams that are eligible did not score any chicken.
That's like the craziest comeback, right? Not gonna lie. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe some people might say that, oh yeah, maybe it's RRQ, or maybe it's like BTR, you know, they have the firepower, yada yada, and so on. All of a sudden, Team Flash does it. Headlines, people. I would love that kind of story.
Oh, the most devastated. Like I mentioned, it's always going to be the Xaviers. They're not just number 1 in the league all day long. They had like how many opportunities if you go down to 8 match for a day? They got 7 times of opportunity that did not close up with the chicken.
You watch wrestling? I think Mr. Manager watches wrestling.
We watch WWE and MMA, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You know what The Rock would say?
What?
It doesn't matter what The Rock will say. It doesn't matter for these areas if they're up there the entire day. It doesn't matter if they don't smash it.
That's the perfect quotation to use right now, man.
That's another throwback, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much for that quotation. I think the players should hear it.
It doesn't... Yeah.
You know, I love the fact they're using the smash rule right now, because once upon a time when they swap, like, the most you can get out of a chicken is like 10 points. Back in the days, it was 25 points. The first PMCO. I'm just going to recap for you guys because I'm that old, okay? 25 points for chicken dinner back in the day. So everybody tried to aim for the chicken dinner instead of going for eliminations. Then they swapped halfway, like during the 3rd year of PUBG Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports. Seeing that time, they switched to like what, getting lower and lower, 16 points and down to 10 points now. And everybody don't see chicken dinner as important. But look at how the turn-off event, how significant when it comes to the smash rule with chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. The chicken dinner has never been this valuable before, right? Even like when the days where you put in 25 points, and way back there, I remember there was a three-digit chicken dinner. That was like probably like the first version or something like that. That was crazy. But yeah, in the more modern era, like the 25 points, that one I could remember clearly. Yeah, it's valuable to the point that teams would just camp all the way. Like you won't see fights until half an hour. I don't know.
You won't see the fight until stage number 6 usually that time, because the circle get closer. And then when they switch to 16 points or 20 points that time, we start to see stage 4 where the fights start happening. And nowadays, like even stage 1, a couple of teams being eliminated. Just how times has changed for the past 7 years.
Yeah. So many checkpoints over the 7 years, right? Like someone should draw like a timeline of like, oh, year 1, this happened, year 2, this happened, year 3, this happened, and all that. That will not only give like the old timers like, okay, a bit of a throwback, but also give like people who just started following PUBG Mobile Esports, like, oh, this was the evolution of PUBG Mobile Esports. Oh, I didn't know that it was like 25 points for a chicken dinner. That's crazy. And now it's like what, 25 points is plus eliminations, and even that sometimes you don't even get 25.
That's true. Imagine if the smash rule implemented in the grand final, and the trophy will be at stake. It's not about the super weekend points anymore. That is big.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah. Okay, the elimination feed. Okay, that's okay. Boom Esports getting Stranger. They got UFZ. Okay, that's fine. This is like the page 2 teams. But Stranger Esports, okay, won't say that they have the best chance, but they have to win this fight against Boom, and nice run over onto Mela.
Mela. Well, like you said, me wing in the lobby for now. But he did great today. I mean, Mela did so much. Well, I think it's just the exhaustion starts to kick in for the players right now. But on the side of Homeboys, they're left with one player. Last time we saw them, I think it was Frankie. So they still survived, taking the blue. A lot of teams actually playing in the blues, including OSJA Thailand. I think OSJA Thailand just had enough. Every time they play with the circle, they always get eliminated early. But I think they probably still on top of built-up power. Will they be that far for OSJA Thailand?
Ooh. They're still tanking the blue though. So they're taking that, again, a very, very slow approach. Stage 2, still in the blue, taking their time. They probably have planned out like, okay, let's aim to get as many first aids as possible to try to tank the stages as far as they can. Probably that's what they're thinking to themselves right now. Like, okay, try to push in, try to get middle. Doesn't work. Okay, let's just try to switch it up again. Play slow.
Yeah, play slow. I mean, like the top eligible teams so far have not showed that they want to play slow at all. If you notice, all of them trying to gun down people from the side instead of playing like, you know, low profile, trying to play it safe until there's only like what, 5 teams remaining, and that's where they start to be aggressive. We don't see that much of it just yet. I think it's so new that all the teams are still trying to adapt towards this new set of rules. But when it comes to the circle, high chance we're gonna get a gut cup field, open field again. So I mean, for late rotators like OSJA Thailand right now, it's actually not all bad at all, because you know how big and how open is gut cup field.
Yeah, again, pretty similar like before. The closest one was Xavier, of course, and they played like very, very safe in the middle, and of course, to a certain extent, hoping for the circle to fall onto them, and that was exactly what happened. So they came the closest to score that chicken dinner. After that, well, we didn't get to see them doing it again, maybe because of some of the circles actually hard shifted away from Xavier. But with that case study, it could be like, let's just try to play the middle. But if everyone thinks the same, then the middle will have many teams, and then you would find it hard to survive.
Yeah, this is the case right now. Look at how concentrated the center is. And OSJA Thailand playing at the rim of it. And Frankie, I don't know how, he managed to pass by the rest of OSJA Thailand unscathed. But on the side of eArena, well, eArena, they are quite far, not that too far. We talked about the 60s, pretty much very reachable to get 77. As long as they manage to shut down on the top 4 teams.
Oh, but look at this long reach by Joker. Because of that, he got misery. Oh man, Talon, they not only have eArena, but have BTR as well. And with that, Talon, no points at all. Now this opens up the opportunity for TODAK to leapfrog them.
Yep, not be the last. Like, you know, when you're at the bottom of the class, but you don't feel so bad, there's somebody else worse than you.
At least you can tell your mom that, Mom, you know, I'm not at the last place. Just don't ask me exactly what place.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
but at least it's not the last. I'm not the worst.
Yeah, I'm not the worst in the class, you know. I'm okay.
Still
Not
the top 16, but wasn't the last.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be at the dreaded number 16. Ouchies. Oh, and also Talon didn't make last Super Weekend. So, 15 is maybe not enough for them.
But there's so many teams that didn't make it through this weekend, Super Weekend as well, right? So there's a lot of tiebreaker possibly will be calculated, because there's probably a lot of teams that are getting themselves 1 point when it comes to top 16 overall. But we're going to have to wait till the very end of today, though, to see really how much the difference between the teams down there. And today will be, in case they forgot about this, today is going to be the last Super Weekend before we get into the Grand Finals. There's no more 3 weeks long of the league stage. So this is their last chance to make sure they are solidifying the position to be in the Grand Finals.
Yeah. So that's also another storyline, right? Like the storyline of like, who will be the first one to smash it? The second one will be like, who will be eligible? Yeah, I believe like because the smash rule is kind of new, so most of the time we've been talking about like the smash rule thingy, who will smash it. Sometimes we neglect the fact that there is also the objective of surviving for some of these teams, especially for those who did not make it into last week's Super Weekend. And for those who made last week's Super Weekend and not making it this week, they are sitting on the sidelines. They're watching the game. I'm sure they're watching the game together right now, hoping that they will still be able to make the Grand Finals.
Oh, red flag, Vampires. Tony K's knocked down by Hans for you. Alter Ego now close to getting 77. Tony K got executed instantly after that one. That's going to be a big impact on the lineup of Vampires, because we do know how great Tony K is as an individual for his firepower. But it's going to be an open space of Gakka region. Now here comes OSJA Thailand coming in. They are coming in straight from the north, which is quite vacant still. But these Avias, they're playing this very slow and steady, like RRQ next to them.
Oh, next to them, Vampire Esports is VOIN Donkey passing by each other. Vampire Esports clearly not interested to take fights. Look at this, they shift themselves to the northern side where they're clear from other teams. They only have that one team in front that's quite far, so it's more of just stamping their dominance in this area. Now, VOIN Donkey, they will meet with TODAK in somewhere in the middle of the circle.
Oh, look at that. A really angry TODAK. Well, burned off their vehicles here. The VOIN Donkey, they have to deal with OSJA Thailand at the same time. They clamped down by these two teams at the same time. Make it 3. If you include TODAK and OSJA Thailand, don't forget to include Team Flash right on top of VOIN Donkey. But when it comes to Battle of the Trench, TODAK and BTR next.
This is interesting. BTR can take them all out. BTR only needs 1 point to be match point eligible. Okay, Lazy fires down onto TODAK. Past the smoke. Not able to get anyone yet. And TODAK, they try to defend their ground. Cleon is pretty low. He will take his time to heal now.
Lucky they got covers from these structures of the trench here right now. But it means it's the same goes for BTR. Despite they trying to take them down, they are in the same boat here. Alter Ego and Sam9. Sam9, they still need 10 more points to go. Alter Ego, just 6 more points. If they got both eliminated by the blue zone and will cancel each other out, these two teams is not going anywhere.
Sam9 can't go anywhere if they don't win this fight against Alter Ego. And Sam9, they're falling apart. Only Yuhai left right now, but Yuhai is also tanking the blue. He sees Alpha 7 in front of him. Okay, Alpha 7 knocked down. Alpha 7 knocked by Yummy from Boom Esports.
Oh man. Blue Zone's killing all the players here. Alter Ego smashed down by Boom. And now it's down to Hans for you versus Yuhai. And Yuhai's winning it. But I don't think he got himself that much healing utilities. The bandage will last him slightly longer. But it's stage 4 we're talking about. On the side of Sam9, I don't know if there's any gatekeepers waiting. It's way deep in the blue. But now on the side of RRQ, they're battling with Boom. I think Sam9 will try to pass between these teams. And Yuhai, I don't know if he can go through within Boom and RRQ at the same time. He managed to go away. Down to 1 HP.
Oh, still somehow survived. My goodness. How is this happening? Okay, anyway. With that, he will still hold on for Sam9. Circle goes away. All the best in surviving this one. So much open space in front of him. Okay, our usual suspects. Vampire Esports still on the clear on the northern side. And not many teams there. The Xavier's on the south side. We still have OSJA Thailand. Nowhere to be found. We have not seen them on screen yet.
Now, just to recap before that, Alter Ego, unfortunately, they're running... Oh no, these Avis. They lost Lamborghini. Now, for the teams that did not make it for eligible for this round, they cannot try to get a chicken dinner for the next one. Despite they got it, it won't be enough for them to get that 15 points here. But these Avis, they will take their chances. They take the liberty to wipe out TODAK, but at a cost! A big one at that! Oh my god, these Avis.
It doesn't matter. Okay, never mind. Anyway, fights are over yet. Now BTR, they want their match point. Oh, in fact, now they are at match point already. Okay, so now BTR, they're just like going through the motions now. But we also have Team Flash. Okay, Team Flash now taking a fight against RRQ. RRQ Losing it to Paus. Paus with the DBS gameplay, and Paus will be the man of the hour for Team Flash.
Team Flash down to 2 players. It's a battle of trench ongoing for quite some time due to Chopstick's trench inside of this circle. So everybody fighting for this area right now. But Bows, at least they got themselves 3 players once more. As we do have more teams eligible for the last run, next one. Unfortunately, Alter Ego will not be one of them, but congratulations to Team Flash catching up as well. But for Sam9, eliminated next, they barely make it. They are in the same boat as Alter Ego, but we still have OSJA Thailand. Don't forget about them.
You know what? I also want to point out the fact that Team Flash is getting closer to be match point eligible. Wondering right now if whatever that we said earlier during this round might happen. Oh, okay, that's gonna be hilarious. Anyway, they have to do the business first because we still have OSJA Thailand. Finally, we see them on screen. Vampire Esports, they're gonna say nope to everyone else.
I lost Tony K at first for Vampires. They're quite broken for their formation here due to the forceful attempt coming up from, if I'm not mistaken, it was Boom before that splitted the players of Vampires to be in this difficult situation. Shrubs almost got pinned down entirely. He didn't have his gears anymore. VOIN Donkey, Vaxi, welcome to the eligible teams for the start of VOIN Donkey, of course. We're gonna have more teams to smash down for the last run. Here comes a nade flying over, will not actually clip on Razak.
Oh, Vitores, ganda by Yui. Oh, okay. OSJA Thailand, they wouldn't mind taking out Vampire Esports. They want the chicken dinner for themselves. They want to smash it for themselves. VOIN Donkey, on the other hand, oh, that's a lot of damage there onto Razak. Just in time, he was recovering himself.
Shrubs and nonsense down to 2 players of Vampires. Can anybody save in Taurus? It's too close to VOIN Donkey here. But don't forget, we still have OSJA Thailand. I don't know how long we can talk about them here because I'm worried for them. Because the next one, for the Smash Rule, there'll be so many teams, Cloud.
Okay. The more we talk about OSJA Thailand, I feel like the more we're jinxing it. So, okay, let them do their thing. Let them do their thing, people. Let them do their thing. Wow, we can still look at Team Flash though. Okay, so right now they are at 72 points. They only need like 5 more points for them to be eligible. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, falling apart with now Onzen's the only player standing and 5 more seconds before the zone starts to close onto him. Lots of open space in front. Vehicle blown up. This is probably going to be goodbye for Onzen's.
Yep. Well, the last man proning. Zach. Worst case scenario, VOIN Donkey knows exactly where he's at. Slowly crawling and snaking his way out of the blue, which is still a long journey, and that's going to be it. VOIN Donkey managed to secure it. Well, imagine if VOIN Donkey or even Team Flash shaking the last chicken dinner for the next map. I mean, that's going to be a lot of heartache for the teams in the very top.
If you smell what the Rock will say, by then. We'll save that one for later, alright? We'll save that one for later. But now, our next big boys, OSJA Thailand. Don't want to say it too loud.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Just because they're on
screen. We talk about them. We don't see them. This is not them.
No.
We talked about TODAK, for example, or CELCOMDIGI Alliance. CELCOMDIGI Alliance still a long way to go, by the way.
Yeah, they are like what? 13 points? Hey, 13 points. Starting to collect placement points, so 12 more points to go. Hey, you know what? Maybe CELCOMDIGI Alliance can be the sneaky one.
Well, they have to start firing if they want to be that sneaky one, because if they ended up with a 0, it is by got a chicken, and that's probably not going to be enough.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance, yep, definitely they need to bring in the points. In fact, eArena can still do it. TODAK is definitely out of the question, right? There's not enough points for them to even be eligible, at least on this ground right now, or realistically at least. But VOIN Donkey, here we go, OSJA Thailand.
We don't want to talk about them, and they're forcing us to talk about them, and they're going down. Limb by limb taken by the nades of VOIN Donkey here. Rich is gone in an instant. Strangers coming up from behind. VOIN Donkey there. They still have a trio. But can they revive on Red Bull?
So difficult. Oh man. Unless a distraction comes in. Okay, OSJA Thailand hoping for that right now. They need Red Bull. They need their Mr. MVP. You will do everything to try to stop VOIN Donkey from assaulting them. And Zeta, he seems to be opening up the flank. Razak jump to clear. And he's now okay. Okay, anyway, Red Bull is back up again. Oh!
Don't say it! Don't say it! Red Bull! I don't want to talk anything about OSJA Thailand right now, but eArena is taking advantage of VOIN Donkey's occupied position here. There seems to be a bit too busy against the OSJA Thailand, but on the side of strangers, wiping off VOIN Donkey, but at least they're eligible for the next one, and saying us for BTR. Maybe even Team Flash to join us.
Yeah, where's Team Flash? Okay, Team Flash on the other side. All right, here we go. eArena marching on as well. eArena, they need 10 more points. So if they score this chicken dinner right now, they will be eligible as well. This is crazy here. And eArena, after taking out VOIN Donkey, now they see only one more team, that is OSJA Thailand.
Joker. Spotted out OSJA. Oh, they're barely hanging on. The Blues will burn them off alive. They don't really have a choice here. But at least eArena has no clue about the position just yet. But the moment they toss the net, they know exactly where they are. They didn't even connect. TODAK taking on OSJA Thailand on the other hand, on their backside. This is not great. They've been cornered down and surrounded. OSJA Thailand. We're going to go to 8 map after this, guys. Brace for more.
Oh, here comes eArena now charging on to Team Flash. They could potentially deny Team Flash from being eligible. Team Flash is out at number 6 with 5 elimination points. That is not enough for Team Flash.
Hey, don't forget about the placement points. Maybe they just barely make it in. But we're back to OSJA Thailand. Shopper, the last man standing. Here comes TODAK versus CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Now, with the bodies remaining not so much, it will still be possible for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to make a comeback when it comes to the smash rule.
Oh, eArena, they want to chase for their eligibility. Now they need to fight against BTR. But from the other side, Shopper will say, no, not yet. We want it for ourselves.
Play the patient game, Shopper. Oh, no! Swear to God.
Game number 8, people. I know some of you in the comments, you said you want 8 games. You're going to get it right now. But before we head on to our 8th game, we have to see who will score this chicken dinner. BTR, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, or TODAK.
For CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they need to go aggressive now for them to be eligible to be number 1 for that chicken dinner for the next one. They have to make it the eligible points for this map only. The last chance for them. While they corner down TODAK, they surrounded them, making sure they cannot even pick out from the trench. Here comes the rush. Here comes the push. Adik look going in the front line. But the backside for Durales make it so difficult. BTR is here to disrupt both teams.
Oh yeah, BTR monitoring the situation. While TODAK and CELCOMDIGI Alliance duking out with each other. They're trying to get Adik Look will be gunned down. But before that, Adik Look managed to get Dimsy. And we have Real now from the lower ground. But from the other side, who got that last elimination? Okay, anyway, it's going to be BTR coming out to CELCOMDIGI Alliance now.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance in trouble. They didn't actually have time to reset while they're licking their wounds. BTR. I think they are welcome to join the eligible bachelors up there because they will aim for the chicken dinner as well for the next one. For the smash rule, straight away getting that 15 points.
Wow, eligible bachelors. Hi, Razy. but yeah, it could be BTR now. Now match point. Can you imagine BTR doing the it doesn't matter? Man.
Oh my God. This is nerve-wracking. I mean, how many teams are we gonna have with the smash rule when it comes to the 8th map here? No joking, no kidding. I think probably 9 like what we predicted, or maybe even lesser than that.
Oh man, my map is killing me right now. We really have to leave it to the officials. Oh, but yeah, I think it's going to be about that number, like maybe 9, maybe 8, about that number, maybe half the lobby or something like that. BTR eliminations, tons of them this time. So they scored 14 eliminations, 24 points, surely putting them eligible for the smash route, to smash it all out, coming in from behind. And BTR, they haven't scored any chicken dinners. We haven't seen like the best of BTR. And if they were to do it doesn't matter. Oh man, Vampire, OSJA Thailand, Xavier, they're not going to see eye to eye at the lobby.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. Good news, boys and girls. It's gonna be the last map either way, no matter how much we play today. It's all down to whether another team will take away the #1 spot, or will the Xaviers be safe up there, because we're gonna have to watch the highlight for now.
Oh yeah, BTR now. Where have you been, boys? Now coming in with a chicken dinner, making them match point eligible. Followed by the other top 4 teams, we have eArena, we have TODAK, and also CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Now, it makes me wonder, right? Because there were so many numbers running, whether CELCOMDIGI Alliance and eArena, they did enough to make themselves eligible or not.
Yeah, we cannot wait to tabulate the scores. We want to know how many teams can smash it when it comes to the final map here, especially the teams just managed to eligible. Imagine if they score the last chicken, which gonna be, at least we're wrapping the day with another Miramar cloud.
Oh yeah, the traditional end to the day, always a Miramar. We can't end it with an Erangel. It will be very unusual, so we have to end it with Miramar. Like the PUBG Mobile gods just need to align like the stars for us. Oh man, this is... It's crazy the fact that so many teams can be eligible. But we'll get to that in a little bit more, because our MVP right now is going to be Snape from BTR.
It's been a while. We've seen this, boys. Welcome back on the board. It's going to be 4 eliminations, 860 damage. 96 damage to receive. I mean, if we have Nums Milan here, he can actually be their best friend now.
Oh, okay. Opposite ends, or the best enemy, because like they turn their backs. They turn their backs. Like you're Nums Milan now. We're like Milan and Nam. We're like the other way around. Not gonna be associated with you guys. Yeah. But now when it comes to the points, okay, this is where it gets insane, right? Okay, so BTR 24, eArena 12, TODAK 11, CELCOMDIGI Alliance 9. I'm not sure though.
Feels like should have been more, right? The elimination out of that Battle of the Trench just now did not actually portray so much, despite they were trying to hold on too long. But I think thanks to TODAK, who managed to steal away so many points out of their hands. Same goes for VOIN Donkey with 7 eliminations down there. But unfortunately, the teams that we expect to be in the very top, and the surprising things is, Cloud, of all the group stage days, they can get triple, even back-to-back double chicken in a day, but not when it really matters.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. They can do all the sexy stuff, but not now. Where are the chicken dinners from these area OSJA Thailand Vampire? Okay, BTR is in. RRQ obviously already in. VOIN Donkey. So we got 6 teams that are eligible. Oh, Team Flash Alter Ego so close.
Same goes for Alter Ego. They're just 3 points away just now. Unfortunately, if not, we're gonna have like what, 8 teams to be eligible for the Smash rule implemented. Now imagine Donkey, the VOIN Donkey, actually do score the next chicken dinner. I mean, also even RRQ, they are the ones that without any chicken yet. So including even Vampires, the teams that's not having the chicken. But when it comes to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, eArena also so close of being the teams that are eligible for the Smash rule.
I know, right? Even eArena. Oh no. So they're going to play a regular game in the final match. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, yeah, the trench fight, maybe a lot of those eliminations were stolen by BTR because it was like the last 3 teams that time. So they stole away from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. It's sad for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, you know. They thought that, yeah, we had a good fight, but now we don't have enough points, so it's just a normal game for us.
Yeah, I mean, even if they got themselves the chicken dinner, it won't be enough for them to get themselves that 15 points now, don't they? But the teams that are eligible, despite they don't have too much eliminations, they don't have that much point. As long as they score the chicken, they can go straight away getting that 15 points. With CELCOMDIGI Alliance already scored them last time. So I think for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I think it's a pretty decent run for them still, despite not getting that 15 points.
Yeah, for sure, right? Surely we will see them in the grand finals. But this is also a reminder for all of us that which other teams that did not make it to last week's Super Weekend or did not make it to this week's Super Weekend that still needs those points to be in the grand finals. That's going to be the other narrative to talk about, because for sure, Anams Milan is not here, MEC is not here, at least the ones that we can see here on screen now. So very high chance that they will be pushed out.
Yeah, for 100%, it's not going to get into the grand final. It's going to be NWE, MVKE, and even FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan was actually the saddest story when it comes to week number 2, right? They got pushed down in the very last minute too. But for HOMEBOIS, I mean, this is the opportunity they should take. But unfortunately, they're not the ones that are actually eligible up there, despite they having double chicken in a day. Funny enough, the team that should not get the double chicken actually scores it today. What is going on?
Yeah, they scored the chicken dinner when they didn't need to score the chicken dinner. Can you believe that? Can you believe that we are actually saying this? Like, yeah, you don't need the chicken dinner that time, but you did. Now you need it, but you can't. Like, in what wildest imagination that we would have been saying this before this season?
Well, it's down to the last Mirama. I want to see the best back to back. I mean, like the best Cinderella story when it comes to the narration is a team that just eligible, including BTR, VOIN Donkey, to actually score this chicken dinner. Despite their points not going to be enough to cut across these areas, but because of the Smash rule, they can get away with 15 points for today.
Oh man, I'm having that thought right now. If they actually do it, it is, it's like so many us, right? Oh man, I just can't
if that
right
happens,
now, right?
Imagine being Vampire and these areas.
Absolutely, right? Imagine being them. They'll be like, hey, where did you come from? You're not supposed to be up here. Shoo. But you can't. Too bad. It is what it is.
Well, at least this is not the grand finals. If the Smash rule seems to be implemented in the grand finals, oh my god, that's more painful. Just do it.
Just do it. Just put it in the grand finals. Frankly speaking, right? I wouldn't mind like if all of a sudden like after today, like tomorrow, PUBG Mobile Esports makes an official announcement say, hey, you know what? We're gonna do it in the grand finals. Yay! I would absolutely love that.
Oh man, I don't know how to feel. I don't even care about my prediction here right now anymore.
It doesn't.
Who cares? Nobody cares.
It doesn't.
Last map, boys.
Yeah. Finally, we're here. Even the players are telling themselves that how many more games? Oh no. Okay, people. It is the last game for sure, for sure. We're done with the whole like, oh, maybe it's the next game, maybe it's the last. No. This is the last game here, and then we can all grab our supper because by the time we end this, at least in our time zone, choo-choo, it's definitely going to be past midnight.
Yep, we ended up early the next day, of course, ladies and gents, as we heading into the last map of the Sunday Smash Rule, where we head into the last Mirama of the day. Who will smash it will be the classic calculation again. Let's go.
Oh man, are you ready for the first edition of the Smash Rule? The last game. Who will smash it? Or maybe there will not be a team that smashes it. Maybe it will be like the other teams that scores the chicken dinner, and then we'll be calculating the points as per usual.
I want to smash it. I want just a team to smash it. There's 6 teams now. 6 teams! Don't tell me out of these 6 teams, none of them can actually end and wrap things up with a Smash Rule implemented now. Please tell me no.
I know, right? And you're all like top tier teams, amazing teams, you name it. Should be able to do it. Come on. Okay. Because we want to see the Smash Rule in effect, right? Like, okay, you have the Smash Rule, but at the end of the day, nobody benefited from the Smash Rule. It's like, what for? So, come on. Somebody make use of the Smash Rule.
I just want the bottom teams, the 6th place team, actually get the Smash Rule. That's it. So all the top teams will, well, they will be salty, of course, and sour by the end of the day. But hey, good news is there's gonna be off day for everyone tomorrow. So yeah, it's gonna be a long sleep for everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, what a circle. RRQ in it. Let's see who else. Yeah, no one else from the eligible team that is in it. Okay, an update for you. We now see this symbol, strike, arrow, whatever you want to call it. Now we have up to VOIN Donkey. Could have been until like what, eArena, but
Or maybe even until eArena will be like what, 10 teams?
Yeah.
Why? That would be so much fun to watch though, if that happens.
Yeah, and if even that, like, nobody smashes it, I have nothing to say, right? Like, all of you out the door. All of you playing out the door.
Are you kidding, Frenzy? That's a bit too ambitious, isn't it? With a pistol with that distance? Are you kidding me? I think the boys are exhausted to the point that they're delusional. But nice try. On the side of Boom, it wasn't a great run for them. They only got 55 points for now. And for them, like the most for them to get actually the chicken dinner here, they might ended up right at what, 9th place, 10th place, around there somewhere.
Yeah. That could be the case, right? But you know what? Because of like there's so many calculations, like okay, one thing is about like the placement of like okay, whatever place, whether it's 9, 10 or whichever that placement is. There's also the side quest. Side quest for some, main quest for some, on who's going to be in the grand finals. We still don't really know that yet. There's like so many things that happen. Man, I love this Smash Rule. Can we have more of these, please?
I wouldn't mind. I do prefer it in grand finals.
Oh yeah.
For at the stake, what is at stake? The trophy. No joke, man. The trophy and the prize pool. If this actually implemented during the last day of the grand finals, because we have 3 days of grand finals, right? For the last day, it's gonna be amazing. I promise you that.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine like to lift the trophy and there's a smash rule, and then it's like 2 games, and then somebody leaves the trophy. And it's like,
I love
oh,
that fact. Not just that, Cloud. The fact that it's also give every other teams that never lifted the trophy an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, right? Like some viewers who want to go to the venue, they'll be like, "Oh, it's a Sunday. I have to take care of some family business before I come." And by the time they reach there, oh, you're done?
What?
What?
I didn't watch it.
What? I missed it. What? What? You're already sweeping the floor? What?
But that's a nice way to actually have it in the grand finals, because it shows that if you want to be part of it, you have to be early now.
Yes. Come early.
Because I think that the trend right now, because everybody knows, the first few matches, it's fine. With the Smash rule implemented, everybody like at the edge of their seat because they don't know, do they still have another map or not? Even the players.
Yeah, and there's no reason to come late, right? If you think about it, it's like, hey, it's happening at a mall. It's not like a place where there's nothing around it. It's a mall. So you want to like, okay, I want to take care of the family first. You can like bring them to the mall. Okay, we do some shopping or whatever. And then it's like, okay, honey, I gotta step away. You know, it's like, where? It's like next door. For what? PUBG Mobile. PUBG what? You know that thing I watch every night? I scream, I shout alone watching the screen. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Now the saddest thing is when you are at the grand finals, the Smash were implemented for the last day, and suddenly you have a tummy ache.
Oh.
Just gonna go to the toilet for 15 minutes or something, and it's
Oh.
done.
And when you come back, it's like, finish? Somebody won? What?
And the worst case scenario, instead of alternating between Erangel and Miramar, we alternate between Sunhawk and Erangel.
Yeah, and then you're like, you don't know which match this is. Well, of
Yeah,
course.
you get confused. Wait, what?
Yeah, but okay, to be fair to production, okay, you can see the number down there, but you know, sometimes like, I understand when people come in, it's like, they still ask like, oh, how many matches more? It's like, yeah. Look at the screen, people. Production did a lot of work to put that in.
Yeah. Put an effort to just read it. We didn't tell you to do it. But for vampires, not like this. Team Flash, they're not eligible, but they still want to make it difficult for everyone.
Hey, you know what? You said that you want to see like maybe a VOIN Donkey smashing it, or an RQ smashing it. So Vampire, they have to feel this first, right? In order for it to happen. So it's like that 50-50 feeling right now. It's like, yay, but no, but yay, but no.
Honestly, Cloud, I feel like the only opportunity we'll get to see the Smash rule really smashing it is when it comes to the top 6 teams. All of the top 6 teams still alive, and the rest of them already gone.
Oh. Yeah, that will be another plot twist by itself. Can you
It's
imagine?
a battle of chickens all day long.
Yeah, that is just a battle of chickens. That is a normal one. But then, of course, we have to remind each other and also everyone else out there that there's still this eligibility on who will be in the grand final. So that's going to be pretty exciting. I like how the fact that, you know, that's supposed to be like the main reason for them to be playing, like to be in the grand finals, but that become like the side dish all of a sudden. That became the close law.
No, the thing is, if the top 6 teams remaining as the last teams in this last map, it's a battle of who get 15 points. And it will change so much when it comes to this head start points in the grand finals, though.
Oh yeah, that's going to be like the side quest. You know, when you go and meet the NPC, and then the quest is like, oh, please gather 3 strawberries for me. Yeah, that's like the super side quest, you know, that sort of thing.
I mean, the main quest for the top 6 teams right now is just staying alive.
Yeah. That is like the, oh, there is this dragon in this lair, this raid boss that you need to go for. Yeah. Oh! Wow. Nice.
Thanks,
PUBG Mobile. Thanks.
Of all the time, now you pull this out of circle. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Thanks. If this
Oh,
one came
man.
earlier.
Yeah, I wish it actually came earlier, but at least this is good news for VOIN Donkey. Last time we saw them coming out from the northern side, so they're a bit far. So imagine if VOIN Donkey did actually close this game with a chicken dinner. Oh, that's big. That's big.
And then your dreams come true. Or Xavier's dream gets shattered. It's like
Beyond shattered.
It's like why did we even bother performing? It's like we can't even be that like 15-point team. It's like it's like sad.
Well, they had 7 chances here today. Who to blame but themselves?
It doesn't matter. Yeah. That's gonna haunt them. Okay, I wish that the Xavier players would like watch the English stream in their review and they hear that and it haunts them every night.
Oh man, I agree. They probably got PTSD from the Smash. Listening to Smash is also already giving them shivers by end of today. But I'm sorry if I'm laughing too much. I'm laughing too much when I'm a bit exhausted, so I can control it. It's my survival instincts kick in, okay? But at least for Boom, they did try a comeback. Honestly, I see a bit of jump for Alter Ego. But I think it's a bit too late now for Boom and Alter Ego. I mean, if only they had this map early on, maybe they actually will be eligible. I mean, it will cost a lot for Alter Ego if they can actually apply the Smash Ball on their side because they need those points.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. There's still a lot to consider. Like even if you are pretty much confirmed to go into the grand finals, like the starting points do count as well. In getting the head start, and also that maybe like the differentiator to whether you lift the trophy or not. Like there's so many things this season to take into account. Now we're gonna see Sem9. Let's see if they can gain more points here. Now they have Strangers Esports in front.
They spot out eArena as well. It's not just Strangers Esports they're aiming for. So for Sem9, they're coming up for both ways. A bit risky, but it will be worth it if they can close for 2 ends against eArena. But eArena not easily willing to go down. But the most unfortunate timing for Sem9. But this is going to be 10, 11, and 12 placement teams anyhow. So all of them are taking the blue while we're talking about them cancelling each other out.
And from the lower ground, and this stage 3 by the way. And looks like Elsie got a U-High. Mika got gunned down as well. And thanks. Thanks, PUBG Mobile. Thanks for the circle. What a way to end the day.
Yeah, when it comes to the last map, this happens.
Always.
Good luck with that 40% or 55 or less than that 45% of land that's left for 16 teams right now. But good news for the teams that still survive. Well, at least they got themselves a bit part of that circle, like OSJA Thailand. Well, there's no point not mentioning them right now. We're going in the last map anyway.
Yep. This is the definite last match. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're still wondering, will it continue on if they don't? No. This is the last match. Okay, Team Flash right now. Oh, RRQ. Okay, the start to their chance to smash it.
Can they? Well, they're taking on Team Flash head on, and Team Flash lost 1 member here. But for RRQ, I mean, it's either going for eliminations or they just want to play it safe to wait for the smash rule for the last chicken dinner moment. But the Xaviers are waiting for eArena, but Levi's fallen down. BTR taking on TALON. Well, the Xaviers Lamborghini always being finished off first, but this time he will survive. He's waiting for another one. Just let him go. Wait, he whipped it. That was so close.
Oh, nice recovery there by Lambo. And now he will recover himself instead. What the other teammates buy time for him. NC2 coming in. But NC2, he's alone right now. His other 2 teammates, Joker and Sakura, is currently down. NC2, he won't be able to charge in any further. While we look at the mini screen, it looks like BTR, they are in trouble.
And they're being wiped out. And that's going to be another one bites the dust. So it's down to 5 teams to turn things around with the chicken dinner. But these Xaviers might losing it as well. Seems to be a bit shaky right now with their current stand. And when it comes to VOIN Donkey, well, we do hope they actually make a Cinderella story with the chicken dinner for this last one. But I don't know if they can actually win this fight where there's more than one team to deal with, including TODAK and Alter Ego.
You know what, Chu? I like how Mr. Manager is getting more popular. Like even the chat right now is talking about Mr. Manager.
Which Mr. Manager is this?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but at least there's a Mr. Manager there. You know, they just throw like, oh, Mr. Manager giving us last more games, and yeah, okay, never mind. We start there. We start there.
Oh, back to Homeboys. Helton taking on VOIN. Oh, VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey is losing Man Cloud. The Cinderella story probably won't happen here. Shrinking even further down south. Let's go.
Oh. Oh, but it's good for RQ though. They're in the middle of the circle. Okay, but now Vampire Esports have to overcome the no circle situation against Strangers Esports. But what a nade by Tony K.
Mela bleeding out. Here comes a Z spraying over the side of Vampires. Vampires, they try to toss over and try to cluster the rest of Strangers Esports and just choke them to death, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. With a nade dropping on top of Strangers right now, they try to reposition Lobby Axe, try to run away, but Omzens make the call. They still can revive as a fall.
Oh, okay. Vampire Esports still back at it. Okay. There's Lobby X though in front of them, but Lobby X alone, so he will not move for now. Xavier, okay, against TALON, playing on the outside of the circle. And if they can clear out TALON, they'll clear out the team that is behind them.
Surprisingly, for these Xaviers, we thought they're going to have another issue just now to finish off the day here. But fortunate enough for the X or the Xaviers, they managed to revive on Levi, just as he was knocked down early on. They're playing at the rim of the circle this time. And when it comes to the other teams, including Vampires, they're still not inside yet. They will be denied their entry in by not just Strangers, probably TALON and Alter Ego too.
Flying car here by Linux. Alter Ego spots him out. And now they fight back. Alpha 7 is there. And TALON will not make it out. Now this is going to be scary for TALON. TALON will end their campaign at number 16 and they don't have last week.
That's not going to be enough for them to get to the grand finals. We have to tally up with the tiebreaker rule implemented, of course, for the teams at the very bottom who will get in top 16 for the grand finals. But on the side of TODAK, they're pretty much in the same boat right now. Vampires, they still have a 4. CELCOMDIGI Alliance just next to them. In front of them, I think it's going to be Team Flash. These Xaviers, they're at the rim, just nearby TODAK. They have to deal with TODAK if they want to cut across or pick a poison, whether it's going to be TODAK or Alter Ego first.
Ooh, TODAK or Alter Ego? It's going to be a hard pick. Well, if we based on points and their performance, well, TODAK might be the one. But let's see if they want to maintain the high ground. If they want to maintain the high ground, they go for Alter Ego. If they want to go for the house, they go for TODAK. So it's for them to pick their routes. But for Vampire Esports, 1 knock, but not eliminated yet.
Leons. And they start to open fire. Vampires spotted out CELCOMDIGI Alliance position now. They know for a fact there's one team coming up from their left side. If you see the map, it's going to be our right side. But for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, do they respond to that or they go straight into the center of the circle? Because they can. They do have the high grounds. They got themselves a lot of deep valleys in between. But also don't forget, just now we saw OSJA Thailand on the right side of the circle if they decided to go down as well. Let's go south more, shall we? When it comes to the circle, might as well.
Might as well. I'm holding it in right now. Okay. Oh, we still got a bit of water there, so that's still pretty okay.
Well, Boom is in the center. They got himself quite a solid compound too. So we're gonna have to wait and see whether Boom willing to get out of there or OSJA Thailand try to take it away.
Ooh, or our Smash Boys, RRQ still with the middle of the circle. Another Smash team. Here we go. Xavier. Looks like they're gonna go through the northern side, and it's gonna be Strangers Esports. Lobby X gets Lamborghini.
We get another one. It's going to be a 4v1 against Strangers Esports. Lobby X, the last member, but he still couldn't hold on, but still get making these Xaviers a bit of run of their money, but still managed to revive as a 4. Now these Xaviers. Here comes a Rocky May alter ego. They have to toss it now, a bit short, and slightly just nice, and managed to get collateral damage on Nate T. But here comes finish off Lamborghini once more. They're gonna go the moment they saw the kill feed, and here comes Nate T dealing with the rest of Alter Ego, but they're down for 2 players, got damaged by that explosion.
And here comes Nate with his own nade. Octa now down on his knees. Nade sent across onto Rocky, but splash damage onto Octa. Octa will fall to the hands of D Xavier. And we still have D Xavier not in the zone yet. The zone is starting to close again, pushing PUBGM forward.
9, VOIN Donkey needs to revive, but at the same time 9, if he actually land that nade, that's going to be a big one. It's 2 in 1 in a very good position too. But explosion did not hit any of VOIN Donkey players. TODAK left with 2 players. There's going to be 2 V3 right now for TODAK, for VOIN Donkey's side. It seems slimmer right now, VOIN Donkey with lesser man. Razak, he needs to have a bit of reset. While Alter Ego having a jab against these Xaviers.
Oh, 9! Trying to get away. Okay. Be right back for that. Anyway, now it's going to be Vampire Esports. Looks like they're up against Team Flash, and they still win it against Team Flash. They will recover as a 4, but they have to do it quickly. More teams around.
Venturis. And back to his VOIN Donkey. They are aiming for Todak, or they are accidentally crashing into Todak's place. They got caught by surprise by Boom as well. Boom is right around the slopes of the hill. There's going to be a rowdy side of south side of circle. Things not doing great, but unfortunately another one bites the dust. That's going to be Todak. While VOIN Donkey left with one last player now. Can RRQ make the Cinderella story since D Xavier's down to only 1 player?
Same goes for, D Xavier. Yep, there you go. PUBGM out. Okay, at this point, D Xavier will be telling themselves that, please, nobody smash it. If not, that's it. Or Vampire Esports don't continue to collect more points, but they have a full team, so they have a good chance of doing that at least. But anyway, now it's going to be Alter Ego trying to get into the circle. In front of him is another smash team, RRQ.
But it's going to be Alter Ego, who's happened to be on rampant right now. Out of sudden, they just rising up the occasion. Without Rosemary in the lineup, it feels like they are more aggressive now. But the circle shrinks in the center, where RRQ's at. They got the most sweetest compound. While Homeboys do have a compound for themselves, but it's slightly on the low ground. Well, we're waiting if CELCOMDIGI Alliance want to take the higher grounds to actually see through everything that's down there. They can actually do so. But for Razak, the last member of VOIN Donkey, this is going to be tough for him to get out of.
Oh, 1 nade. Maybe another one. Like what you say is super duper hard. There's a crosshair. There are nades. Like, okay, he's still able to evade everything. This is crazy by Razak.
Got barricade himself, but it's not going to last long. That smoke up vehicle will explode any time now, and Homeboys is not that patient anymore. He's trying to repair it. It's a bit too risky with Boom and Homeboys eyeing out for Razak. It's going to be tough. There's no way out at all. Mid-air.
Oh. Okay, another attempt. Another attempt. You can see that Yummy really wants it. Like, he tries to find that angle. What's he going to do now? In the buggy? Okay. It's not going to go, right? Don't do it. Don't listen to the thoughts, Yummy. Don't listen to the thoughts.
Oh, Alter Ego greeted by RRQ. RRQ is on the run right now. No, on the hunt. Gen Force going in, and Answer For You is down. That's wiping off the rest of Alter Ego. They resort to only the 8 players. We're down to 7 teams, and out of 7, 4 of the still eligible teams can just steal away that #1 spot for today.
Oh man, Choo Choo, look at this. Razak is like a cockroach. It's so durable. Like even the nuclear weapon won't be able to take him out. It's crazy. He's still alive. Look at this. He's still alive now. Look at this. He's still in.
I don't know how he actually did it, but I mean, he beats a cockroach. Not even a lizard. I mean, a lizard, well, they cut off their tails. For Razak, he didn't cut anything out. He's still fine. But I don't know if Boom and also Homeboy is willing to commit so much resources just to take down this one slippery cockroach at the back.
You know, as what a movie would say, let it go, just let Rizak go. He won't be a big threat.
He will be if they start to focus on what's in front. You've seen that happen before. But Boom now change over the attention to Homeboys now. And this is going to be fun. And look at this. You said let it go. It's not a threat. Look at what he's doing here, Razak. He still wants to challenge this guy when they actually do let him go.
Yeah. See, they tried. They tried to get Razak, but Razak is as durable as a cockroach. Okay, finally, after 50 hours, finally they're done with it.
Now we're heading over to stage number 7. I think Homeboys might have to be forced to get out, or if the circle shift over to their side, never mind, it's going to be the center. And now CELCOMDIGI Alliance can make do with their advantage. But RRQ, if they win this chicken dinner, they go straight for 15 points and take the crown for this Super Weekend.
Oh, we almost forgot about the presence of OSJA Thailand still in the game. Okay, finally we see them on screen. But the moment we see them, Jamie OP got a Red Bull. Oh man, this team, every time we see them, there's always something negative happening, including Chopper down.
Observers, just don't look at OSJA Thailand.
Yeah.
They always get jinxed by the cameraman or even our voices. But at least they fought back here. But thanks to Boom, who taking the fight against CELCOMDIGI from an off angle. But RRQ, here comes Empire down to only Tony K. Can Tony K clutch this?
Oh, RRQ says no. They want to smash this right now. Okay, we have OSJA Thailand and RRQ now, the top 2 eligible teams.
Smash this, guys! I'm looking forward for the smash rule to finally get implemented, yeah. But OSJA Thailand, I mean, we never want to say anything about them. The moment we talked about them, they'll be gone one by one. But boom! RRQ is still in there, Homeboys as well. The teams that did not actually eligible for the smash rule. They always get the most chicken dinner here today. Will they score a triple chicken for Homeboys?
Oh man, I know, right? It's like all of a sudden it's like, hey, you have no business with the smash rule. What are you doing here? Okay. Anyway, Richard is out. Now it's only RRQ that can smash it.
I don't know who I'm rooting for, but Homeboys targeting by RRQ. Homeboys, they're on the run, but they are at the lower ground. But the one next to them is going to be Boom. So like it or not for Homeboys, if they were to get into the circle, they will have to cross paths with Boom first. And this gives the biggest opportunity for RRQ as a full squad to take the advantage. And we can get to see RRQ to implement the smash time smash rule.
Yeah, right now, Xavier, they are hoping for Boom Esports and Homeboys to eliminate RRQ so that the smash won't be in effect. Oh man, this is crazy right now. But RRQ, look at the control that they have with Circle right now. They're splitting out and they are pushing these 2 teams to the corner.
Homeboys, which way to go? But look at how aggressive RRQ is. They're splitting their ways. Gem Force and Lapa, I think, is going to go straight down there just to deal with Homeboys. I think that was slightly unnecessary, but it feels like they feel the same way. They regroup back with the rest of the team.
Oh, yep, they'll be like, okay, maybe not. Maybe let's play this a bit safe, okay? We want to smash this, okay? So, now they regroup back together within the circle. Homeboys and Boom Esports, they still do not have the circle. They have 7 seconds to go.
It's all about stage 9 without circle now to force a player out of their hiding spot. For Boom, taking some jabs, taking some bullets from RRQ right across them. But Homeboys not being spotted at all by Boom. Boom might be sandwiched between 2 teams since they got himself in a very small shack. Here comes the nade.
Whoa.
And Frenzy is down. Coming out from Gemforce. What a long toss that was.
Oh, another one. Set across. And it could be Poppy down. Poppy is currently down. Boom Esports. 1 active player left. And Homeboys comes in to pick up those elimination points. Now it's between RRQ and Homeboys.
Smash it, RRQ. They're still having a 4. Homeboys, Frankie is down. But now they're going to have a bit of a trade. Helton not missing and not whipped again. The smash rule is implemented. RRQ taking 15 points despite D. Xaviers was on the lead. The smash did happen till the very end. Congratulations to RRQ.
They can smash that table again because they have smashed it. It is RRQ taking advantage of the new format to smash it out. It doesn't matter if you are at 100 plus points the entire day. It doesn't matter when RRQ is here to Hulk smash.
If only they made it earlier. I mean, for D. Xaviers. The feeling. Well, at least they got second place. The cursed second place all day, all time.
The almost the entire day, the trailing team. Oh man.
They had 7 chances, Cloud. 7 maps they had in their basically in their palm. Just to score that one chicken the entire day. Dingo Xavier, they scored the first chicken to make them eligible for the smash rule. All they need to score another and now get pushed down due to RRQ, who wasn't even eligible at first for the half of the day.
Look at this. Even Lambo showed himself out the door. It's like the door is that way. I'm out. He's not even at his seat. Oh man. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Where's Lambo? Where's Lambo? He showed. He's like, where's the door? Oh, that way. Okay. I'm out.
Oh my god. The smash will finally happen in the last map. But it was still a good turning of events when it comes to RRQ. That was so close. But in the meantime, homeboys, what a consistent day today for them.
Yeah, now that we have homeboys having taking the second place, right? The next question is who will be in the grand finals? We need to go through the numbers first as usual. Okay, it doesn't matter for these guys anymore. Yeah, it's sexy numbers, not gonna lie. It's like 15 eliminations and that's 25 points for RRQ, and it's Gen Force with the most eliminations, Gen Force still with the most damage. A new transfer from BTR coming into RRQ, so that's great, right? Numbers are sexy, everyone did their work, they maintained all 4 players to the end, everyone contributed in eliminations, damage, and even tanked a bit of damage here and there, and so on and so forth. That's cool. By the end of the day, it is RRQ that actually smashed it down and took away everything from everyone else, especially from top teams, the Xavier Vampire Esports. Let's check out the highlights.
Now, I tried to do the calculation. Despite even though we implemented the smash rule for RIQ, without the smash rule even, I think they had more than enough to push down these Xaviers just now. But we're gonna have to tally up the scores still by the end of the day. But for homeboys, what a consistency, but it's just a bit too late. If only they were eligible, Cloud, and they got a chicken, man, that's gonna be big.
Oh, that would be like the craziest comeback ever. Well, not like we have had any edition of Smash Rules before this, but still, it would have been a great story. And that would make sure that they will play in the grand finals. Now, the question is that, did Homeboys do enough? But I believe with the 2 chicken dinners and also this decent performance, Homeboys should have done enough to be in the grand finals. And if that's going to be the case, that means that another team is pushed out of the top 16.
Yep, sadly, it's always not going to be enough space for everybody to be up there. But congratulations to GenForce. He was the pivotal player when it comes to making it happen for RRQ just now. I'm glad they didn't actually do the 2-2 split just now and make a U-turn the moment they realized, no, that was quite unnecessary. If not, they might actually lost their chance to get into that 15 points for this week.
Yeah, I also want to say that, where were you guys the entire day? Why did you not smash it earlier today, right? But yeah, I guess one factor as well is that the circle was like down south and, you know, they had a bit more advantage of picking the best spots there. Okay, now these are some of the numbers here, right? So, the Xavier 5 points. Yeah, cool. Oh man. They got smashed.
We don't care about the match rankings.
I know, right? Give us the
Let's
overalls.
go overalls. Yeah. Let's just go overalls now. Skip this.
Next. Mr. Producer, next. Or where's my remote?
It's already over midnight. We're burning the midnight oil. Yeah, Team Flash didn't score anything with singers for 7-9. Now, speaking of these two teams, I think for Team Flash is still enough though.
Yeah, Team Flash 0. Okay. Yeah, Team Flash is 0. But okay, did they make a last week Super Weekend? I believe they did though. Yeah, they did. Okay, so they should be. Yeah, they did and they did okay. Like they were somewhere in the middle, so they might just survive this. I am not confident of TODAK.
And eArena.
And eArena, yeah. I don't think they did enough. And even Boom, maybe.
Oh, that's going to be awkward with that Boom. Alter Ego, we have to wait and see for their overalls later on. But for overall rankings, despite, I don't know, I think for match points, right? RRQ didn't have it enough, but with a smash rule implemented, you got to have a wait and see. I think they will get that 15 points regardless of this.
Yeah, it should be like later when we see the Super Weekend points. Yeah, that's where we will award them. But of course, this one, okay, this is just based on the total points collected, which is fair enough, right? That's an indication that they are 1 point behind the Xavier, but that's fine. Whatever it is, we're surely going to see the page 1 teams here in this grand finals coming up next. Of course, what we want to see is that who is on the other end, that's one. And of course, the next slide, the one that calculated the tiebreaker and everything packaged and who made it to the grand finals.
Yeah. So high chance, if you guys see RRQ second place, don't worry, they still get 15 points. And D Xavier is the one actually at the curse second place as always. Sorry, DX, no pun intended, but that was intentional. And the side of Vampire and OSJA, everybody pushed down due to the smash rule implemented in the last map just now. But the side of talent, TODAK, I don't think TODAK is going to be enough. But we got to tally up the scores based on the teams that didn't make it this Super Weekend as well.
Yeah, I don't think TALON has done enough as well. So that's another one. Okay, super scary now. Okay, all right. This should be the last slide now. Okay, next. Where's my remote? Where's my
next? Spamming the non-existent keyboard to press next.
My imaginary
remote. The
remote.
next slide. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
We were not sure who qualified. Oh my god, really?
What?
Are you kidding me?
What? Okay. After the interview, okay, so we got an update from Mission Control people. So we'll have a league rank points and qualified to finals team graphic after the interview. So that means we have to interview first. So you all
go
have to
interview.
wait again.
Let's go. Interview.
Yeah, okay, interview. Let's go. Okay, surely it's going to be RQ, right? Okay, let's go. Okay, we know it's RQ already. Okay, RQ, maybe Nepeko. Okay, come interview. Yeah, Nepeko is the best person. Okay, are we?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Lapa.
Daily
Maybe it's
MVP.
Lapa.
Okay, fine.
So, okay, congratulations. Lapa gonna get interviewed. So that's gonna be a sneak peek for you guys. Now
Hey.
we do know who we're gonna get the interview.
Maybe one from RQ, one from D Xavier. Why not?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Just to
that
rub
would
the
be
salt
nice.
in the wound.
Oh wait a second. We're not going to interview yet. We're not. Oh wow.
Xavier's be
Welcome
like.
back.
Xavier's be.
Xavier's be
man.
like, can you show that up again?
You're number 1 overall rankings. Hey, we just smashed you.
Damn. Xavier be like, how was that again? Can you like, yeah. You're like, oh, you have to have the hands. You're the hands. You're the.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
Xavier
because
be like-
Xavier's, no offense, but Xavier had so many opportunities to just close it during this. You know, they start to fumble after that second Miramar map of the day. When they were in the small car as a 4 people just go straight into Alter Ego. The second map of Miramar was that one supposed to be the smash rule.
Yeah, that was their closest, right? That was their closest chance of getting the smash rule. For the other teams like Vampire, did they have as close of an encounter? I don't think so.
And they did have
it?
once.
When?
But also the Miramar map, I think it was the 4th map. Before we go into the break, I think that there's a time where they got cornered down at the very small shack. It's just the worst timing for them to go in during that time. They almost had the top. They had the top 4 or had the top 6 that time.
Yeah, the one that didn't have as close of an encounter is OSJA Thailand. Like, yes, they got the chicken dinner, not at the time that they want the chicken dinner, but that got them past the line, and then after that, it's like you don't see much of OSJA Thailand.
The best thing is HOMEBOIS. Who
Oh, yeah.
cares? Smash rule what? We're gonna take it away anyways. Twice.
Yeah. We just won the grand finals, right? Yeah. Oh man, I wonder if they actually made it though.
Now, yeah, I do hope they made it because I love the fact, you know what? The team at the very bottom, HOMEBOIS at first, they got the first chicken, not eligible. They got the second chicken, still not eligible. And I almost got into the top 4 again, but still didn't smash anything. So
Yeah, I know, right? Like so many great plays, but you couldn't smash it. But yeah, well, a lot of teams came close. Like eArena, like Slam9. So many teams that we can name, right? That actually came close to actually being eligible and also being part of like smashing it in the final game. But yeah, that was what it is. You know, teams can just now look back and tell themselves that we should have this, we should have that, but you can't change the past. You can only look forward to the future. And we'll be looking forward to the interview. Now, I truly wonder who might be interviewed, but we'll pass it on to our host, Tash Bunny. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our first Smash Rule winner for the Super Weekend Week 2, RRQ. With me, I have Nepeko. Nepeko, you look super excited. You are the hype man for the team, and I'm super happy to have you here on the interview stage. Now, as the first PMSL SEA Smash Rule winner, how does it feel?
Gimana perasaannya menjadi pemenang pertama buat Smash Rule?
Yang pertama pasti seneng banget sih karena kita udah excited dari week pertama kayak gimana sih rasanya buat menangin Smash Rule ini, dan kita juga alhamdulillah terwujud di week kedua ini kita bisa mendapatkan dan memenangkan match dengan Smash Rule.
Yeah, of course I feel very excited about Smash Rule because I mean, yeah, we have been dreaming since first week. We are thinking about like how does it feel if we close the game with the Smash Rule format. So yeah.
You know, that's exciting because manifestations actually happen. Now, let's talk a little bit about Smash Rule. Is this exactly how you expected Smash Rule to be?
Apakah Smash Rule yang sekarang ini sesuai ekspektasi kamu sendiri?
Sesuai sih yang aku udah perkirakan dan udah banyak juga yang game-game sebelumnya pakai. Ternyata sama dan seru banget. Itu formatnya sangat-sangat seru karena orang tuh setiap ada yang udah mencapai match point, kalau dia mati pasti teriak semua.
Of course, I mean, I expect how Smash Roll to be is because like right now, the format is very exciting for me. I mean, I really love this format is because of, let's say, the team is already met the eligible point and they need to get a chicken dinner on the next match. Whenever inside the next match they die early, all the players gonna like happily like cheering for that and everything. So yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's kind of fun.
You know, I completely agree. The venue here was very, very loud. It almost feels like a grand finals itself. So that was definitely worth mentioning. Now, last but not least, D Xavier. They were the team at the very top. They were the team who set the bar today. And do you think that because they were the one who set the bar today, because they only needed a chicken dinner plus 10 points, that put a bullseye on their backs?
Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang DX, di hari pertama ini dia udah ngeletak satu benchmark yang paling tinggi lah. Dan apakah gara-gara itu semua orang tandain dia?
Bisa dibilang kayak gitu ya. Tapi kalau yang kulihat nggak terlalu sih, mungkin kita nggak terlalu ngeliatin yang udah match point ya, karena kita juga fokus mencapai match point itu tersebut. Tapi dari yang kulihat sih mereka agak kelabakan mungkin ya. Tapi aku nggak tahu karena kita fokus dengan tim kita sendiri.
I mean, yes. I don't think it's put their bullseye on their back is because like, it could be both way. But then for me myself, I just focus on ourselves because we need to achieve the eligible point first. Then only we can focus on winning chicken dinner. But then if we take a look back at DX, I think might be they are choke. But then yeah, I couldn't comment much more about that.
Alright, that's so valid and so fair. Now, we don't know yet who will be going to the grand finals, but before we go there, is there anything you want to say to all of the teams competing next weekend?
Jadi ya kita belum tahu siapa yang lolos ke grand final. Ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat tim-tim yang bakal lolos ke grand final nanti?
Apa ya, mungkin karena kita udah berubah drop shotsnya, hati-hati kami ada di Milta.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, but then we already changed our drop spot. Yes, like be careful, we are in Milta.
Wow, a grand announcement about their drop spot. I am super excited for what the grand final is going to be. So thank you so much, Nepeko, for the interview. And on to you, back to the casters. What do you think?
I think I love that interview, but nonetheless, hey, at least these Xaviers, they should not be unhappy about it because they're still at #1 in the SuperWeekend rankings.
Oh, yeah, because of the overall, right? This is the overall. So, okay, first page, all these teams have qualified, including Alter Ego. They made it to the grand finals with only 5 points. Now, which are the teams that have their heart broken? We have to switch to page #2.
But I love that RIQ got their Super Weekend #2 at 15 points. But unfortunately, Homeboys didn't make it when it comes to the chicken.
What?
They lost to Strangers Esports. They are actually at a tie.
What? Homeboys didn't make it? What? After all that, what? Team Secret made it?
If they score another chicken just now, it'll be very different now.
Yeah. Oh. No Homeboys, people. Oh man.
That must be devastating. But at least for Strangers, they're quite clueless themselves. Did we make it?
Maybe they don't know yet.
Did we do it?
Okay.
They were like,
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. That's the referee saying
Mela
it.
like, really?
Mela like,
Are you kidding us? We made it? No, wait. Oh, wait, what?
Mela?
They're still confused.
Maybe they think that the referee is trolling them.
Yeah, and they're
It's like,
no way.
Yeah, no way. You know, we did that. But Homeboys.
Homeboys is like, we didn't make it? We got 2 chickens today, we didn't do it? And it's like a reverse. It's a reverse expression. What is going on in the venue?
What? But hey, you know what? We're gonna see these teams next week. These areas: CELCOMDIGI Alliance, RRQ, BTR, OSJA Thailand, Vampire Esports, eArena, VOIN Donkey, Boom Esports, Team Flash, Sem9, Alter Ego, Kagendra, Tem Entertainment, Team Secret, and Strangers Esports. Yes, Strangers Esports. Mela, you can celebrate now.
No, I think he's still confused. I think he thinks that it's a troll.
Yeah, just too many games, right? He cannot process it. It's like, too many games. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, but
Really? Like, huh?
Homeboys.
But you know what? What a day here today, Cloud. And I'm glad I actually sharing the desk with you for this one as well. What a run we had here today, guys.
Oh man, I'm having a headache. I thought that Homeboys would make it.
Yeah,
Oh,
with that
man.
2 chickens, right?
Yeah.
I'm puzzled myself too.
Ah.
If only just a bit more, it'd be so different for them. But I mean, I'm not sad for both teams. I'm glad either one actually make it between Strangers and also Homeboys. Both deserve to be on top, on the top 16.
Yep, but there's like what you said, right? There's only limited amount of slots, so somebody has to step aside, and it's unfortunate for Homeboys and also for the other team. So we also have to take this moment to thank like those teams that have been eliminated for playing this season. We hope to get to see them again in the next season.
Yep, the season's getting even better. I just hope the Smasher will be in the grand finals too, please.
Yes, make us a surprise announcement, PUBG Mobile Esports. Do it.
For the last day, for the trophy. Why not? Make it even fun, right? But you know what? I want to thank every single one of you that stayed so late alongside with us till the very end for 8 matches here today. Sorry for our shortcomings, and thank you so much for being such a supportive audience all day long. And of course, thank you so much for our production crew that stayed so late as well. And of course, Club, because today will be my last day on the English desk for now. But for the grand finals, I know you're gonna have fun for the grand finals with your partner.
Don't know who yet. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You need to find out next week, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, what I heard is that our producer needs to pack up tonight because they're switching the venue. So don't forget, if you're around or if you're traveling from outside, you can always head on to IOI City Mall. That's where the venue of the grand finals will be. You can watch it live and you can see the reaction of your favorite players right in front of you. Don't miss out on that opportunity. Again, it's going to happen on Friday until Sunday. Same timing. If you're watching online, it's going to be on the same channel. So whether it's going to be a surprise smash point, we don't know. But till then, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for us. For the group stages, it is a wrap for now. Till we meet again next week. My name is Circla, together with the amazing, wonderful Choo-Choo. I'm going to grab my supper now. See you guys in the future. Bye.